All right. Hello. If you don't behave, then yeah. Yeah, you did. Joking or not, dude, you questioned my integrity. There's one thing I don't stand for, especially in this community. Plus you've been spamming my chat. Like, honestly, it's one of those things where, you have to start behaving yourself, because this isn't all about you. Hey, speaking of behaving yourself, come on, guys. Anyway, I'm sorry. I appreciate the apology, and as I said, less spamming of chat, and that just means, like, you gotta keep some of your thoughts to yourself, man. Like, if it's not pertaining to the actual subject matter that I'm on, then yeah. Anyway, so, hey, what's up, Kilmorick? I appreciate you guys, being here anyway, including you, Brian, even though, yeah. No, dude, you really pissed me off. Like, you pretty much messed up my entire stream yesterday. Like, and I am not dealing with anything. If you abuse my mods in any way, shape, or form, I'm sorry, man. Then, because you were being way too much with that. So, be good, and we will, have a very good stream, okay? An invisible friend, hey, what's up? I appreciate you, being here. All right, everybody. Well, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Dude, no, I've done this professionally, and I know working comics that, you know, are very, very, large in the space. And I can tell you right now, you're not. Okay? Like, you weren't funny. Okay? So, don't get sucked in. I'm not. All right. You're pretty much going on the pay no mind list right now, okay? So just enjoy the stream. And honestly, I already know I listened to you guys bitch about me for 2 hours and empowered me. Oh, so you're saying that I did feed the troll. Are you just admitting that you are a troll and that you've been bad faith this whole time? Good job, dude. Anyway, I'm kind of glad that we're getting this out of the way right now. And thank you, Kilmorick. I appreciate you kind of stepping in and just being like, don't get sucked in. Give me a sec. Man, we have a lot to get to today, honestly, and I'm looking forward to it. Good job. Come here. Yeah. Hey, if you're gonna make an appearance, then you gotta come here, and you actually have to make an appearance. Come here. Hey. He's like, don't you snook me. What's up, Squish? What's up, Squish? I did it twice, because I know that you're also on Twitch. Hey, come here. Hey. What are you doing? He thinks that I'm trying to take him upstairs. He's just like, I don't want to go! He's a good boy. He's a good boy. I'm home from work. I'm going to nap. Aw. Well, I hope that, you can at least listen while you try to sleep. Because, yeah, no, that sucks. You feeling alright? Because it's been going around. I had it. I'm telling you, like, I know it at this point where I'm like, okay, yeah, but man, you want to talk about, like, this is a little gross, just because it involves, like, sweating, but, man, I definitely sweated out, I'll tell you that much. Like, I had the fever sweats, like, it was nobody's business. I didn't go to work until 5 a.m. Ooh, dang. Well, okay, so taking a nap it seems pretty relevant then at this point. Yeah, self-care is important. I'm always about that. So please take care of yourselves anytime that you are starting to feel a little burnt out. I'm feeling okay. I passed out during the stream. Yeah, I thought you did. I felt like you just kind of like disappeared a little bit quickly. So it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. This is also why we have multiple mods, which I'm very thankful to all of you. I think that we have somebody else kind of stepping into today, so we should be good. But I really appreciate you and everything that you did yesterday. And yeah, I know I'm not feeding the troll today, because I mean, except for the fact that just calling out that he kind of admitted that he was trolling, and that yeah, but. The big thing is, if you're more toxic to the community than you are, useful to it. Useful to it. Actually, friendly to it. What's up, Undead Banana? How you feeling? I hope you're doing better. Also, I'm kind of glad that you missed the last segment yesterday, because the last segment was pretty much doing a send-off to Vosh's cat, so it was kind of sad, but... what's up, Bloodstone? 20 minutes until end of work day. Woo woo! Hey, no, you be good. No. No. Why are you being aggressive today, huh? Don't be aggressive with him. No. He's doing typical dog stuff today with this cat. Like, I swear to God, like every once in a while they'll do the Garfield Odie thing where it's just like it just turns on and he is right back to just being like, primal instincts, I'm gonna get him. My poor kitty, he just went, yeah, well, I know. Oh man, everybody say hi to the pupper. He's doing well. Oh crap, I forgot to do that. Here, give me 1 second. I keep doing this, man. I keep forgetting to turn this on. There we go. Alrighty. So everybody excited for the show today? Because, honestly, man, I actually had to go on, I had to go and dust off the old Twitter account to kind of get some of the news that I wanted to cover today. So I hope you guys appreciate this. The fact that I even went on social media. Ugh. Man. And like, you know what sucks? It is so true that like you just can't ignore it. Like I started going down a little bit of a doom scroll where I was just like, oh, I'm doing it. And I was just like, cancel. I'm done. I got my story. But I cannot stand it. I don't want to doom scroll, especially I'm covering it today, but after everything that happened with Mark Zuckerberg, sorry, we've been dealing with the other dipshit for so long. That honestly, like, there's some, now I'm really rethinking all of my social media use, because all I really use is pretty much Facebook, and it's only for well, now doing this channel, but also I follow like a few the groups, but even those have gotten just like, they've become cesspools. They're the worst. Like they used to be little like contained spaces for your nerddom, but then it's just or whatever the hell you're interested in, and then the most toxic people just literally took it over. Everything's fine, thanks, I'm not drunk today, sorry for my mental breakdown. You know what, I appreciate your coming and sharing that with us. I honestly, man, like I actually do. I'm sorry that that happened, but I'm glad that you were at least able to come here and have a good place to be. Same on YT, but that's it. Nice. Yeah, see, that's pretty much it. Where like I only had a YouTube account for the longest time. YouTube was my first social media account. I never installed TikTok because I know how bad it would be for me. Oh, see, I appreciate that. I did the same thing. I literally did the same thing until I started this channel. I started my TikTok for this channel. I still will not. TikTok, on because you don't have it, you don't know, where you open the app and it takes you right to a video. Doesn't matter if you follow them or not. Yo, what's up, Ilirda? I'm glad that you can be here. But honestly, that's what I hate about it. I hate the fact that it just like takes you right in and it's just like, come on, let's get them, come on. And I'm just like, no. I know that there's a hook. I only upload. And honestly, I'm kind of debating starting to shift gears with that. I'm not sure if I should like maybe do more political content or literally rename my TikTok for something, because the only things I post to TikTok are my animal videos, like of my animals, because they actually are like content machines. We literally call our cat Content Cat because he just is Content Cat. And then I also post just opening Pokemon cards, because why not? It's one of the best, like, it's the best thing to do. You know, as far as it's the most exciting part about opening packs of cards. I don't care what card game you play. It's so much fun. What was that? Was that you? Sounded like something got knocked over. I don't like it. Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing? It sucks. The guard dog's out, so last night is a perfect example of why it doesn't take Facebook to ban me. Oh my god, are you one of those guys like that, like you get off on getting, I got put in Facebook jail? God, there's nothing lamer than that. Especially when like somebody would just, they think they're so edgy where they're just like, dude, I'm in Facebook jail right now, like my 5th time. They haven't even banned my account. Whatever. Cats are pure comedy in animal form. I love this little idiot. Yeah. I get him. I'm gonna get him. What are you doing? Say hello to everybody. Yes. Hello. Oh. Because it's the witching hour. That's why he's just like, because I must go cause problems. Go cause problems. Not too many. Ugh. Fire Fist Ace. Hello from the new office. From our new office. Oh, hey. How'd that go? I hope the transition was smooth. I know that, there was a little bit of nervousness there. Hey! I saw that side eye. I have like this rule where if you can see the white of his eye, it's like, uh-oh, he's thinking about it. Yeah, he's a goofy goober. It's funny, I actually kind of figured out yesterday that, my cat, like, this little guy, this little booger, who is being so naughty right now. He looks a lot like Vosh's cat Ruben, where they have, he's not orange, obviously, but he's got the, little pug face. He's so cute. He also has, like, he has not even just his whiskers, he's got, like, little freckles. They're so adorable. Invisible friend, are we going to need a hell of a lot of more wholesome pet content for the next 4 years? Oh, hell yeah. Hey. Now we're doing the comics again. Yeah, see? Hey, hello, everybody. I'm a problem child. Look at me. Oh, upstairs. It's funny, I have one cat that he's like the best, but he only comes out and like hangs out with me and my wife. So like I have friends that are just convinced he doesn't even exist. But he's so good. Oh my. Invisible. I actually missed the old 1980s giant office building. We went from a 74,000 square foot to a 28,000. Shows how much the company has downsized through the years. Oh, geez. Yeah, but that's got to feel a little bit more intimate, at least. There could be some good sides to that. Is it a newer building? Like, did they put you in a newer one, or is it just like they bought like one of those? Was it like a plaza? My cat's literally by my side, and he makes it a point to touch me. If he's not touching me, he's not happy. Yeah, you know what? That's him. That's little booger that I just took upstairs. Cause yeah, he's I'm telling you, man. There's having cats that like test your patience, and then there's having cats that are just so like he gives me cuteness aggression. Like I'm sure all of you have gotten it where it's like something just so cute you're like I must. Where you just want to squish their face, but you're like I don't know why, but you're so cute. I just want to squish. Yeah, he definitely brings that out. But he's also like, as I said, man, he's such a pistol. Like, he can go from being the cutest thing, you know, you're rubbing his belly, to all of a sudden, he'll just, like, jump over the couch and just start clawing, you know, something that he's not supposed to be clawing. It's like, why? I found out on a conference call today, everyone company-wide gets an 11% pay cut. Oh, and it couldn't even be like a 4%. They had to go and actually like, they're just like, oh, maybe we could push it over 10%. 11% perhaps? 12% would be a bridge too far. Ugh. I'm sorry that happened to you. That sucks. It's in the Continental Towers by Ventura. Oh, I actually know exactly what you're talking about. Cool. And Mitsu was a Japanese grocery store. It's really cool. Definitely the place to go for any of, like, you know, the authentic Japanese experience of as much as you can. What are you doing? Here, come here. I'm gonna close the door. You're too distracted. You're distracting me. Here, lay down. What's going on today, huh? What's going on today? He's been in a mood too, to be completely honest. Not sure if there's something like a full moon or anything like that going on. Oh, by the way, if anybody's on the West Coast, yeah, are you guys seeing like the smoke plumes from LA? And how is that? And if you're in LA, let me know like how you're doing. Especially if you're anywhere near Malibu, which, let's be honest, every time that I saw that it's like, the wildfires are hitting Malibu, and then I saw the first celebrity that I saw say that he had to evacuate and that he was leaving was James Woods. So that kind of made me feel a little bit better. Honestly. All these guys with their freaking, they probably have like 7 houses, you know. It's the people that don't have anywhere to go that we have to sit there we actually have to worry about. But then, of course, you have people like the media immediately just going, oh, you know, we have to really, we have to go focus on some of the celebrity stories because, you know, woof, that stinks big farts. Yeah, man. I can't believe they give you a freaking Happy New Year. By the way, you're making less. Man, that really sucks. I'm so sorry. I know, and I shouldn't even be the one apologizing. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. LA looks like a post-apocalyptic movie. I mean, it really does right now. Here, I can actually, let's start the let's start the show officially here. So, that's the opposite of a COLA. I need to figure out how to unionize my company so we get appropriate COLAs. Every time I see COLA, like not even, I don't even think of like soda. I think of plants and the COLA. So, I was watching somebody on the Today Show, some guy I don't know, and he was being live interviewed in New York, and he just stopped the interview and said, I think my house is burning down. Oh. Dude, that's gotta be wild. You're looking at your Ring doorbell cam, like you're on vacation, and you're just like, wait a minute, what's going on? Oh man, that's gotta suck. Alright, so I'm not sure if you guys have been seeing a little bit of the stuff blowing up on Twitter about Ethan Klein, because Ethan Klein just can't help himself. Like, I thought I was done talking about the Ethan Klein Hasan drama because I thought that had kind of passed. And it's kind of funny because even when I started this, I was kind of like, I don't even like calling it drama because it was over Palestine, and calling, Israel-Palestine debates drama really deludes the whole thing. But now this is exactly what it is. Like, it's turned into just catty Ethan being obsessed for some reason, which I always go scorn lover syndrome, where it's like he platonically, but he was hetero, in love with Hasan, and he's got scorn lover syndrome, man. So yeah, honestly, like, this brought me back to Twitter. I was just explaining in my chat that I very scarcely use Twitter. I try to not use any social media, to be completely honest, which, yeah, pretty antithetical to trying to build a YouTube channel, but I'm also trying to keep my mental health, as much as I possibly can, because even just doing this, as much as I love it, does get a little, little testing. But that's why I'm kind of like surprised that Ethan is still obsessed with the Hasan stuff. Like, I'm kind of starting to think that maybe he has a little bit of the internet brain rot, or even just like the streamer brain rot, where he sees that his videos, like his private videos at least, are doing a lot better when he talks about Hasan. So it could very well be that, or it could be what I said, choice A, where it's kind of scorn lover syndrome, where it's just like he really cannot get over the fact that Hasan does not want to be friends with him, and he just wants to go scorched earth with it. So first off, let's take a look at what's going on here. Screen capture. Here we go. My bad. I had the wrong screen captured. I almost went to my next story. Wow, look at that. An actual X feed. Which, if you guys must, you want to follow me on X, you can. I'd prefer not, because I just don't like X. I'm not even sure if that's actually going to be something that I would say to do. Sorry, I just had a fleeting thought there with it. All right, so get this. Retired from Twitter. Apologies, I never got back to your DMs. Contact me. Blah blah blah. Oh yeah, that's H3's. So I guess he's off Twitter, but here, I don't know where he posted this then. Ethan Klein, while his family is under threat of evacuation or worse, can only think of Hasan, while the impending video trashing Hasan that he's soon to release. I think we can safely say that Hasan is not thinking about Ethan, especially right now. What an absolute ghoul. Like, seriously, dude. Like, you want to talk about being obsessed to the point where it's toxic? This is it. This is it. You see that, like, that little hue there? That means that it's much closer to him than he's even anticipating, because, like, the one thing that we cannot fathom is how quickly those winds are pushing the wildfires, and that's one thing I was reading about yesterday, where they had 99 per mile winds. So, Squishmallow Dragon, you follow me on Twitter. Yay. I'm so thrilled. Sorry. I feel like it's kind of counterintuitive for me to even promote it, because I'm like, I don't do anything with it. I'm never on it. So that's why you don't see me really promoting my socials so much, because I'm even on Facebook. Like, I just kind of repost the videos, or like I upload videos that I put on YouTube. So just follow me on Musk. Ew. I like how I tell people, I'm like, okay, all right. Just another bad take from a complete moron who doesn't know anything. He literally never leaves his house. F you, Ethan Klein.
People didn't like Jimmy Carter, though, because, I mean, at the time, because he gave our work to get the Panama Canal back to the people of Panama. So he's basically sacrificed his political career to do so.
And what do we get from that exactly?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he's doing something that's helping people, but...
No. What did we get from it?
From giving back the Panama Canal?
Yeah, what did we get out of it?
Peace of mind.
Oh, God, is he going full Trump now, too?
Shut up.
People that live there.
That's why he's fucking dead and nobody cares.
He gave away the Panama Canal?
Yeah, dude, imagine all the fucking income, all the revenue.
Trump is trying to reverse that.
Well, it's a little late for that now. Now we can't just go take it back, give backs.
Yeah, it's not a great look, is it?
I don't think that's a possibility that he can go take the canal back.
Well, anything is possible with God.
You'd have to do a military takeover, which would be insane. There had to be more to it than that. Just altruism. He gave it back out of respect for Panamanian sovereignty.
Oh my God!
Improving US Latin American relations.
I didn't even think about this angle. The whole Jimmy Carter thing with the fact that the flag is at half-mast and he's so mad about it. Do you think that that's why he's just like, you know what? One of the things that he accomplished, the Panama Canal, I'm going to take it over. I'm going to make sure that this becomes associated with me. Fuck you, Jimmy Carter. Who's at half-mast now?
Strategic long-term stability, negotiated treaty terms, outlined the gradual transfer of the canal.
You didn't get a notification?
Yada, yada, yada.
Really?
Moral, ethical, boring.
What the hell is going on with... I gotta be honest, man. That happened to me yesterday, too, and I kind of noticed. I was just like, what is going on? Like, none of my notifications are going out on YouTube.
He did it for all the wrong reasons. Can you imagine a president at any modern day situation just giving back a fucking canal?
Well,
dude, he really... Even if he's joking here, dude, oh my God. It's so stupid, it must be true. That's our reality. It really is, man. It really is. Ethan Klein's spent his winter break with a lawyer trying to stop people on Reddit from making fun of him. Ethan Klein hired an attorney to issue copyright claims against RH3 Snark. For detailed timeline, on December 17th, 2024... H3 Snark mods were sent evidence of an attorney acting on behalf of TED Entertainment and has filed DMCA takedown notices against the videos on this. Oh, man. So he's literally going after clip channels. Now, that's... Dude, what the hell? Ethan! What is going on with him? God, see, this is why I really am of the mind of do not stan anybody. You can appreciate people's work, even me. You can, but man, putting them on some kind of pedestal, because that's it happened to me. I did it with Ethan, and I thought that, God, I remember one day I literally said, I feel like he could be the next Howard Stern. Ugh. I feel like a pit in my stomach from the fact that I said something like that, and I meant it. I actually meant it. Ugh. All right, now let's see what Hasan had to say about it, if he covered it at all, because, you know, there's this whole fire going on. Did he cover it? 2 months, 1 year, 1 month? Nope, he did not. He hasn't talked about it yet. Good. Honestly, that makes me happy. That kind of tells me that, although his son's literally live right now, probably talking about it. I could probably just pop in there. My Twitch stream not working? Okay, no, it is. Okay. Hold on. Well, then let's go to Hasan's X real quick. Brief. Los Angeles is on fire. Wildfire watch. Not an evac zone. Talking. Oh, he's not in an evac zone. Okay, cool. All right, that's good. Well, then we got that update at least. Does anyone have access to private firefighters to protect our home in Pacific Palisades? Need to act fast here. All neighbors' houses are burning. Will pay any amount. LOL. Thank you. That's Lolo overruled. Who the hell? Here, guys. I wasn't gonna go through the... Again, this is why I don't go on Twitter, so I might as well just... I'm going to flip and quit. Oh. What's up, Eve? Good thing we cut the fire department funding by $23 million while increasing the police department budget by $138 million. The cops will shoot at the fire. Nice. Mark Zuck moves right, tackling censorship. Trump makes absolutely insane promises and more. Oh God, maybe I need to actually. Man, I hate to say this. Yeah, I don't know about that though, because like that's a totally different like thing now, where it's like, yeah, again, this Keith Wasserman guy, like, dude, I love the fact that he found that too. You gotta love the rich folk. Just, can I get a private fire force? Yeah. Alright, well that means that there will be clips of that tomorrow. So, that's a tomorrow problem then. We will continue the rest of this story and hopefully finish the segment out when we got some news on the Ethan front, so... But until then, we got Jesse Ventura, so. So Jesse Ventura went on Fox News, and he has absolutely had it with the BS. I love the fact that he's not only back in the media, and like he's actually working with the WWE again. He's at his best again. Like I think that he got over the conspiracy stuff a little. There is a few things that he seems to be holding on to, but like the weather machine, that one I know that he let go of. That was kind of cool. So yeah, let's enjoy Hasan covering the fact that we have one of the coolest ex-WWE superstars in politics right now, and he has been pretty consistent, so.
She should apologize to me for the lie that her husband told about me.
Dude, come on, dude. Legend, dude. God, he's so sick. Here's the top governor, Jesse Ventura, being a legit
There should not be one billionaire in America.
I love him. We're going to have Jesse Ventura on Leftovers, hopefully.
And I'll tell you why. Because there is nobody that
put the governor right here.
To earn
the governor of Minnesota.
Dollars. And my argument is this. The two jobs I did.
He's such a Ledge, dude.
The fact that I
Absolute
have an
ledge.
action
God, I
figure
love
of him
so
as the
much.
My
governor
life
makes me so
that were
happy.
physically the most demanding and mentally the most difficult that I ever did paid me the least amount of money. One was going through buds, and I challenge any billionaire to put up with 6 weeks of that shit at $62 every 2 weeks.
Oh my God, this is he's rocking the riff raff Rocky Horror hairdo.
And the second was right before.
That's okay. So a little story on that one. He was on the Opie and Anthony show, and at one point he was kind of like trying to bully Jimmy Norton because he was not having Jimmy Norton's crap, and he was just like, "Thank you for your service," and he's just like, "Don't condescend to me, you and your Rocky riff raff Rocky Horror hairdo."
Before I went in the Navy,
It was one of the best lines, and then he just sat there staring at him like,
couple bucks above minimum wage. I worked for the
Sasso doing Ventura to Ventura is one of the best. Yeah, that's one of my favorite videos like on the internet.
bridge crew, and you know what my job was? I worked a 4-day work.
Damn, he should go back
10
on Rogan.
hours a day, so
Absolutely, and I hope Rogan starts realizing that with this Trump presidency that he needs to start, like, I'm at least, fingers crossed, hoping that enough comedians will even say, "Hey man, you notice that things aren't going as well as we thought they would."
I could have Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the weekend. You're 18, of course you're going to do that. But I worked 40 hours in 4 days on the bridge crew, and guess what I did? Ran the 80-pound jackhammer.
Dude, you know that I was an underwater demolitions expert in the U.S. Navy SEALs?
I challenge any billionaire to run the
This is why I
jackhammer
know
for
this.
40 hours 1 week and tell me he works hard.
Jimmy Norton is actually putting another special out. It's he's filming it on this tour right now. He actually just got married to his trans wife. I'm so happy that he's finally living his best life, because he used to make fun of that all the time and just be like, "Yeah, you know, I go get trans hookers," and then everybody would make fun of him for it. And then now it's just literally normalized, and the only people who don't normalize it are the very worst of the community. And honestly, I think that's why he's kind of leaving that space. I think he's kind of left Trump land.
Harder than that.
Jimmy Norton, he's a kind of popular comedian. He has a show on Sirius XM, the Jim and Sam show, and he was the third mic for the Opie and Anthony show.
No, he doesn't. That's why I believe there should not be a billionaire in the world.
He's so sick. He's so sick. I love him. And before everybody says like, he's a conspiracy theorist, I don't care. I love him for the conspiracy theories as well.
Can't trust him. I'm not friends with anyone I don't trust. I have to have a trust with someone to be their friend. And
Thank God he finally,
he's the one that ratted me to Vince when I tried to
Yep. Oh my God, he's talking about Hulk Hogan.
unionize.
Which, by the way, I wish I could play it. Apparently, WWE is withholding permissions from even like wrestling channels for the clips of Hulk Hogan getting booed out of the stadium.
Would I vote for Jesse Ventura? In a heartbeat. I wouldn't even think about it.
Oh, yeah.
I illegally voted for Jesse Ventura in
Vote
the
for
last,
me.
presidential
You got to
election. I
move
wrote
to
him in.
Minnesota.
Found that out under federal
Sorry.
deposition when Vince was put under
put him
sworn,
back.
and he didn't hesitate at all. I told my lawyer the story, and in deposition you could ask about anything. And so I wanted to know who ratted me in the locker room, because there were no agents, no one from the office was in there when I did it. So it had to be one of the boys. And when my attorney said, "Is there?"
Writing in isn't illegal. Come on. Yeah, no, I wrote it in illegally because
Yeah, I was about to say Norton's podcast with his wife is called Sword Fight.
I went to old folks' homes in the state of California, and I beat up all the old people and stole all their ballots. And then I wrote in Jesse Ventura's name on all of their ballots. Yeah.
Mr. McMahon, has there ever been a union in wrestling? And Vince said no. He said, has anyone ever tried to? And Vince said, well, I think Jesse Ventura spouted his mouth off about it once before.
Oh my God, that guy looks just like Jonathan Taves, the hockey player.
My attorney said, did you hear Mr. Ventura? No. Well, then how do you know he did? With no hesitation, Vince went, Hulk Hogan told me. And I didn't show any emotion, but I almost tipped over in the chair because he was my friend. And I thought, but then I understand why. When we went to court, I saw in WrestleMania 3, Hogan got paid more than all of us combined. Now, why would he want a union when he's getting taken care of? Imagine that, WrestleMania 3, 93,000.
Yeah, right after WrestleMania 2, where he tried to actually do the union. It's one of the most awkward things that you can watch. You can totally watch it on Peacock right now. Go to WrestleMania 2 and you get to the halfway point and you see Jesse kind of he's standing in the background, but he doesn't look like he's dejected. After the halfway point, he looks like he was crying.
1,000 people, and he got more than Andre the Giant and all the rest of us combined. If there was a union, would that happen? No.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan's a piece of shit. God, I love him. I love Jesse Ventura so much. On April 9th, 2011, when Piers Morgan of CNN asked Ventura for his official view of the events of 9/11, Ventura said,
"What would you have done on September the 12th, 2001? What would you have done if you'd been president?"
What would I have done?
Yeah.
I would have done a legitimate investigation to find out what exactly happened on 9/11. How did they know who did this so quickly like they did Lee Harvey Oswald? How quick they knew Lee Harvey Oswald killed Kennedy.
Because the people who did it were identified and we knew who they were.
Well, then why couldn't we have stopped them beforehand if they were identified and we knew who
Boom.
It was a failure of intelligence. Everyone's accepted
No, it wasn't.
No, you accepted that. See, when he says it was a failure of intelligence, everybody accepted that. He's just like, I accepted that, so that must mean that's the public consensus.
And we knew before with Condoleezza Rice's memo on August 6th when it stated in the
Condoleezza
memo,
Rice, haven't heard that name in a while.
To steal planes and run them into buildings. And more stuff is coming out now also, how much
now you can see how I was part of this.
The Bush administration ignored the intelligence. It was almost like
I grew up a Hulkamaniac and my childhood was a lie. Well, see, my childhood was perfectly fine and never tarnished because I was a Jesse the Body fan and I also loved Macho Man. I liked the bad guys and Roddy Piper.
They ignored it because they wanted it to happen.
Oh, come off it, Jesse.
No.
You know, Razor Ramon, you gotta like the bad guy.
Gotta come off it. Wait a minute. Every war fought starts with a false flag operation.
Did you that face?
my theory on 9/11 is that we certainly, at the best we knew, it was going to happen, brother. They allowed it to happen to further their agenda.
Why didn't they?
In the Middle East.
How did they know?
And go to these wars. Stick to Trump impressions? Shut up. The funniest shit was a Chris Kyle lawsuit. Yes, I will forever.
Actually, yeah, stick to Trump impressions because I got this one covered, buddy.
Defend.
I am the left now.
Jesse Ventura, no matter what, because
look at me. I am the left podcaster now. I'm the leftist streamer now.
The slanderous lies that Chris Kyle told about him. Chris Kyle lied and said, Chris Kyle lied a lot for the record. He's a
if you guys must know, I see zeros after all of my after the numbers. It's just it's a condition at this point.
Liars. That's just almost all of all. I'll say it. All Navy SEALs that write books, except for Jesse Ventura, are liars. Okay. They lie
Why
all
is
the
Jesse
time.
Ventura growing hair? I actually have an answer for that because apparently his wife likes it.
Exaggerate what they've done. They take credit for shit that they didn't do. Chris Kyle was a hero, brother. No, he wasn't. How did that thing survive? Gigantic monster, awful guy. Chris Kyle protected the Capitol during the Hurricane Katrina. No, he didn't.
Cactus Jack was your king of wrestling. Nice.
He lied. He lied about shooting black people off the top of the Superdome. Okay.
American Sniper, and I've had a lot of choice words to say about him. So people get mad at me
Chris Kyle.
He's a hero. Yeah. Okay, he served. Jesse, you ever served with anyone that didn't tell the truth before?
They have a term for it.
Yeah.
It's very well known in the Navy. It's called a sea story.
Yeah. So having nothing to do with your lawsuit, Chris Kyle was not sitting on top of the Superdome shooting random people in the middle of Hurricane Katrina. Of course he wasn't. That's an obvious lie, right? So there's so many things.
Elite. I wish my husband would grow his hair out at least a little. He did try, but he couldn't stand it. Honestly, if you're going from short hair to long hair, the most annoying thing is getting used to it hitting like the back of your neck and also getting like in your face. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. I almost didn't do it.
You sued him because he lied about you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I used to have like the I called it the David Tennant. Like I literally had like the faux hawk, but mine looked like David Tennant.
The story broke, living off the grid in Mexico. I couldn't defend myself. All I could do was Skype my attorney and bring a lawsuit immediately to stop it. And then I didn't return until May. And by then the damage had all been done. I lost my television show over it, Conspiracy Theory.
Conspiracy.
I
Oh, that's why.
could not get any employment in the United States because of it. I was a pariah for defending myself, and all the time they portrayed it that I was, after he died, that I was going after the widow and the children, which wasn't true, because anyone that's written a book, in the contract, any lawsuits are handled by the publishing company, and they have insurance, and they have their lawyers to handle that. So the family was never in jeopardy of losing anything, and I wasn't out for money. I was out to clear my name, and he wouldn't do it when I met him face to face. He did, for all the courage he had, he didn't have the courage to tell the truth.
So yeah, he's the GOAT. I love him. He is exactly the thing is, he is exactly the right amount of stubborn. You know what I mean? He's such a GOAT. He is an incredibly stubborn guy. I mean, dude, you're talking about a guy who was a Navy SEAL, who then, went into professional wrestling, became a governor. Like, it doesn't get any better than that. Like, he's just the GOAT. I also think he's the type of dude who could, do you think he could be president? No. Unfortunately,
No, yeah.
America's not ready for that. Okay. Yeah. But the reality is,
I think so.
I would vote for him if he actually ran for president. I don't know. I feel like he is like our Donald Trump. He's like the leftist Donald Trump, I guess. You know what I mean? If there was ever one, like a really unique dude with a lot of,
I would love that to be true.
Psychotic perspectives in many respects, but also is like, his heart's in the right place overall. I don't know. He'd be great. Doesn't he have some conspiracy theory weirdo takes? He does, which literally I think would genuinely be a benefit. I'm not even kidding. I think that his weirdo conspiracy theory takes would make him relatable and would probably make him more likely to win. Yeah, I mean, here's
numbers speak for themselves.
Were you high when you sued Chris Kyle's widow?
Was I high? You know, that's a question, and I expect it from someone from Fox.
Just a serious question.
No, it ain't.
I love how he's always got that shit eating just. His own mom is just like, you're such a dillhole.
Because I never sued the widow. I sued him.
Okay, well, she's suffering a lot of pain.
No, she isn't.
How do you know that?
Because insurance pays for it all. She hasn't paid 1 cent. How do I know it? It's my case.
So you stand by that?
The case got overturned because the truth came out. Insurance is paying for all of it. It isn't costing his family a cent. That's the way legal works if you do your homework.
Would you
Jesse Waters. Just watching Jesse Waters melt into the puddle.
apologize to her?
No, she should apologize to me for the lie that her husband told about me. Why would I apologize? I didn't do anything. You only apologize if you've done something wrong, pal.
Pal. Dude, come on, dude. What a
I love it.
Legend.
Pal.
God, he's so sick.
Forgot that he did the freaking dance. Yeah, you won't catch me doing that shit. Oh man, dude, that was awesome. Oh my god, that was even better than I thought. Oh man, loved it. He should DDT Jesse Waters. That I would. Oh, I love it. I would pay to see it. God, although I don't know. After the whole debacle with that, God, I forgot his name. Mushnick, Phil Mushnick. He used to do hit pieces for, like, I think it was the New York Post about Vince McMahon. But yeah, it's at one point he got threatened. Oh wait, no, it wasn't Mushnick who actually got punched for calling it fake. Oh god, I forgot. He was a really just dip. I'll give you a $500 dono if you do the dance. Capitalism reigns. Uh-oh. Oh, give me a minute to let me look up those dance moves real quick. Oh, God. I betray my principles so easily. I appreciate that. Oh, you gotta love the internet. Say you don't want to do something and immediately everybody's just like, hey, I'm a liar, by the way. Listen, I know that you're in the middle of a move, dude. Come on. Although that would be amazing. Oh my god. Damn, homie. You start high in the auction sphere. Yeah, no kidding. Sorry, y'all. I gotta go. All right. Thank you for stopping by. Dance. Yeah. Have fun. Be safe. Be gay. Do crime. I think I can do 1, 2, at least 3 of those. I mean, you could argue that all 4, except not in the way you think. Firefist just might punk you. I mean, dude, that'd be crazy. Honestly, if I saw that $500 dono from Firefist, I'd just be like, "Oh no, he was serious." Oh man. Bad. Trump voters car crash. All right, so then I got another segment that I want to do here coming up. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's just lead into it because it does tie into Vince McMahon. So, all right. So let's talk about the Mark Zuckerberg news that came out today that he is going to stop doing community notes and fact checking on Facebook, which there's a little bit more to it than has been reported on by certain news outlets. I hate to say, MSNBC actually did their due diligence with this one, so let's take a look.
Media company yielding to Donald Trump's demands, ousting fact checkers, crediting Trump's election victory, and taking an unusual step of adding a Trump loyalist to its board. Now, I'm going to get into this right now. It's a striking development for information, politics, and democracy, and it would be true if this were just news about a single outlet, like a newspaper or a single news channel. But it's actually far broader. This is about Facebook's parent company, Meta, which is one of the 10 largest companies on Earth, over $1 trillion company. It
Still
reaches
don't understand that.
3 billion people with a B. It is, of course, run by Mark Zuckerberg, who is the 3rd richest person on Earth. He recently met with President-elect Trump.
That's being very, very generous.
Mar-a-Lago.
I don't consider him a person.
This news is breaking today with a Zuckerberg video and a rollout on Fox News.
We're going to get rid of fact checkers. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point.
There's an opportunity here with a new president taking office.
We're going to work with President Trump.
The message is clear. Get rid of the fact checkers that Trump doesn't like. Reflect the tipping point of the win, as Zuckerberg called it. And remember, most voters use Facebook or Instagram. So these changes will shape the information, and whether it's fact-checked or not, that most people get.
Does that scare anybody? That most voters, because did you catch that? Like the people who actually show up are the ones that are on Facebook?
In this coming era. It is telling and should be noted when powerful
That's
companies proclaim they are ditching fact-checking pursuant to a political agenda. Now, studies had shown the fact-checking that is being ditched, that I just showed you, and I'm going to show you more of what Zuckerberg says, it did work. It cut down on belief in falsehoods. Zuckerberg cites Elon Musk's X in his announcement, and he cites Trump. So this isn't one of those times where we have to sort of wonder, is it a coincidence and the timing? No, Zuckerberg is making it very clear what this is for. He had previously also turned down the volume on political and civic content. If you hear people talk about algorithms and things like that, well, there are various ways that these companies basically can include more or less of something. Now, and this is important, heading towards the second Trump term, Zuckerberg says suddenly right now is the time to bring back civic posts for this new Trump era.
First, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes, similar to X, starting in the US. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. We're bringing back civic content. For a while, the community...
Hanging necklaces look so dumb. Can we just all agree that hanging necklaces, especially with the baggy shirts, let's not bring that one back.
asked to see less politics because it was making people stressed. So we stopped recommending these posts. But it feels like we're in a new era now, and we're starting to get feedback that people want to see this content again. So we're going to start phasing this back into Facebook, Instagram, and Threads.
Mark Zuckerberg is part of a company, and a company can generally run its business how they choose within the law. But this is very clearly a shift from the fact-checking Zuckerberg used to tout.
In 2016, we began to face new kinds of threats, and after years of preparation, we were ready to defend against them. We've built sophisticated systems to protect against election interference, and we introduced new policies to combat voter suppression and misinformation. Still, the pandemic created new challenges. how to handle misinformation about COVID and voting by mail, how to prepare people for the reality that results would take time. We worked with local election officials to remove false claims about polling conditions that might lead to voter suppression. We partnered with Reuters and the National Election Pool to provide reliable information.
You do know that the whole reason that they had to even start instituting fact checkers is because they were solely responsible for a mass killing.
About results.
I think
information.
Yeah, I think it was Syria.
And on he went. And that was just 4 years ago. And if you, again, listen to the substance of what he's saying, the point here is not whether he's the most perfect video presenter ever. That doesn't matter. It's not how he's built his power or his very effective company. What he was saying there was we're working with elections officials, not just people posting made-up stuff.
That was kind of a nice little dig. Where it's just like, hey, man, you kind of made your company based on this and you can't even do it.
Working with lawyers.
Like, you have billions of dollars. You couldn't even, like, offer, one streamer just, hey, would you mind coming and, like, over and helping me set this up so I don't look like a complete ass?
And other reliable press outlets. That was just 4 years ago. So what's changed? It's our job here to be as fair and open-minded as possible. We don't have a brain scan or a lie detector of what moved Zuckerberg, although I've shown you there are business pressures. I've shown you there were threats from the incoming president-elect. We've heard a lot of debate about whether to take Donald Trump literally or figuratively, and what we do when we have an incoming leader who speaks so openly about abusing power, which would be unconstitutional, whatever the Supreme Court has said, if you are still an officer in the United States and you are asked to, say, use federal powers or weapons against, say, a peaceful opposition, that's not unlawful order. You're not supposed to carry it out. But we have someone who's been talking about that. Jailing opponents, jailing Liz Cheney, jailing Mark Zuckerberg. Has that affected Zuckerberg? Is that why we're seeing this big change of heart? Is it the other business pressures I mentioned? Is it reaction to the threats? We have an update on this today. The president-elect was asked, I should say, and then he answered on this very question during the press conference on his view today.
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past?
Hey, Brandon. We're talking about the Mark Zuckerberg news.
That's the sitting incoming president saying probably with regard to the question about Zuckerberg. And so
capitalism is coming to its natural conclusion, kind of like Monopoly. I'm hopeful because this doesn't make any sense. Where does it go after they hoard all the money and then everybody just realizes it and we're all miserable? Then what?
So tonight I have to say, if that is incorrect,
do they not see that?
It is up to Mark Zuckerberg to respond. He just shared his video today.
Good luck, imprisoning the entire population at that point.
Okay. The president-elect just
except for, the 5% of bootlickers that are still, no, 25. I'll at least be fair.
As a business leader with a fiduciary duty to the company and the users, and as a citizen, really, to just be honest about what's going on. So in addition to my reporting tonight, I have to say, Mark, is the president-elect right? Did you do this over his threats or not? There are many people facing pressures far more severe than Mr. Zuckerberg, with far less Capitol bodyguards, lawyers, and the rest. From the Capitol Police, who fought off Trump's violent fans 4 years ago in a day, to Liz Cheney or other public servants who I mentioned. Mark Zuckerberg is the third richest person in the world. He ought to be able to speak about the basic facts here rather than being stunned or scared into silence. And to leave this unaddressed is to basically close the circle and leave the impression that the president-elect is right and he was threatened into this. And again, there are a lot of people in a lot more vulnerable positions or more difficult positions who've shown plenty of courage. All Mr. Zuckerberg has to do is tell the truth. Were you threatened into this or not? Facebook has this enormous power or information. It shapes what people see, whether they're looking to discuss democracy, politics, or not. And they've had other problems that have nothing to do with partisanship. We've covered this repeatedly. We did a multi-part series on Facebook on this show. If you saw that back in the day, Zuckerberg apologized at a Senate hearing.
You don't need to imprison those who are too weak from hunger to revolt.
Hearing about their failures on children's online safety. Amnesty found that poor moderation, basically erring on the side of allowing things to go up immediately, contributed to hate crimes, to mass violence. And again, this isn't just about red, blue.
That'll be happening a lot faster than anybody thinks.
America. This is a huge issue all over the world, as we have covered. When you go back to 2016, which first sparked many of these debates, Facebook acknowledged that when it came to misinformation going into 2016, it wasn't a million or two people. It was over 100 million Americans who were exposed to foreign election propaganda, which we should be concerned about as Americans, not red or blue, but just that we ought to make these decisions with our own facts among our own citizens and not allow our companies and seeking profits to let foreign governments hijack our minds, our information, our phones, or our elections. Zuckerberg did, I want to note, ultimately apologize for all that. He initially said that he opposed the criticism that it was crazy to say they had any election problem, but then he said after the election, I made that comment. I thought the idea that misinformation on Facebook changed the outcome of the election was a, quote, crazy idea. Calling that, quote, crazy was dismissive, and I regret it. He said, this was 2017, quote, this is too important an issue to be dismissive. And the Senate, in its own way, has brought him and other tech executives forward, where he also spoke on this.
It's clear now that we didn't do enough to prevent these tools from being used for harm as well. And that goes for fake news, for foreign interference in elections, and hate speech, as well as developers and data privacy. We didn't take a broad enough view of our responsibility, and that was a big mistake. And it was my mistake, and I'm sorry. I started Facebook, I run it, and I'm responsible for what happens here.
Yes, you are. That was 2018. So one strand of this story might just be the typical business thing, and one of the reasons why we've covered how so many Americans across the spectrum are fed up and done with the profiteering, greed, hypocrisy, and lies of so many leaders in business. Because I've just shown you, took a couple minutes, hope you stayed with me, but I showed you through a couple minutes the zigging and the zagging and the back and forth, and none of these things are internally consistent. So maybe it's just a business version of how people who make their priority just building the biggest business possible, if that's their priority, everything else comes second, and they will say and do all sorts of things to just keep it moving. And that's a business thing, and that's something we have to cover. But the other piece of this, the unanswered question from Mr. Zuckerberg tonight, after the president-elect called him out and said, yep, I control that guy, I threatened him into this. Are you going to respond to that? Are you going to speak up for that? Are you going to be one of the richest, most powerful people in the world and not even be able to use your voice through your lawyer or your spokesperson or another video to address whether you have the ability and the fortitude to stand up during a time where there are people, including apparently the president-elect, announcing that their threats and their abuse of power, their threats to do it, are going to change the way millions and hundreds of millions of people get information and facts at a time when you're ditching fact-checking and our democracy, in a very real way, could be the victim.
All right. Well, that brings us to some more news here. So I'm not sure if you guys saw that while all this is happening, Dana White was just made part of the Facebook board. And yeah, get this. Some old skeletons are coming out just because, you know, anytime that Dana White is pretty prominent in the news, it's always a good time to remind ourselves that he is a massive piece of crap. Video of UFC CEO Dana White hitting his wife is recirculating online after Meta announced yesterday that the high-profile ally of President-elect Donald Trump was joining the tech giant's board. Now, here's the thing. He kind of pulled a Dick Cheney, where even though there's video evidence, even though we've seen it with our own eyes, she says, pay no mind. You didn't see, you don't know, you weren't there, you weren't part of the fight. I deserved it. And I'm sorry. Like, seriously, guys, it's so disheartening. Like, when you realize it's exactly what happened. The short clip first obtained by TMZ shows White and his wife Ann exchanging slaps in the VIP area of the Cabo nightclub in New York on New Year's Eve in 2022. Oh God, I forgot that it was that recent. Before the mixed martial arts MMA mogul forcibly grabs and restrains her. Following White's unexpected appointment to Meta's board, onlookers, including company employees, reposted clips of the apparent assault, accusing Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg of overlooking the MMA buddies' indiscretions to curry favor with the incoming Trump administration. Zuckerberg and White appeared together at UFC events in recent months, and the tech giant took an interest in MMA trading. Tell us again how violence against women ruins men's careers. An anti-domestic abuse advocate wrote on X. Dana White slapped his wife on video, faced zero consequences, and now joins Meta's board of directors. Dana White was appointed to the Meta board. Here is Dana White beating his wife. Another ex-employee, another ex-user said. Here, let's see if we can actually... Look! Yeah. So, Dissent also came from within Meta's ranks, as 404 Media first reported some Meta employees expressed reservation about White's new role soon after the announcement, only to see their comments deleted by the company's internal communications platform. Weird! What? You're telling me that they're doing this with the idea that, we need free speech. This is for free speech. But then they're stifling free speech? What? Sean O'Neilbud, as a European, it really does seem that the U.S. is finally imploding. Imagine the meeting between Trump, Elon, and Zuckerberg. Yeah, I'd prefer not to, but yeah, hey, I appreciate that take as a European. Like that, it's always nice actually seeing that, where it's like, oh, I don't have to assume that you guys think that the U.S. is imploding. I can actually get the takes directly from the sources. Ugh, man. What is this? The hell? Oh my god, fucking ads. I can kind of excuse individuals of being unaware. One employee reportedly wrote on White's past, but Meta sure did their due diligence on White and concluded that what he did was fine. I feel like I'm on another planet. The response across Facebook itself was no different. Meta adding MAGA lunatic and wife beater Dana White to its board, and we don't even have to say alleged. Like, we got video evidence to its board is the last straw. I am deleting all Meta accounts and moving full-time to Blue Sky. Thank you. Can we actually get the conviction to do it? Because guess who doesn't have that? And I'm going to call it out. Matt Leck, for all of his grandstanding a lot, can't... Well, I hate saying that he's a grandstander because he actually... Okay, so he focuses on the right topics, but he does grandstand about some stupid BS sometimes. And when he is doing that, he actually did it with Blue Sky. And that's why I'm bringing this up, is because he essentially said, the reason that I don't use Blue Sky full time is because everything else is still on Twitter. So, without recognizing that, it's like, yeah, but you're contributing to the reason that everything is still on Twitter. So, White apologized for hitting his wife in an interview with TMZ shortly after the incident, but the longtime UFC president appeared to face no marital consequence. No marital consequences. White remained at the helm of the massive global fighting enterprise despite the backlash. And following Meta's announcement, the internet quickly filled with speculation that White's political connections rather than his business savvy were the real reason that Zuckerberg recruited him. White is a longtime friend of Trump, who actively courted the UFC vote during the election. He joined combat sports icons. Yeah, combat sports, guys. Now all of a sudden, they're saying that wrestling is a combat sport. Fucking no. A sports entertainer, Hulk Hogan, and I'm being generous calling him that, and Secretary of Education Linda McMahon, in support of the former president at last summer's Republican National Convention, and made numerous public appearances alongside the president-elect. By God. I want to read that like Vince McMahon. Meta is really going to get rid of their antitrust problem by putting Dana White on their board, one user wrote on X, referring to the Federal Trade Commission's ongoing lawsuit seeking to break up the company. Another post depicted White as the Muppet character Big Bird sitting at the board meetings, adding Dana White when they ask him to take the Leopard's paper of superintelligence. Oh, to take on Leopold's paper of superintelligence. My bad. As a sports mogul and the first-time corporate director, White isn't the typical member of Meta's board, which is composed of seasoned tech executives like venture capitalists. Oh, great! I mean, it's already a who's who of awesome. So, it's just adding another piece of corn to the big pile of crap. In a statement celebrating his new board seat, White admitted corporate governance hasn't exactly been top of mind. I've never been interested in joining a board of directors until I got the offer to join Meta's board. Yeah, weird. Yeah, why would that be? Now, I have a theory, and this is completely on me. This is an original Pep Talks exclusive. I think that Vince McMahon has a lot to do with this. I think that Vince McMahon has a lot to do with this. Because Dana White, he's still running from that. I'm sure that there's other stuff to come out, or that would come out if they're, not so good at burying these types of stories. But, yeah, here we go. So, Janelle Grant to amend blockbuster lawsuit against Vince McMahon and WWE. What the hell? What just happened there? You Yahoo. And the thing that sucks is I tried to turn on an ad blocker and YouTube wasn't happy, so I was just like, okay, no ad blocker. Which, by the way, guys, just so you know, I do know that YouTube has amended its TOS with that, so you might want to be careful. I do know that they're going after accounts that use it. What is going on? I just click it. So if I just by accident click on the article, it takes me to whatever the hell that was. Former WWE paralegal Janelle Grant has indicated that she plans to modify her blockbuster lawsuit. The changes are expected to be made by January 15th, almost exactly a year after it was filed. The original lawsuit contains graphic details, blah, blah, blah. It remains unclear what specific changes Grant plans to make to her amended complaint. She joined... Oh, God. Did they get to her? The suit Grant alleges... Yeah, I don't want to go through the whole suit because this does contain some severe essay. So, yeah, if you don't already know what he did, it is well documented and very, very messed up. So, the reason that I even bring this up is because I think that with Janelle Grant getting so much publicity with it, and it scared all these billionaires, especially because, like, Dana White specifically, he's actually part of TKO Enterprises, the company that forced Vince McMahon out, essentially, because they were just like, listen, we don't want this baggage. Which I'm not sure if you guys are, well, I know that, like, maybe one or two of you might even know about this, but Vince McMahon tried to come out and say that I'm going to start a new company, back to the family basics. It's like, okay. Great. And then he had that shocked Pikachu face where only like 4 wrestlers were like, yeah, okay, maybe I'd support you. And it wasn't the 4 that he was wanting. So. But yeah, that's just my take on it. I think that the billionaires got scared by that. And then on top of it, what happened, with the Luigi case, like they're feeling the pressure. And then they, on top of that, they're starting to see that we're all waking up to the fact that, things are not going in the right direction. And this isn't even like a political observation. This is just like oh no, we might not have enough water or food, and they're not focusing on any of that. They'd rather focus on cultural issues. Again, it just came out today that that there were under 1,000 cases in which they used puberty blockers, and a good portion of them happened to be used on cis males who were trying to reduce breast size in their teens because they were growing boobs because of all the hormones in the food. Weird. I don't like these Jesse Ventura segments. This isn't a Jesse Ventura segment. I actually barely mentioned Jesse Ventura in this one. I went from Jesse Ventura into talking about how Vince McMahon is a little bit part of the reason that, number one, Dana White is part of the meta board, and on top of that, I think that that's why they're going after the misinformation. They're going after all of, the stopgaps. So seriously, so whatever. Oh yeah. That was my take on it. I also hope that everybody actually does kind of like back off like Facebook. I never started Instagram, so probably at this point just gonna can you cancel a Facebook account, or do you just not use it? Do you just like make it a dead account? I actually do not know how that works. Because I just barely even use it as it is. My bad. I was rewound on the stream. I'm back now. Oh, cool. No worries, no worries. Appreciate you catching up. Yeah. I like wrestling, but sad how much of it has to do with politics now. Yeah, kind of weird, right? Kind of weird how those two industries mix, because it almost has nothing to do with like the carny aspect of it. It has, because like, all right, one of the very first observations that I kind of took from Bill Hicks's whole like bit about this, because he had a great bit about how it's just pro wrestling. At that point, I think like it's almost like God, like life affirming at that. Because, man, it was like one after the, it might have even been the same day where I had listened to that special, then I watched Raw, and I was like, oh my God, it is. And then without missing a beat, Donald Trump comes out, and this is before he was in politics, mind you. But still, like, I even remember, like, I've always hated that guy. My mom, I remember when he popped up in Home Alone 2, she was like, oh, that man's disgusting. And I kind of did the thing where I'm like, yeah, why? And then she explained it to me, and she explained what he did to, allegedly to Ivana. And I was like, oh. Did I miss Jesse Ventura? Damn, that guy. Did you know that I'm a goddamn sexual tyrannosaurus? Oh, one of the best lines. God, one of his best characters. What about the Gulf of America? Yeah, right. Again, not pro wrestling at all, and has nothing. I said this at the beginning of my stream that, yeah, that has nothing to do with the fact that he's upset over the fact that the flag is going to be flying at half-mast the day that he's inaugurated. He's very upset about that. So, yeah, has absolutely nothing to do with this Panama Canal that he's never brought up before. Nobody had ever brought up to him before, but it just so happens to be one of the pet projects that Jimmy Carter actually like made headway on, and he gave them back land, and he's like, I want to take it back. Jimmy Carter was a piece of crap who never did anything. He was a bad president. The fact that he's on record saying that crap, like, while this guy, like, while Jimmy Carter is in state at the Capitol, it's insane. Absolutely insane. Oh, man. But yeah, that's when I had the realization. I was like, it really is professional wrestling. And after that, I kept making, like, the connection where I was just like, man, this really is just like a wrestling story. Holy crap. Clock's out, so my vape popped in my mouth, so my lips are sticky brown, so I decided to go dig up an M95 mask to cover it, and everyone not only looked at me like I'm a psycho, they treated me like yeah, dude, right? It's kind of weird that the most common sense part that should have come out of that, because, like, China has been wearing masks because of air pollution and sickness for so long. Japan, same thing, and they have less, population sickness. So it's almost like there's a causation and correlation there. On top of the fact that, like, I'll never forget, like, when that first started, the surgeons that came out and they're just like, okay, if you're comfortable with me not wearing a mask during your surgery, cool. Because we don't need it. Why? What's the danger? James Janis is a family member, just a heads up. Oh, okay, cool. Is that somebody in chat? I don't know what's going on here. I'm super high because it's concentrated, so I am, and my coworkers are plain evil. Vent over. Nice. I'm glad that I can be here for you to vent. It's always fun. Pardon. Jesse Ventura. Yeah. No, I already went through the Jesse Ventura segment. Man, I'm not even an hour and a half in, and I've already gone through 2 of the well, 3 technically. Cool. All right. So don't need that. Need that. Don't need that. Cool. Let me just close all this stuff down. What the hell is going on with Twitch? One of you, can you pop over on Twitch and just see if like my stream is active? Because I don't... Something's going on with it. I was told today that the Gulf of America was just Trump trolling. Again, dude, this is our president. If this is like, are we really in the era where we're so fucking online brain that the supposed adults, like the guy is supposed to be the most adult of the adults, and he is literally dumber than half the children I have ever met. And then doing the, I just want to make people mad. You know what? No, because then I also, I'm going to make the deal. It's going to be a great deal. And then the president of Mexico is just like, you do realize that America was called Mexico. Like, are you dumb? Oh, yeah, that's right. You are. And like, then he doesn't understand that we're just he's the laughing stock of the world, guys. And this is why he keeps cozying up. Like, we've already gone through this. This is the only reason that he likes the authoritarians, because they're the only ones that know how to frickin' play him. I'm good on Twitch. Good. All right. Yeah, I was having something totally random. Like, I felt like my Twitch was locked because all of a sudden the live icon just went off and like, yeah. It's, oh man. Can I just have one stream where it just runs completely smoothly? That'd be nice. Squishmallow tracking. Okay, BRB. No, I appreciate it. Because, like, I have no idea what the heck is going on. I feel like, if the connection's unstable or something, would that have something to do with it? Because everything is kosher on YouTube. So, I just want my fries to exude more freedom. I was sold a lie. Yeah, what? Dude, again, like, I thought that we even... Didn't Bush, like, have a thing about that? Where he's like, I'm gonna... I almost did Trump's impression for, I'm gonna make them freedom fries. God, I haven't done Bush in a while. Long time. So... Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Well, you ain't gotta fool me again. Okay, there we go. I can almost get it back. That was like one of my first political impressions I ever did. Everybody's got a Clinton, though. Everybody. Like, dude, I remember doing Clinton on, like, the playground to make my friends laugh. I miss Freedom Toast. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we're removing the French from everything. Which is active. Good. All right, good. I have no idea what the hell is going on then. I feel like it... the algorithm is just like, nope, not today, buddy. What'd I do? What did I do? All right. I want to cover this next story where, actually, we have a chatter that can comment on this. For sure. In the form of Bloodstone by Stars. Because Bloodstone, this is all about how they fixed NYC and New Jersey as far as the surge pricing. So let's take a look at how they fixed the traffic in New York.
Here they actually implemented
Wouldn't mind doing a few
New
more
York
Bosch segments.
congestion pricing, and apparently so far the results are looking pretty okay. So for those of you who don't know, a car is basically unusable in New York City because of the permanent traffic, which is why everyone walks or takes the metro, and that can be an issue. Like, you do want cars to work sometimes. Basically, they said, what if we made it cost money to use your car? And so they did. It's a disaster, actually. Well, I've heard otherwise. At the very least, it seemed to have pulled people off the road. Look at that. This is like unthinkable in New York City. Noise? Noise. Let's try to learn some details. I'm no expert. Hopefully public transit isn't getting overloaded. It's the New York City Metro. I'm sure they can handle themselves. That's how they get you when you're old? Yeah, I guess so. This looks heavily narrativized. At the most basic level, the toll to drive into the area of Manhattan below 60th Street has a peak period from 5
As a bus rider, I'm in favor of the congestion pricing. Nice.
a.m. to 9 p.m., Monday through Friday, and 9
So like you just said, is that going to make your bus fare a little bit more expensive?
a.m. to 9 p.m., Saturday to Sunday.
How's that work?
The remaining hours are
Because if they start having like more, people.
considered the overnight period. Now let's go over the current costs. Keep in mind that all the fees below will rise 33% in 2028, then another 25% in 2031. Yeesh. Regular passenger vehicles, $9 during peak, $2.25 off-peak, one charge per day no matter how many times you leave or return. Small trucks and charter buses, more. Trailer tractors, more. Tour buses, more. Motorcycles, less. Yellow or green cab passengers, 75 cents per trip. Very cheap on the
So they track this through the Easy Pass system then?
cabs. Uber Lyft passengers, 150 per trip. So basically, they're trying to keep down the number of people going into Manhattan for stupid bullshit and increase the amount that people can get in on commuter buses or cabs or via, taxis or Uber or what have you. Yeah, prices are going to go up over time. How's it tracked? Is there a toll booth? Oh, they just do magic. They track it to your license plate, I assume. They do that for a lot of toll roads these days. They don't have to stop you anymore.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say, actually, we have, it's not called Easy Pass where I am. It's called iPass, but they just tie it to your license plate now.
Free in New York? No.
Hey, what's up, Smoke a Tide Pod? Good to see you.
If only. This is the plan for
Okay,
15
finally,
minutes.
yeah. I don't
think
know
it's
what
great,
the hell.
personally.
Okay. Thank you for whoever popped over to Twitter or to Twitch, because for some reason, I think the algorithm was just like, you are not worthy today.
I think it's fantastic. It's a way of making New York City more livable. If you enshrine something like this, over time, you have the ability, you take a lot of weight
no,
off
I just realized that. Okay. As somebody who actually does traverse the city by car, this could be a problem for me if we adopt this system.
roads. You can pedestrianize
But,
some areas better. Open
you know
things
what?
up a
I'll
little
take
bit
it.
more to, like people who lived there. You always have to remember this.
It's already so expensive to park, though.
For tourist
Like,
destinations,
trust me.
it doesn't exist only as a tourist destination. It's a place where people
Possibly that would mean that they need to accommodate for the increase in fares. Everything is expensive, but if this pays for better transit, then this would be worth it. Okay. I just hope that there's more cab companies that I hope that they fix that medallion thing, because I do know that in New York it was hard to get an actual transportation medallion, which those are very, very expensive. You need those to even start a transportation business. And I know that they were also doing this thing where, because of Uber having all the connections, that they would have to pay essentially half the price of the medallions. So it's it incentivized Uber, New York to use Uber instead of city cabs.
In Manhattan's case, millions of people in New Jersey tried to sue as their public transit fails. Well, of course, New Jersey wants to sue because they want people to be able to go live in New Jersey, then drive into Manhattan, then drive back out every day. It has to go both ways. I did see this one unfortunate soul who's placed
Brian, what do you think I do? Oh, are you a cab driver?
He's on 61st, and it starts at 60th. So whenever he wants to leave his
tons of gypsy cabs in New York. Yeah,
house, he gets hit with the toll. Pretty unfortunate.
Calling them gypsy cabs, really?
Starting today, the congestion pricing is going into effect. $9 each day that you pass 60th Street. And
honestly, this is why I have seen a trend going back, especially in Chicago, where private companies, specifically cab companies, have made a comeback.
while I disagree with it for many reasons,
It did help that we also had a mayor that finally kind of said, hey, we're charging these people too much, but we need another referendum on that.
I live right here on 61st Street in this building, and my car is right there, parked in front of my building. And if I want to turn around to go uptown to visit my kids who live on 79th Street, I have to pay $9 to go around the block.
This money will go nowhere except the MTA's head pockets. I don't care where the money goes. I care about reducing the number of drivers. That's what I care about. Reducing the
but for Vosh to, all right, I don't know about that, man, because Vosh is very
you've all seen, everyone in the world has seen what traffic looks like in Manhattan, right? Manhattan isn't just like...
I like how my chat's on top, like over him, and his chat's under me.
Is like a
weird
global cultural epicenter. It's like it's New York City. It's Manhattan. It's one of the like capital C cities, alongside like Mexico City, Tokyo. You know, Paris, London. It's New York City. So yeah, I want there to be. It shouldn't be like 24/7 bumper to bumper traffic. I used to think it was the capital of the whole.
If you live in New York City, it's silly to have a private car. I mean, yeah, especially with the way that like car rentals are becoming more commonplace. I do agree with this.
Whole world when I was a kid, it kind of is. Call me a chauvinist if you want. It kind of is. You have any idea how much of a cultural export you get out of New York City?
They do need to make it kind of economical though. Like, so for instance, like if they do a program where they have, you know how like the city bikes, if they have something like city cars, that wouldn't be the worst thing, where they're already in the parking, like the parking spaces are already set. So, but I don't know, because that also might compound this problem, because they already have the I don't know how to solve this.
Yeah, the UN is there. True.
Street, and that's a one-way street, and there's no way for me to get uptown without going around the block and paying $9.
It is unfortunate placement-wise that he's right on the edge of it, but yeah, he could also walk 10 minutes. He could walk 10 minutes. I want to see.
So for him, yeah, actually, no. Like, I'll say this. For him, it's stupid to have, like, that guy to have a car. Because if he's talking 9 blocks, why the hell isn't he just taking a cab? You know, like, he would save all the money if he didn't even have the car. So in this case specifically, yeah, I will say this.
This is like a big urbanist step forward. I'm big on this. Like, I'm up for this, you know? I want to learn a little.
Meanwhile, across the river, strong opposition against congestion pricing.
Yeah, leaders there have been saying for months they're worried this will lead to more traffic, but also make a major impact to the environment. So now that we're almost a full day in, what do New Jersey drivers have to say tonight? Fox 5's Kendall Green.
Why are we prioritizing New Jersey drivers when it's a policy in Manhattan? Like this.
Well, because a lot of New Jersey drivers commute to Manhattan to work. Like, this is my problem with it, is the fact that he can't see that.
This is like, oh, something changed downtown. Let's ask a bunch of suburbanites who drive 25 minutes there every weekend how they feel about it. Fuck it, people live there.
I took her face away.
Live in Fort Lee with more Kendall.
Hey, good evening, Bianca and Richard. Jersey officials.
There's so much going on the screen.
To no avail. Now that it's in place, they're livid.
And I want to be clear on this, whether it's today,
there we go,
tomorrow, with the new administration, or through legislation that we plan to introduce, bipartisan legislation. Let me be clear to New York. We'll never stop fighting this congestion tax. Never.
That was Jersey Congressman Josh Gottheimer, who during a press conference this afternoon labeled the toll that just took effect nothing but a cash grab by the MTA.
Vosh is done with this. People are commenting when they don't live here. That's kind of my point. Like, when he lives in a city like Seattle, which I know how Seattle is built, and I have an idea of where he lives just based on how he speaks about it, where it's like, nah, dude, you live in a pretty cushy area where you have like the perfect mix of suburban, like the suburban existence, and also like being able to take a car somewhere. But I also know that he has a car, so like he's so full of shit sometimes, like without even realizing it, because he also like he might have this like belief that, you know, we need more walkable cities, and I as much as I agree with this, it's not tenable right now where like to just do these arbitrary things and then like you're essentially punishing people who are already like, think of like the few workers that already don't make enough that now have to pay the extra fees, and to make that money they need to go to this city, and what they're supposed to commute, and like on top of it, he's totally missing the boat on this one, the times, because like, dude, that adds so much like commuter time. I just disagree with this, like to the point where it's like, we need to just implement all this so we can disincentivize, you know, car travel. Like if you're for like city residents, fine, but like if we're punishing the people from New Jersey who need to travel in, that's insane.
Who's discounting what it will now cost both commuters and the environment. He demanded a plan from the MTA to mitigate the effects of what he called the cancer-causing pollution.
I mean, it is very stupid to not interview the Manhattan residents who pass the toll street literally every day about this, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, literally, the one guy that they interviewed was just one of the guys that's just like, I have to turn around because I got to go 9 blocks to go visit my daughter. I love my car.
Will be inflicted on Jersey residents since traffic.
Sorry, that was more Boston than New York.
By many trying to avoid that tax. Now, the congestion toll tax on
the idea, the cynicism.
New Yorkers are leaving the expensive city and moving next door to to make things more expensive. There are so many commuters here in and out of New Jersey. Yeah, dude, I have a friend that just bought a place in Jersey when he was living in New York.
Like, oh, the reason we want to be able to drive our cars for...
But it's also because the housing prices are insane. Like in New York City or just Long Island, like it's insane to live there.
Free into Manhattan and clog up their roads is because we care about the environment, because the alternative would be for us to drive in our state. You.
$9 for drivers who enter the city's congestion zone beneath 60th Street, and it coincides with today's Port Authority toll hike, where now Easy Pass drivers will pay 68 cents more to cross Port Authority bridges and tunnels, while peak tolls will be at $16.06. Though drivers using Lincoln and Holland tunnels will get a $3 credit, capping their toll at $22.06. Now, Gottheimer noted that it's expensive already to take the GW Bridge and the Holland and Lincoln tunnels, and we spoke to several drivers here in New Jersey who agree.
A lot of New Jersey residents work in New York City. It's not just tourism. Okay, I'd be willing to bet for the people clogging up. If you work in New York City and live in New Jersey, like, I understand this, I'd be willing to...
Mr. Train would be much better had DC not shot down Alito's proposal to extend
a lot of the traffic
BRT into subway system.
New York City is people who are...
My average commute is 1.5 hours a day.
There for tourism.
Like, is that both ways?
I mean, it's New York City, you know? And they've got to have a subway line.
Tell us they wish the plan would have been nixed altogether.
It's going to hurt us as Uber drivers if say we're going 10 times into New York City, we're going to have to pay that 10 times.
We're with Murphy.
Well, you would pass it on presumably to the rider.
Who's suing New York. We hope it gets appealed. And a lot of people who work and go into New York for things, doctors, work.
Thank you.
Can't afford an extra $9.
I don't think that we as commuters should be the ones to have to pay for it.
I think commuters should pay for everything, actually. I think
so. Toll roads, yeah, I mean but that's why we already have the toll roads. Like, the commuters are paying for that.
We should be less fair to commuters.
Maine is very spread out.
Speaking as a class of people.
Especially coming from out of the city, we don't use the subway.
Well, then maybe you should use it. Can't you find like a park and ride that would take you in? I'm sorry, it's New York City.
That's a bad take, man.
How do you think
bad
this works?
take?
I mean, we literally just went over how it worked.
Because he has absolutely no concept on how hard it is to also traverse the city sometimes.
Right here. You ain't commuting, dude. That's true. Because I'm not a fascist. Commuters destroy cities. I'm sorry, but it's...
You are a commuter! You are a commuter, you fucking dick!
True. The entire project of like...
How is it? How is his own chat allowing this and not calling him on it?
That then gets bombarded with people from the suburbs or the exurbs or people in the adjacent town or whatever. Like, this shit destroys cities every time, you know? I will always stand in defense of like a city kind of protecting its own space. Commuting's also by public transport, technically. Well, yes, if you're commuting by train, we're talking about car commuters here, of course.
Toll roads are almost always private, which means none of your money goes towards the community. I think ours is run by IDOT, which is run by the Illinois government.
Also, New York City.
I feel lucky my commute is 45 minutes one way. Yikes, you guys have to have long commutes. Yeah, my wife has about a 45-minute commute, to work. So, about 2 hours.
It's literally the most metro-friendly part of America. Like, New York City has the best metro connections in the entire country.
It depends on the traffic.
Possibly in the entire continent. Look at the rail.
Yikes, this guy needs some time off the internet. Yeah, dude, for real. Like, Vosh has, that's the thing, internet brain. And he just went to Barcelona. Like, he's got that thing where he's been, we'll call him anti-car pilled.
Connection map? Oh, what the hell did I just... Oh, there's a
second Ours is state. Yeah, dude, I was about to say, most state governments run the tollways.
Zoom in? How do I... Oh, it's just a massive image. I thought it was showing me a different image. Okay. Oh, all right. I'm sorry, I'm not a New York, veteran. I don't think I'll be able to navigate this map very well. Can we zoom out a little bit? Okay. Yeah, sorry,
weird.
I'm a West Coastoid. They got a lot of metro. Okay, hold on. I'm so lost. Where's Manhattan? Let's start with that.
See, it's almost like, I don't know, he should look at the maps before having an opinion on, like, yeah, this is great for New York.
Okay, there's Hoboken. Okay, I can't. Okay, so here. Am I correct in assuming then that this giant line of metro lines here running in
All right, so this would be great in theory if we could give no, actually you fix this by taxing the rich. Actually, I'm not even trying to be like leftoid brain about it, but for real, you start taxing the people who like have these penthouses and all that crap a lot more, and you can subsidize, then give the people a tax credit at the end if they can prove that they use the toll system so much, which they can because they have it on record.
This is the connection.
Okay. We're starting to get some solutions.
A lot of ways to get there. There's got to be parking rights, man.
Not in Oklahoma. I guess it's just another example of things being trashed. That sucks. Yeah, because I know Colorado has one private, like they were experimenting with one privatized highway, and I think it was to Fort Collins from Denver. But the rest of it is still state owned.
Okay, but like spreading out from there. I don't know where that doctor was exactly.
The longer you stay in your car, the least amount of time it will take you to.
Line? Why I'd kill for that many trains? Yeah, it's pretty cool. God damn, man.
Okay.
It's connected on the other shore too. Yeah, with less lines. There's not even close to enough trains/buses for this idea to work. Why are you so anti-congestion? Holy! Nopers, Vosh, it's a disaster. Actually, Vosh, the problem is for commuters into the city. The problem is that it's affecting people who don't live in New York City. Well, I hate those people. They won't be able to. Bus and trains are already crowded. Tourists don't drive ever.
See, this is the stuff that I know, like, immediately people are just like, God, I hate him. He's so smug.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Please come to New York. Your opinion will change. I actually am going to New York soon. I'm going there, having a vacation there to celebrate anniversary with my beautiful partner. So the drivers come from people from Manhattan. Don't drive. This fucking guy, Vosh, not already free, going from New Jersey. This guy, you're from New Jersey! I've been watching The Sopranos. I can identify you now by your idiosyncrasies.
The problem with the USA is the fact it has it is more profitable to make everybody drive instead of focusing on mass car ownership. Most people should not be driving. Yeah. Well, I'll just say that, like, out of my opinion of, have you been on the roads?
You're right there across the river. You're walking here. There's not even close enough trains/buses for this idea to work right now. I guess I'm just okay with we'll see, won't we? If traffic goes down and the city continues to function.
He doesn't understand, for most commuters, their car is a necessity, not a luxury thing. He just can't imagine it.
And it isn't enough? Like, wouldn't that be the test? Like, what if it turns out that just by cutting like 1% of the people who go to New York City every day,
it'd be $80 a day to Uber to and from work. There's a cap on mileage you can claim within your country.
Clear up the roads and make them usable. Wouldn't that be a good showing? Oh, I guess we'll see. I just want there to be fewer cars.
Oh, yeah, actually, there you go, Fire Fist. Or you could triple the registration fee for every car you have over one you keep in New York proper. Yeah. But at the same time, a lot of people would just abuse that system just by registering in a different state.
And when I go to New York, I'm going to be walking. I mean, I'll go to New York. I'll walk around.
Have fun.
Not going to be driving, that's for sure.
You're definitely not going to drive, but you're going to be using the subway.
Cities should be designed so that the people who live there work there, and you don't have people with the.
But yeah, it's also like you're vacationing. This is again, it's so easy to do when you don't actually understand, like, cost of living in New York. The fact that, like, we just had our chatter say, like, it is so super expensive to live in New York that people are actually moving to New Jersey to commute.
50-minute commute.
Yeah, man.
I think that's like a policy failure. New Jersey enjoys being subsidized by New York City because New Jersey is all suburbs. That's always the impression that I've gotten.
I'm sorry, but I'm a day one Vosh hater. He just gives me white knight hypocrisy vibes.
A lot of New Jersey near Manhattan is just like the.
That's actually the first time I've kind of heard that take.
City, continued. Except without anywhere near the culture. So they come into the. I'm not saying New Jersey has nothing going on. It definitely does. But like right next to New York City, how do you do that when rent is insane in the city and even 30 minutes out of the city? Well, that's like an equilibrium.
Bledsoe's right. When they created the suburbs, they forced people into cars. Yeah.
It needs to be balanced. But that's like the policy failure that has to be addressed, right? That's not happening in a vacuum.
Yeah, but you can't rail against the suburbs and like creating housing and then like not recognizing overpopulation in cities. Like, it's great. Where are we supposed to stack like Mega City 1 and frickin' Judge Dredd? You know, like, that's, I love those ideas where it's just like, yeah, let's decommodify the suburbs, let's get rid of them, just completely get rid of them, or just make them walkable cities within themselves. It's just, dude, what the hell?
There's like,
and I'm not even trying to protect suburbia. It's just, it's not recognized, because like, then suburban people think like this about the suburbs. You have rural people that are just like, what the hell are you thinking?
A breaking point to that. But you have to reach that point rather than just subsidizing it with like an infinite commuter.
Suburbia is dangerous, more car accidents, more obesity, less nature, less kids outside being kids. I disagree with that. No, I disagree with that. Like, no, I grew up in suburbia. Like, it actually made it more conducive to go outside and have friends. And no, I think you're wrong about that one. Sorry.
You know, like commuter 50 minutes, 120 minutes, 200-minute drive to work, you know? There's a reason that the old joke is you're from New Jersey, which exit? Oh, we'll see how it goes. We haven't even watched the damn videos. I found multiple videos.
The free rides are over in one of the busiest parts of Manhattan. That's because congestion pricing is now in effect.
I couldn't tell you what vid it was that gave me that impression at first, so take it with the slimiest grain of salt. Okay.
Yeah, basically, drivers going below 60th Street will have to pay a toll, but opponents say they're not giving up their fight to stop the new tolls. Eyewitness News reporter Lindsay Tuckman joins us live.
What would the changes for the locals look like? Less cars clogging up the road, ideally. Well, Valeronia, if driving in Manhattan is more expensive, presumably that would lead to fewer drivers because people wouldn't drive for erroneous shit. Like, this is just an induced demand or induced lack of demand. If you make it cost more to drive, more people are going to be willing to take the train or a bus or whatever, which is good, right? People are going to drive if driving is the most inconvenient option. The most convenient option. So you have to make it a less convenient option.
Upper West Side with the very latest. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Pedro and Tony. After many, many delays and multiple lawsuits that raise the question of if it would even happen at all, it is official today. New York City joins other cities like London, Stockholm, and Singapore with implementing a congestion pricing toll in the busiest parts of the city. And you can see behind me here, those gantries, they will be scanning your Easy Pass or your license plate to make sure that you get
That's what I thought.
Here's what you
Yeah,
need to know
license
if
plate.
you are a driver moving forward. This is the Manhattan Central Business District that we are standing right in front of right now, which means anywhere below 60th Street across Manhattan. It does not.
New Jerseyites are going to be swimming. They're going to be swimming across the river to avoid the gantries. It's the only way.
Standing right in front of right now, which means anywhere below 60th Street across Manhattan.
American society is sadly becoming more selfish and individualistic. Ruben, I can tell you right now, as somebody who has traversed the city, cities don't fix that. Actually, you're more isolated in the city. Like, I'm not even kidding. And people are way more mean in the city. Like, see, this is what I mean. Like, it's so easy to have these preconceived notions, especially when maybe you've had a few experiences. Like, I know it's all anecdotal, but realistically, man, I'm not even kidding. Like, I have never been as alone in the city than riding the frickin' L by myself, just, you know,
side highway,
headphones in, completely isolated, listening to a podcast. It's weird. It's even weirder to be completely isolated when you have so many people around you.
For most cars is Monday through Friday.
I think that's my point.
9 p.m. and Saturday through Sunday starting at 9 a.m. If you don't have an Easy Pass, it'll cost you a little bit more. And the off-peak hours are just $2.25, which is less
At
than
that point, you'd be insane
you
not
get
to.
a crossing credit for cars that are entering the
That's like people that just avoid direct deposit.
downtown tunnels that already are tolled. Now, the MTA officially revealed the last sign yesterday, the last warning sign for drivers as they are entering the Central Business District. The toll is expected to reduce traffic by approximately 80,000 fewer vehicles a day.
That's not nothing.
That's, I hate to say that is not nothing.
Less congestion
That's
and
a pretty
air quality,
significant
but also
number.
to generate money by tolls to provide $15 billion toward MTA capital projects.
I don't think they were saying in cities, but actually there are psych and sociology studies that show cities make you more lonely, isolated, and unhappy.
To improve
Absolutely.
safety and the technology used on our underground subway system. Now, transit advocates have been supporting this program across the board.
Suburbs have good schools and other families, but I would want to move after kids are grown and move to somewhere with more interesting. Again, this is very, like, I understand that, Robin, and I appreciate you like saying that, but I just, that's also kind of creating like the housing problem that we're having now with boomers. I hate to say.
But many are still against the plan, including politicians on Staten Island or in New Jersey who worry it will all just
Nature is important for mental health. Absolutely.
move traffic into their area.
I'm very lucky. I live like literally right next to a nature preserve.
It is wild that, like,
I also I have a bike path right next to me.
People in New Jersey have the right, like, suing. It's New York City.
Although I have to say, I took the bike path a lot less after I had an incident where just even biking, I came back and I had so many ticks on my leg.
It's their city. What do you mean you're suing over it? What possible legal argument could you construct?
Heard from New Yorkers who are for and against the toll.
We're not going to, canoe across the Hudson to save a couple of nickels.
The off-peak hours for congestion pricing are really not accommodating to anyone.
I've long been saying we cannot drive our way out of the climate crisis, and congestion pricing is really that signal that's going to get people out of their cars into mass transit. It's going to help us cut traffic, which is entirely too slow.
Now,
Actually, Robin, now that I think about it, yeah, that would not be a bad way to retire. Just get like a little apartment like in the city. Yeah.
some political leaders are still pushing for the plan to be backtracked, and there is, I guess, the possibility that a new presidential administration could wind it back as well. But at this point, it is in place, so you better have your easy pass ready, because if
That's true. Trump's probably going to like sick the Justice Department on this. New York Fire Department union sounding alarm about congestion pricing. What are you whining about?
Meanwhile, New York's bravest are sounding the alarm on congestion pricing.
That's right. Union leaders say that this could slow down the response time of first responders arriving to a fire.
It would slow down response time by having less traffic in downtown?
It's not about that. It's about enforcing. Well, hold on.
Meredith Gorman has more on what they are saying tonight. Hey, Meredith.
Hey, Bianca and Richard. Firefighters are sounding the alarm on having to pay the congestion pricing toll while on duty. Firefighter unions came
I'm just guessing this because it wasn't specifically outlined in the webpage that we read the information on. I don't think, first of all, the gantries just scan your plates as you enter. They don't stop you. Second of all, I don't think they're
There are studies that show suburbia is worse overall. Look into strong towns and not just bikes. YouTube for more info and city planning and pedestrian friendly. I actually, Bloodstone by Stars, there's another creator, Adam something, that he's very good on this, but he actually had a great take on why this wouldn't work in America.
I don't think they're charging you.
He said it's a great concept if you already have cities that like were planned around this. That's why Barcelona works so well.
If there's a fire and the fire department races in, I don't think they're charging you.
So, like, for instance, this is something that couldn't be implemented in current cities, but if there is like new cities or if there are underdeveloped cities, then you start developing around this idea.
on Sunday to request that their cars not be charged the congestion
Nashville could definitely benefit from that.
pricing tolls, something that they say they've been asking the state for, saying that at any given time, about 2,000 firefighters are
Adam something. No, that's literally the YouTube channel's name. His name is Adam something.
working, and most bring their cars into work. And these unions are worried about the negative impact
what?
that this
I can pull up that
congestion
video
pricing
after
will
this.
have on response times,
I know for a fact that it's
costs,
okay.
and public safety.
This is bullshit. This is completely fake. Having to pay $9 a day that's going to get like rebate by my work 100%.
All we were asking for was an exemption for our members bringing their vehicles into the zone. Those vehicles are regularly used to transport firefighters to and from their detail to another firehouse when there's a shortage in one spot and they need them somewhere else. We were denied at every turn. We have been putting ourselves out there for the city of New York and for the FDNY, and now a lot of our members have asked us, how do we get our money back?
I think you didn't understand. They mean their personal cars can work. No, I understand that, and I'm saying that they would get that shit rebate. For one, I don't care. For two, live in the city, then fuck you. I'm tired of cops and firefighters all living in the suburbs, the most racist-ass suburbs outside of the mixed minority urban area they then go to work in, okay? Third of all, eat shit. I don't care. If you actually gave a shit about public safety, you would acknowledge how better traffic in Manhattan would allow fire trucks to move much quicker to the site of the fire. I've seen what it looks like trying to move a fire truck through downtown Manhattan at 3 p.m. I've seen what that shit looks like, okay? Trust me, this is better for you. It's better for the people, but you don't give a shit about the people because you're a cop. You're a cop.
This unfair tax burden that's been placed on not only them, but every resident of New York City.
We reached out to FDNY for comment, and they told us to reach out to City Hall. The mayor's office saying in a statement, quote, ensuring public safety is a top priority for the Adams administration. We do not expect any negative impacts to the department's ability to respond to emergencies. Union representatives.
That's great. Okay, last one I want to watch.
Official congestion pricing is in effect in Manhattan. After years of preparing, it was on, it was off. Plan rolled out Sunday, and while things seemed to go over smoothly over the weekend, the morning commute today will really be the big test, the first real test. Drivers that pass 60th Street and below now have to pay a fee. That includes several key bridges and tunnels to enter Manhattan. For peak hours, passenger vehicles will
Like, it's not even that much of an area, man. It's all south of the park.
Oh my God.
Like, they could have extended this way.
He doesn't understand how big of an area that is. He is wildly out of touch here.
Further up if they.
Although, you know what? I did just realize that. Hold on. Well, no, they got Brooklyn. That means they got Harlem. Hold on. Queensboro. Yeah. No, that's insane.
It's not even that big a
God,
chunk.
he's so out of touch.
This is not all of New York City.
For peak hours, passenger vehicles will pay an additional $9. Trucks, depending on the size, anywhere between $14.40 or $21.60. Motorcycles will be charged $4.50. As for off-peak hours, passenger vehicles will be charged $2.25. Trucks, again, depending on their size, either $3.60 or $5.40.
For what it's worth, the road design is.
God, that's also insane because they're just blanket doing this for large trucks. So this is going to increase like food prices because they're going to pass that down onto the consumers.
Substantially different below Wall Street. The grid
just to get their stuff into Manhattan. Like food prices in Manhattan are about to skyrocket.
Northfit. Interesting. I guess I'll take a look at it when I'm over there.
and motorcycles $1.05. Now that congestion pricing is in place, will more people keep their cars at home?
We need to put more money and make infrastructure better, or else things will continue to get worse for the country overall. We can keep relying on car ownership to solve our... Again, it's not going to solve it, but we're also not solving our infrastructure problems, because we also have... So for instance, in building these new houses, we're creating a new problem where they're built too quickly and they're not built to last. So now they're going to charge us to rebuild these houses. There's a lot of cascading effects with this, where we haven't planned enough, and even even with good intentions, it's going to end up with a bad turnout.
Home and take the subway. Doug Williams joins us live from Mobile 2 in Midtown with a look at how traffic...
I don't necessarily disagree with the surge pricing, though. Taking 80,000 vehicles off is something, but I just feel like there needs to be a way for, the average citizens to not shoulder the entire cost of this, or if they can get a rebate or something. I feel like this is kind of unfair.
Traffic is there this morning. So, Doug, what are we seeing after we've been on the roads for the last couple hours?
Chris, it's interesting. Right now, we're on 8th Avenue. And
anything done in other countries can be done here, but we don't give enough of a crap, especially those that don't own cars. It depends. It also depends on, if the again, Barcelona is such a small city in comparison to everywhere else. Even the way that Paris is built, you can fit Paris just in a very small subsection of Chicago. So I'm just saying, practically, it's not always the best. And trust me, as somebody that wants more third spaces in places like that, because
if Ed can give you...
I gotta disagree with your housing take. Ask a homeless person if they'd prefer a house for 5 or 10 years or 0 years. I'm not talking about those. Brandon, I'm not talking about homeless people. I'm not talking about literally solving that the homeless problem. What I'm talking about is the millennial problem. This is actually more I'll just say this is an anecdotal thing. It's because I have a lot of friends that are trying to buy houses, and the housing market is insane. So with that, those houses, I'm talking about the $200,000, $300 or $300,000 houses. Single family houses that are supposed to last a lifetime, theoretically, because it's your forever home, right? Well, now they're being built to literally fall apart. And that's, again, a problem in itself. And no, Brandon, I hope you didn't misunderstand that. No, again, if we're doing, quick housing structures for homeless, fine. But also, part of that problem is then if it starts deteriorating, then what?
Oh my God! It is pretty open. I mean, it is 8:33 in the morning on a Monday.
Oh, you mean tiny houses and Connects houses? I'm talking, specifically fast build apartment complexes that they charge almost $200,000 to live in.
And 8th Avenue is fairly...
those are the ones... Okay, so again, anecdotally, those are the ones I'm seeing pop up all over the place.
Clear. And so...
And I've also seen a bunch of TikToks and YouTubes about how poorly these places are constructed and how living in them is essentially either a death trap or you're going to need to move in the next 10 years.
Last 2 hours, we've sort of shown you what people are used to.
This is like a miracle.
In the city, driving in the city, trucks double parked, buses, a lot to navigate as always. That has not changed, but there are certain areas, like right now on 8th Avenue, driving right past Madison Square Garden, that feel...
This is so... Okay, this is disingenuous, because you could... All right. You know how many times I've driven on, even Michigan Avenue, where if you're not there during peak hours, it is legit having a different commute, because you're just what the fuck? That usually takes me 25 minutes. It took me 2. That happens here, and I have a feeling that's kind of what they're showing you. I take this one with a grain of salt.
Feel more open than...
In America, we build houses to last 15 to 30 years. A typical mortgage length. New construction does suck, so there's your problem. DOD did a video on it.
Maybe you're used to. And look, we can't say with 100% certainty that it's because of congestion pricing, but these are the sorts of optics that I think we were expecting. And, we've seen the opposite at times. We've run into our fair share of traffic this morning, but...
It's not because we are too big. Most people aren't traveling from Cali to NYC every day. That's not, no. I mean, again, trucking is a huge industry. So... just trucking alone, I'm not even, yes, if you're talking about, because I kind of get what you're saying, because, if they want to tax, the people that are driving in just for sightseeing and the suburbanites who just want to essentially treat New York like Disneyland, okay. But that's where I'm saying, why put it in why do it with like it where it Fire Fist kind of said something about it with the registration. Why not do it with the registration, where if you have your registration within the city, then you get a rebate on this, and everybody who is in the suburbs then pays that surge prices. But it seems like they kind of did the opposite here.
Would say less.
Oh yeah, there will always be traffic in New York City, but like you can actually move. They're moving.
Wow. Right there is the reason that everybody gets so fooled by things. Like even Republicans, everybody, even like, look at Vosh. Yeah, look, it's moving. I could go on the Congress Parkway right now, and I could probably make a similar video.
We are used to, the two of us in here are New York City drivers.
I'm actually amazed. I'm not looking at each side of the street. I'm not seeing a bunch of delivery trucks, which are really weird to me because, see, exactly. And that's also where I was just saying this is going to cause like a surge in food prices.
Sort of accustomed to a certain level of traffic, especially at this hour. So I think it's important and interesting to look at these images because even mostly folks
which is weird because don't you want things to technically be cheaper for the people to incentivize living in the city?
Jersey, out on Long Island, and the outer boroughs as well, maybe having.
Because I'll tell you right now, living downtown Chicago, like in one of those penthouses, it's on. You're like, what? Do you understand how expensive those are?
Change everything about their routine and their commute for the central business district. And so they may be watching and wondering, well, did anything actually change in the central business district? And it seems like maybe a little bit less traffic than usual, but
a little.
Also very much
a little. I know I'm not a New Yorker, but a little.
So very much the
what a hellhole. Regardless, are you kidding me? This is peak. This is peak urban. This is great. This is Urbania. This is phenomenal. Look at how many people are walking. I mean, yes, New York City is disgusting.
Again, this is so anecdotal. What the fuck? You could go to any city and just be like, look.
Crash wise,
it's like Romania. It's awesome.
But, I'm walking here now. Yeah.
The trucks double parked and the things that you normally have to navigate. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it. We're making our way right now to Penn State.
Actually, there's an interesting video from, I think, Adam something that about Romanian architecture and why it is built the way that it is.
To talk to some commuters who've made their way from New Jersey and see how many of them decided to make the change to Jersey Transit today for their commute. But for now, we're live here on the west side of Mobile 2. Doug Williams, CBS News.
I'm sure that has improved their moods, those that you talked to. All right, Doug, thank you.
Holy jawline.
Well, drivers who use an Easy Pass will pay less than drivers who use toll by plate. The $9 toll could.
If I didn't know better, I'd say that guy definitely has a secret identity as a some kind of hero of the night with that jawline.
$13.50 if you pay by mail, and there are credits for Easy Pass drivers who take the Holland.
You do not let larger vehicles into NYC. When I had a pickup truck registered in NY, I had to register it. Commercial, couldn't drive in the city.
Battery
oh, wow.
Lincoln or Queens Midtown tunnels during peak hours, not the GWB. And it's not too late to apply for discounts and exemptions through the Easy Pass website.
Okay. Hold on. This is very important. This is an extremely important piece of information, considering this is almost what I was saying could offset this.
School buses are all exempt. Residents living in the congestion zone with a household income of less than $60,000
nice.
may qualify for a tax credit. A 50% discount.
Oh, you got to apply for that tax credit, though. Hold on. They have to. Okay, so if you live in New York, definitely please, or New Jersey, like Bloodstone here, Bloodstone, definitely try and make that under 60K thing known to the fellow New York, New Jersey travelers that have to go into New York.
Low income discount plan. There are also medical exemptions for those who cannot use mass transit. So
making car ownership more expensive will not help anything if that money is not going to help infrastructure and public transit. If people need to use cars, then the problem isn't fixed. So like in Chicago, we have gas taxes that actually go directly to our infrastructure, which again really pisses off a lot of residents, but you can kind of see, the tentative effects of raising the taxes and then seeing the revenue being used. Like actually, specifically in my area, we had a bridge that was like, it was scary to drive on. Like if I was parked on that bridge for too long, especially with like even a light wind, it's like, ooh, I'm nervous. Oh boy. And then, oddly enough, it was like right after the Baltimore thing. That's when they started doing that bridge construction.
You have to really kind of read the fine print, so to speak. Now, union representatives for city firefighters blasted the MTA for not giving them certain exemptions.
We have a very unique situation where our members are regularly tasked with using their own personal vehicles.
Why is it everyone's asking the New Jersey commuters how they feel? No, who's talking to the New Yorkers? Genuinely, who's talking to the New Yorkers? Like, why aren't they walking around the street? Look at this. Live traffic in New York City, congestion pricing cams. Oh my God. Well, I actually don't know how busy this area normally is. I mean, you can see a street down there. This is Jersey City. See if I can find, it's like 5 p.m. over there. How congestion pricing will affect drivers in Queens. Okay, how about the people in Manhattan? This is insane, dude. All anyone cares about in this shit country is cars. Cars and the people in them. Look at this. How congestion pricing will affect drivers in Queens. Tri-state drivers, commuters react to congestion pricing told. New Jersey commuters say New York City congestion pricing will cost them $22 a day. Some Manhattan residents hopeful of extra. Oh, I'm sorry. Do people live in Manhattan? I had forgotten. I forgot that Manhattan, one of the most densely populated parts of the planet, has people who live in Manhattan. Food industry feeling the cost of New York City congestion price. Fuck you.
Called it.
Your truck that's carrying 6,000 pounds of groceries has to pay like $22 on the way in. Yeah, I'm sure your profit margins are sinking through the ground.
The Hudson Square Business Improvement District.
That's not. Does this dumb motherfucker really think that trucks just bring in all of the groceries on one truck to your grocery store? Is this really how? What? And people legit go to him and go. They're just like, yeah, Vosh is one of the more well-spoken on the left. Holy crap.
Good morning. How will the pricing
Bye, guys. I'll be back maybe tomorrow.
650 views on this one.
Take care, Brian.
650 views on this one. 1 million subs to CBS New York.
So Hudson Square is a unique neighborhood at the entrance of the Holland Tunnel. Our borders are Canal in the south, 6th Avenue in the east, Clarkson in the north, and West Street in the
Like
west.
her hair. Love their hair.
And every day at about 3 p.m. during the week, and sometimes on the weekends too, we have cars backing up all the way north in the neighborhood.
The Manhattan Bridge motor vehicle lanes were empty at 11 a.m. today. Holy shit. While the subway and bike lanes have plenty of usage, congestion pricing works. It's New York City. It has the best metro, some of the best metro in the world. Like, if you make it just a little bit less convenient for people to drive in, just a little bit less.
So crossing Varick Street during the evening hours for anyone that works or lives in the neighborhood is incredibly difficult, in addition to crossing Canal Street. And so that really prevents people from wanting to go in and out of our neighborhood to Tribeca, to Soho. It makes it hard to get to Hudson River Park, and it impacts our businesses who have this sort of quality of life issue all around them. It's a lot of
For restaurants, actually, yeah, Brahms come in one truck. Oh.
noise. It impacts people's mental and physical health.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that.
There are some
But what he was talking about was groceries.
days when I'm leaving the office, I have to decide, do I want to cross Varick
Again, like, not everybody can just go out to a restaurant and eat all the time.
Street to go run an errand? Do I have the energy to navigate through all of this congestion? And we also, as an organization that takes care of the neighborhood and the people in the neighborhood, we pay for crossing guards every day during the week to make sure that people can cross safely. That's how big a problem it has been for us.
And opinions are mixed on congestion
Thank you,
pricing.
Brian. I appreciate
How will your
that.
organization help communicate the benefits of this plan to?
Oh, actually, yeah. You know what? That reminds me. If you haven't already liked the stream, please do. It really helps me out. Makes you a better YouTube consumer. And yeah, I'd really appreciate
Both
it.
the residents and the businesses.
Exactly. It's a neighborhood, not a highway. Yeah, people from the suburbs think of downtown as the place you drive to do fun things, and all the roadways and parking lots as like the means to help you do that. They don't think of the people who live there as people. This is unironically rooted in American racism, in like the post-World War II suburban spread, where white GIs got to benefit from the bill that allowed them to go develop and get their white picket fence while black soldiers didn't. So black soldiers, vets, and black families stayed downtown in urban areas. White people left. This was exacerbated with the collapse of American industry, the Rust Belt. White people fled further out into the suburbs. Black people stayed in the cities. But cities still have the nightclubs. Cities still have the good restaurants with the cool black and brown people who talk weird, but you like them and you like their food as long as they're not scary or whatever. So the white
Jesus Christ, he really is so reductive with this stuff.
people come back for that. Even before that, think of slumming it. Yeah, no, you're right. Even
Like way to formulate your argument just to like fit it in your own little bubble, but not really expand past it. And then people wonder why people why don't they agree with us? How come normies don't think that we have good points? This is really weird. How come it's always an uphill battle, guys?
before that, 100%. So white people go out and they live with the white picket fence in their McMansions.
Vosh is silly on this topic because he barely leaves the West Coast. Yeah,
their cultureless wasteland. They drive downtown. They turn it into a highway. They turn it into a massive parking lot, and then they use those facilities in a way that enriches only the corporations, not the people who live there. And then they skedaddle. Yeah, it's just an amusement park to them. They don't treat it like a living, breathing place that people actually live. More people than in their suburbs. And how those suburbanites would cry if someone threw a house party in their block. They will blast their horn at 9:48 p.m. downtown in audible range of thousands of people. And then they go back to their suburbs, their clean white suburbs, and they'll throw a hissy fit. If anything, they'll call the cops if there's like a black guy who just chills in the park next to them.
I have seen that.
At 8 p.m.
I have definitely seen that. I have experienced the noise complaint from a neighbor where you're just like, what? And you're like, it is barely 10 o'clock.
I hate them. I hate commuters. I hate suburbanites. I hate all these people. And it's not really even their fault. But they are like a plague.
A-hole. I would love to live in the city, but I can't. But now I'm a racist. Cool. F you, Vosh.
Like, people talk about urban blight, like what happens downtown, New York City, Seattle, Los Angeles, whatever. But that blight
yeah, you see how that doesn't really...
because all the wealth is taken from those areas, and that's what causes the blight. There's nothing innate about downtown areas that makes the people who live there poor. Quite the opposite.
By the way, we are 8 minutes until... Central 420.
Those are the areas that produce the most wealth. But then that wealth gets taken out and externalized, and they ruin the downtown areas by making it into a highway. What do you think interurban highways were made to do? You think those were made for the benefit of the cities? All the American...
It was made to move military equipment around.
Cities that got carved up.
I happen to know this.
With gigantic, like, 8-lane...
It was to help aid in production of materials for World War II.
Highways running through it. That wasn't done for the people who live in the cities. That was done for the wealthy white people who live outside the cities who want to be able to enter quickly and easily. They're vampires. They ruin everything. And then they don't understand why it's so nice when they go to Paris or London.
He does understand that Paris has suburbs, right? Right? Like, right? He does. This is such an online worldview. It's scary. It's scary. And this is scary because so many people follow him. And so many people now have this idea of trust me, man, I have been influenced by people's worldviews and then gone outside and that whole touch grass thing. And when you do, you're like, what? This is entirely different than everything I've been told.
Is Beverly Hills a suburb? It's hard to say, kind of. Like, it's a suburb relative to Los Angeles's downtown, but it's also not because it's densely packed, and it has its own like very large and robust and wealthy commercial district. Yeah, like a lot of LA kind of feels like one big suburb, but there are degrees of that. It's sort of an abstract. LA as a whole is too suburban. LA is a state of mind. That's pretty true. Land value 3D map of downtown versus suburban areas. Yeah, this strong towns bit is like very radicalizing. You go to downtown where all the poor people are.
Actually get back in my normal spot. Woohoo!
Value per acre. Knox County, Tennessee. Not even
come on, Vosh.
Not even like a mega city. Knox County, Tennessee. Where do you think that spike is?
I mean, this is the bitch about getting his take on this, but
it's every city. Suburbs produce
Detroit
nothing.
got carved all up, destroyed Black and Mexican Chinese communities. So no, actually, you can tie the decimation of the auto industry to the dissolution of Detroit.
You just lose
dissolution.
I went over this whole thing before.
Decay.
I want to now, but
sorry.
So why don't you live in downtown Seattle? Well, I don't want to. I like where I live.
A word.
Which is extremely close to downtown Seattle. If the implication that you're trying to throw my way is that I contribute to this process of urban decay, this is demonstrably untrue. There are urban neighborhoods other than downtown. Yeah, I don't live in the suburbs.
I really do sometimes, like when I look at my stream, especially like if I'm editing, sometimes it'll feel like when it's sped up, like I'm a DVD screensaver just moving all over the screen.
But if I was like, the equivalent for Seattle would be somebody who lives in like Renton or somebody who lives in the suburbs around Bellevue, driving into Seattle every day, either for work or whatever, and then leaving. And there are a lot of people who do that. And it's a problem. Fucks up things for everyone. Yeah. Bellevue's all rich people though. Well, yeah, but suburbs are often quite wealthy.
Yeah, but what's your solution to because again, these people cannot afford to live in the city proper because you have the other problem where like the building housing, is now considered luxury.
But Bellevue also has nothing to do. There's nothing to do in Bellevue. They just have a big mall. That's it. You have a big mall. It's certainly not Seattle. Malls are good third places. Yeah, but that's all they have.
Yeah, malls are good. Yeah, see, weird how he's just like, oh, yeah, they just have a mall. They just have a mall, being so reductive about it. It's the same thing as just being like, oh, they just have a bar. They just have a bar. Like, dude, I hate that shit. I really do. as I think that I articulated it well enough just to say that the most annoying part is that he's speaking out of his ass. Like, it's not like he's traveled. It's not coming from an actual, like, place of understanding. He's doing it from a place of elitism. Like, it's literally his way or the highway on that one, or not the highway in his way or way of thinking. His way in the city sidewalk. Gary, Indiana is a case study on what happens when industries leave an area. Oh, trust me. Yeah, I'm not too far away from there. And I've done business in Gary. Yeah, it is scary there. Yeah, it's got the old Sears Tower near it. Ignorance. Yeah. Well, he doesn't see that it's like, again, it's elitism on his part. Like, it's so weird how he can have these opinions, especially like being a leftist, but just be so up his own ass to not see that he is an elitist in that regard. And the fact that he owns a car, that he's part of the problem. Like, yeah. Now that shit, that's not even like the Hasan bit where it's just like, oh, Hasan makes too much money, blah, 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 blah. Or Wash makes too much money. It's like, no, now you're just a hypocrite, because now you're telling people that you disagree with this and this and this, and you don't follow your own stuff there. So obviously, with the exception of parks. Oh, sorry, I didn't read your first part. Okay, but we can add some nuance about how every third place is some monetary sink or place to spend your money. I mean, dude, parks are great, but yeah, bars are great. Having a place to do karaoke and have fun with people is great. But yeah, also, parks, I'll give you that. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I'm saying, yes, like, we could do more parks, but having business establishments by those parks that more people can congregate to, I don't see how that's a problem. I literally have a park on the river that has like a really nice restaurant by it, and that it's got, our downtown district is right there. We got a nice line of bars. So, I don't know. Yes, but they shouldn't cost so much money to, yeah, that's part of the problem though. Like, yeah, I'll say that much. Like, yes, it is almost, even actually, funny enough, where I live is a very good, not to use your term, case study on why, like, these third places essentially we get priced out of them, So I guess that does kind of, fly in the face of me just being like, yeah, more parks. But what am I come on, dude, realistically, like, you can only use, especially in Illinois, like, I can only use a park so much. Here, let's see. What's the temperature right now? 22 degrees with a wind chill of 9. Yeah. Okay. By the way, we are, here. Here we go. Cheers. Man, my allergies are acting up something fierce. Let me use my inhaler. It's somehow making them worse. That's odd. That's odd. Oh, I'm so coffee. Oh, God. Oh, no. One more hit of the inhaler. Why not? Look at me, I'm so cheeky. Oh. Okay. Surprisingly, this isn't even the 420 fun half. Although, for Wednesdays, it technically should be. You need another hit from your inhaler? Right, man. Damn. It's gotta take care of that cough, you know? It's crazy. It's crazy. Money is the problem. Thanks for coming to this TED Talks. Bloodstone, that reminds me of the meme I shared in Discord where it's like a popular wrestling meme where it's these two Joshi wrestlers, which is young women, Japanese wrestlers. She's flying off the top rope. It's just like anybody having a conversation about the economy and what's wrong with it. And it's just like me mentioning that the problem is commodification and capitalism. Oh man, the big boy hit hard today. Oh dang. Excuse me. Wow. As I said, those allergies, they got me going. I hope you guys all have your inhalers. Oh god, we just found the code. We did it, guys. We did it. I love that pic of her. I don't know wrestling, but I know a badass when I see one. Yeah, she's cool. Her whole gimmick is using American swear words. So, like, literally, this is, like, the way that she's just like, wah! It's very funny. Joshi wrestling is, it's a lot of fun. Oh, man. I just feel like Vosh is, you gotta calm down with that. Does that make a dab a nebulizer? Technically. Man. I used to have, like, an old vaporizer where, like, you could put, the flour in, and it looked like one of those, actually, no, it looked like Tom Servo from, Mystery Science Theater. I loved that thing. My dad made me break that. He found it, and he was just like, this isn't a science experiment. I'm like, technically it is. I'm learning about combustion and thermodynamics. Actually, do any of you guys have like a good story about getting caught by your parents smoking? The first time I ever got caught smoking a cigarette, it was my friend's fault. And it totally was. It was the peer pressure thing. He made me. I was peer pressured into stealing my mom's Virginia Slims. So we're sitting behind the bleachers of the local park. And it's me and my buddy. And, like, dude, it had to look ridiculous. You know, two, like, 11-year-old kids with cigarettes like that were, like, this long. Also, it is kind of a funny thought, like, me being that age, you know, smoking cigarettes whenever I could get them. Just sitting there playing with my action figures, you know, literally doing the thing. Hey, man, you want to go play some G.I. Joes? The experiment is to see. Oh, sorry. The experiment is to see what BS I can handle today. I had a pack of oh shit cigarettes that my dad found in the car after I moved out. Hadn't even used one. Dude! Oh my god. Okay, so I had a situation where, like, I swear to this day, up and down, I had only like drank a handful of times up until I was like 24. Like, I did not like drinking. Yeah, there's a Dan Soder bit about playing with wrestlers smoking cigarettes. Yeah, no, because, like, that's exactly what I was referencing. Didn't mean to steal a bit. I was actually just kind of, I almost did. Appreciate that. I never intend to do that, by the way. Because I know, like, the Robin Williams effect is real, too. And unfortunately, that is one of the reasons I'm such a fan of Soder, is specifically because I have so many, like, similar experiences. Being having our divorced parents, having my mom being in the dating scene. Also, because my mom being in the dating scene, that's where, the cigarettes were a little bit more accessible. I also had some, like I said, shitty friends that were definitely into peer pressure. But my first time ever smoking, was with that same friend, so... No, dude, there was a funny one where my very first time... Oh, no. You reminded me that he told that joke, Sean. So no. I've worked in comedy, and I never want to be the Carlos Mencia. I never want to do that crap. So anytime that, like, if there's a conflation in my story with any of that, I'm just like, oh, no, here. Except mine wasn't playing with wrestlers. Like, at that age, it was Dragon Ball Z. It was like the Dragon Ball Z figures. I remember this specifically because I had a situation where I was, hey, Fire Dragon, what's up? I was smoking, like, outside my buddy's house, and his sister is 2 years older than me, but she was always around and bullied the crap out of us. So I came in and we're playing with the Dragon Ball figures, and she just comes down, she smells me, she's like, are you smoking? I'm like, no. She's just like, I know cigarettes when I smell them, and I know that, you didn't see your mom. I do remember she said she didn't see her mom today, and that kind of hit where I was just like, are you insinuating that my mom smells like a liquor store? Yes, that's exactly what she was insinuating. But then she actually said the one that really hurt, where she was just like, wait a minute, are you guys still playing with toys? You're like 13. You're way too old for that shit. I was like, that hit. But no, first off, my first time ever smoking was, we were in my buddy's basement, and we found a little bit. Like, it was one of those weird situations where we think it was either his mom's or his sister's. But he got really excited. He calls me and my buddy over. He's like, guys, I got some stuff. And he had no idea what we were doing. So we went to this kind of ages me. We went to the skating rink, and that's where this one kid was that we had no idea what to do with it. Like, no idea. So we just kind of happened to, like, tell him, we were like, hey man, we got this. And he was just like, do you guys have anything? We're like, what do you mean? Like, anything to use? And we're like, no. It's like, here. He charged us, like, I think it was $10, but so he went to, there was a hardware store right down the street from the skating rink. He's like, I'll be right back. He comes back and he made us a pipe. It was perfectly sealed. It had plumber's tape, but it was made out of, standard, like, screws and bolts. And he put a little screen in it and everything. Yeah, man, that was cool. That was my first pipe that I ever got, but he got to keep it. I was so mad about that. That was my first time ever smoking, and at like legit, I remember just being so ripped and just being like, I love this. And I had like that magical moment of giggling, and I miss those days. I love MST3K. Yeah, me too. It's like one of my favorite things. It's like if I'm in a like funk, I'll put it on and just Torgo is actually one of my personal favorites. I'm not saying you were oh sorry. I don't know why, but my comments just refreshed and started. Like, that happens at least once a stream now. That's so weird. I'm pretty sure that it's because of my Streamlabs. First pipe was for me, was carving out an apple. Really? See, yeah, I didn't know the trick, like, until not way later. I was probably about 15, 16 when I learned that. Here, real quick. I gotta put something on. I gotta put on the next segment because my dog is barking up a storm, and she really wants to go potty, so I gotta let her out. So let's watch this.
Have you guys seen this video of Trump supporters singing a MAGA song on their way to the Capitol?
This is great, by the way, and yes, I did pre-watch this one, so
January 6th before crashing their car on the side of the road.
I don't feel bad
it's not
for
that funny. I'm glad that everybody was okay, but when you're driving in the snow
I'll be right
with your
back.
phone in your hand while you're also recording and singing MAGA songs, then the onus is on you to stay safe, to drive carefully, and clearly they were not prioritizing safety. So I want to break down this video. Make sure you drop a like, comment some blue hearts to boost it. But first, let's jump over to this interesting thread that released a few days ago. It says, "A Christmas to Remember." This is from the QAnon Casualties Reddit, where people tell stories about their family members or extended family members falling victim to QAnon. And just listen, it's very interesting. This reads, "My mom met my boyfriend's MAGA family this Christmas and couldn't keep her anti-Trump comments at bay." A few things. First of all, I want to meet this mom. That is awesome. But secondly, this story gets interesting. His family lives in bumfuck Indiana. They're white evangelical Christians and think that migrants cause all issues in this country and Trump is going to stop it. They are so pro-Trump that they pray for him at Christmas. They are low income and low education. They read Trump and Elon's social media posts like it's the Bible. They obsess over the Laken Riley case and the case where the immigrant lit someone on fire in New York City. They think Trump is going to lower costs for them and save them from all of their self-inflicted issues. Someone at Christmas was talking about how they didn't have a Christmas tree at the gym anymore, and I guess they went woke when it was actually due to fire hazards. Honestly, that's a good microcosm of all of the MAGA conclusions. There's usually a very valid reason for why things happen, but MAGA always makes this logical leap and tries to think it's because of wokeness, it's because of immigrants. And before we read further, this is a really common theme among many families. Lower income, lower education people voting for the billionaire and the billionaire cabinet because they think that they will work for them, when in reality, Trump is just good at leveraging the media to propagandize himself. My mom, who lives in Philadelphia, thinks that Trump is the Antichrist. Okay, so we have two opposing, diametrically opposed sides right here. The story continues. Okay, so they are talking about Philly and the migrants, and my mom says that immigrants aren't the issue in this country. His dad, meaning her boyfriend's dad, says he thinks that they are. She proceeds to say that Trump and his Ku Klux Klan buddies are going to come to her neighborhood and wreak havoc, ripping people out of their homes. His family was silent. Stunned. She literally suggested that Trump was a member of the KKK. She then proceeded to tell them how Trump tanked the Taj Mahal casino and effed over all of the blue-collar workers, and she was there to witness the protesting. His family is so weak and fake that they didn't even respond to her, but I got a mouthful from my boyfriend at home. Now, I'm not sure straight up calling Trump a part of the KKK is the best tactic when you're trying to reach out to voters who disagree with you. There's a way to do it where you can inch them towards your position, but either way, I get where this person is coming from. Anyway, we had to leave Christmas early, and I'm pretty sure my boyfriend and I are breaking up because of how triggered they all were about my mom. Can't tell if I'm proud of her or annoyed that she couldn't keep her opinions to herself, but she ain't wrong. I would say I'm proud. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below, but let's go over to the main story of today. I found this video incredibly interesting, and I want to reiterate, I'm incredibly glad everyone in the car was okay. I think this is more showing you that you need to prioritize your safety and drive safely. But when you see the way that they're talking about the Capitol, they even say God is paving the way for us while we're going to the Capitol on January 6th, then it's like, just watch.
You know what? me personally, I'm already at the Capitol. I'm already yelling on my bullhorn. I already got my flag up in the air. Get ready. Here we go. MAGA. MAGA. Look at these roads, man. Look at these roads. God has cleared a path for us today.
All right. Well, I'm glad that I did that because she really needed to go.
God has cleared a path for us today. Let's see if that's true.
Say it louder. MAGA.
Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Come on.
Uh-oh.
They're going
Shout it out loud.
Yeah, he is not on road. That's ice. Yep. Oh, oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
We're done, guys.
No, we're not. Oh, no.
He's coping. We're not done. We're not done here. We're still.
We're not done. We're not. He is in such denial.
Making it to the Capitol.
Oh, wait. Sean Baker, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, hey, welcome.
He says we're done. Wait, that's comedy. Listen one more time.
I just read your comment before I even saw your name.
No, we're not. Oh, no.
No, we're not.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Jamie.
We just joined the car. We're done.
Shit.
Ah, the wave of realism. Just whoosh.
No, I mean genuinely. I'm glad everybody's okay. That's all that matters at the end of the day. It's
True.
scary. It is scary as hell getting a car accident. I'm not laughing at their panic at all.
Yeah, dude.
I'm just
Car
laughing at the
accidents
fact
suck,
that,
man.
honestly, if you go back a little bit, this dude has his phone in his hand, and they're going way too fast. Look at this.
Yeah. No, he's
The number one rule in driving is that when the roads
in
are
the snow like
this, you
that.
go a
Yeah,
little bit
that's
slower. But
what
let's
are you
finish this
doing?
video.
All okay.
We're okay.
We're all okay.
Give me such damage.
All right. We are all okay.
Yeah, the door is kind of stuck.
I mean, Trump really brings out the worst in people. I have one more video of this crazy Trump supporter in Walmart who got arrested.
Ooh.
I'm not going to play the full thing because it's just hard to watch. This person is clearly going through some sort of mental break, and I can empathize with that. But at the same time, the stuff that she's saying, just listen.
Are you American too? Yes. Inverted mystic, I am American. From Chicago.
Trump oftentimes brings out the worst in people.
Now, do you think that there's anybody that like has a Trump hat that would walk past that and just be like, hell yeah? Or they're just like, uh-oh.
He isolates people
like
from
even
their
they're
family.
getting a little alarmed about it. Like, maybe we shouldn't be like cheering this on.
Members or family, friends. He has people driving to the Capitol in the snow. These people are speeding there. Emotions must be high. And this was today. Why are they going to the Capitol on January 6th when Trump won? It doesn't make sense. One of the first things this guy says in this video is, I can already see myself with the bullhorn and the flags at the Capitol. Just take a listen.
I'm already at the Capitol. I'm already yelling on my bullhorn. I already got my flag up in the air. Get ready. Here we go. MAGA.
Minutes later.
We're done, guys.
Oh, shit.
We're done.
Let's just enjoy this.
No, we're not.
Where is your God now?
That is kind of a
Nice.
moment right there. I know what it's like when you rear on someone. You're like, no, it's all good. It's all good. When it's not all good. I have one more story that loops perfectly back into this.
Hard to
This
tell
reads,
sometimes because
"Ran into a
Canadians are so
wild queue
intertwined with our
at the
politics.
hospital
People
yesterday
don't
that says, "I was
like
waiting
yelling,
for my
but
surgery, and suddenly we
people
heard a
really
lady
call out
cussing
their
and
side.
screaming.
Oh yeah.
She
No,
loudly
I
asked
told
the surgeon,
you're definitely in the right place here, man. Like, I call out
Nancy Pelosi
all the BS.
The whole place
Even
was
my
hearing her
own.
scream. Hospital security came a
try.
few minutes later, and he told her to get dressed because the surgeon canceled her surgery. Her tune changed, and she started crying, begging for it not to be canceled. My mom was a real one and slightly opened the curtain so we could see her go by. A few more minutes later, the surgeon told me my surgery was being moved up now because the spot was opened up. Incredibly interesting stuff. Trump really does bring out the worst in people. Well, it's not just Trump. It's this media ecosystem on the right wing where Tucker Carlson is feeding you
Come on,
disinformation,
it's the media
and then when you're done
ecosystem and the way that we are the commodity. Like, think about that. The way that they, like, Facebook uses us to sell the ads. I mean, this goes back to the whole argument in 2016 where it's like, guys, like they built this on us, like, and we viewed it as being free, and then they're like, oh, we're gonna give you ads. We're like, oh no, you won't, and they totally did. Because they started we all thought that they were gonna start doing this thing where we'd be in the middle of our feed and then they would just do like an ad in the middle of the feed. Because I remember they kind of tried doing that for a little bit, but then it was like they even saw the writing on the wall where they're like, they're not going to tolerate that, but you know what they will tolerate? Sponsored content. And then they made it very difficult for us to differentiate between sponsored content and actual content. Like, it's real. Pep Talks are just a billboard at this point against your will. I am. Oh, right now? I mean... Yes, I'm wearing a CM Punk hoodie, so I guess you could say, technically, I am playing into capitalism, technically, because now I am promoting CM Punk, thus promoting any of his stuff. Yeah. All right, here we go. Host skewered. Let's go into this.
You said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force. Because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look.
You mean the border?
Look at what
you mean
what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada.
I was a Proud Boy back in 2017. Well, look how far you've come.
Canada will never be the 51st
Now you watch a leftist regularly.
of the U.S.
Well, I know under my watch for Ontario, it'd never be for that at all. We have the greatest country in the world. I know he likes making these comments and he likes joking around.
You hope.
I take.
Like, do you understand how dumb they are? And like how they're trying to sell this like, yeah, he's just joking. But like, dude, we're Americans. I've seen this before. He ain't joking.
I take that seriously.
I don't understand why anybody.
Canada x America, artificially drawn line.
I'm serious. If
Canada
Trump
x Mexico, laser eyes.
Yup. That would be a huge blue state.
Yeah.
A huge blue state. I would be
retracting my
so happy. Exactly. Like, hey,
Who's this Pat Sajak looking at MFer that I've seen twice now?
I don't think that Trump has thought this through.
Nothing to see here, folks. Just CNN, a news network, making light of the incoming president's threat to literally steal an entire country. And they go back.
I'm shacked right now, LOL. Even being right of center, I enjoy you and your community.
Throughout the
Nice.
segment about whether or not Trump's actually serious about making Canada the 51st state. But you know who's taking this very seriously? Canadians. You just heard from two of them, two Canadian politicians who are by no means liberal or left-leaning. Pierre Poilievre and Doug Ford are Trumpian politicians in their own ways. Poilievre, who's almost certainly going
I've been saying
to be the next prime minister after the next election, has basically turned the Conservative Party of Canada into a Republican-light apparatus. And Doug Ford's wife was celebrating Trump's victory in November, but rather than working with Trump to make Canada more Trumpian, they now instead have to worry about a legitimate threat to their own sovereignty from a neighboring country that's supposed to be an ally. And you want to know who else doesn't find this funny? Canadian viewers of CNN who
I'm centrist, but right is pushing me left, and the left is pushing me away from the left. It's weird. See, I'm glad that you inverted mystic. You know what? Hold on, break from this, because right there, I hope every single person in here that doesn't understand why I tackle this the way I do, that's it. right there. We actually have people that are moving out of the right that want to be accepted by the left, but then they see that we're eating our own. Like, this is why I have been railing against this since the bread tube was a thing, and that they were using it for content, and it was becoming a meme. And I hate the fact that it still kind of is. Like, you have a lot of people on the left that are super uncharitable, that immediately go on the attack. They're very elitist in their opinions and like the way that they exude them, and how they're just unwelcoming towards people. That's insane. Like, that's insane. How the hell are we supposed to build on that when we can't, like, especially people that are interested in moving that way?
Them in the comment section for even entertaining this idiotic idea in a
Thank you for saying that.
serious way. Here's some examples. How utterly insulting that you are even thinking of joking about taking over Canada.
Although, Inverted Mystic, I will say this. I think that the people that I watch and that now that we conflate as like the far left, we're getting better about recognizing this. Like, I think that's why with the whole jank move, like pivot on TYT, we're kind of
Mike,
we're seeing it for what it is, instead of just being like, no, he's in good faith moving a little bit more centrist. Because like, if had that been the case, people would have kind of, I don't think,
country
jumped on it so
Toronto,
quickly.
Canada. I will die for Canada.
Pushing back against neoliberals who pander to centrism isn't eating each other. Neoliberalism. Brandon Whitney, that's not what they're talking about. Like, I don't think that's what they're talking about.
Know who you're,
because I can tell you right now, like, as somebody, like, as an online entertainer now, I have even experienced this. I have been banned from MR's Discord for a silly joke, and they didn't even try. They didn't even try like to discuss it. I never had a mod get a hold of me. That kind of stuff immediately like turns people off, because again, a good community where it's a lot of learning. Especially for a joke that was just bad taste. It wasn't even bad faith, like kind of stuff like that. I'm just speaking from my experience. And on top of that, I have seen, like, trust me, man, I had a situation early on in my streaming thing here where I had another creator tell me that my takes on policing weren't left enough. And that, it kind of turned into like a good luck with your endeavors kind of thing. And that's where I also had a situation with a chatter who, she's very cool about it. She actually said the reason that she watches my content is because I did push back and I called her elitist over her takes, where I was like, hey, you're gatekeeping right now, and it's elitism. And honestly, if you want me to move to your side, this is kind of pushing me away from it.
Messing with CNN.
I'm going to keep hammering that point home, because like, we got Inverted Mystic here who's literally saying it. They feel like they're being pushed out of the right, but they feel like the left isn't welcoming. We need to change that.
We are Canadian. We don't want to merge with U.S. This is not a joke. CNN, you need
like the Republican Party, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, RFK. I don't like Elon Musk or RFK are like as evil people. I think, but aren't government people in a way. It's a good thing. No. I just, they're unfortunately not the right people. I feel the same about pushing towards the center, but I'm also kind of progressive, but like a judgy progressive. I'm judging everybody, but damn, like, what the fuck is wrong with people? I get that, and like, I understand that, but it's kind of like compartmentalizing, I guess, or just picking our battles, because that we need to be able to grow, and that's where I say compartmentalize, where it's like, okay, this may be something that bothers me, but I can work with this. That's why I have my hard lines. I said it yesterday in my chat. Like, I'll tolerate a lot, but I won't tolerate people questioning my integrity. And then I also won't tolerate people that are just like blatantly anti-trans bigots. I don't deal with that.
Need to
like, that's my hard line.
Apologize to the Canadian people. Canadians,
they aren't the right people, definitely, but are better than modern Republican Party. Oh yeah,
stop.
I mean, but that's the thing. Like, we deal. See, and I appreciate your perspective on this, because you also being kind of new to it. We're dealing with that on the left. We're like, our whole fight is dealing with corporatist Democrats, and they are pushing us even farther left. But we feel like there's a battle there because like it was very well encapsulated in what Kamala did with pivoting to Liz Cheney at the very end of the election there. You know, we kind of felt abandoned. I'll speak for myself. I felt abandoned. You know, it didn't change my vote, but I felt like it's like, what are you doing? Who are you placating to? How does this make any sense? But
watching CNN, they have lost all integrity. Simply no respect for any.
I always invite discussion. There is literally no subject I will not talk about. Well, that's actually really, that's great.
Even ally.
People can certainly be ducks. Well, that's my problem with MAGA is the fact that so many people within MAGA have already made up their minds and they don't pivot. And they also, like, this is why we call them a cult, is because people, like, do you know how insane it is that they can't even call him out? Like, people that can't call him out immediately, I'm just like, what is wrong with you? Because, like, that's one thing the left does not have a problem with. We will call out anything wrong with our candidates. We're almost too good at that.
I am Canadian, and I can confidently state that we are aware of all the favorable attributes of our country, and under no circumstances
I mean,
are we
Elon,
going to
for all
bend the
his
knee
faults,
to
is at
Donald
least
J.
he
Trump,
believes in
much
climate
less
change. Yeah, but he's also now not just an oligarch. Like, dude, he's the super scary oligarch that even Republicans are now afraid of, where they're just like, oh, he is a billionaire just trying to buy governments. Great.
Out to America or anyone else. Why would Canada and Greenland want to lower their...
That's a step, at least. No, it's a step towards authoritarianism under Elon Musk. Like, you do realize that Elon Musk is essentially leveraging Donald Trump right now, and that's why Donald Trump is having like this little conflict of ego, and also you know, he knows daddy is. He knows who paid the bills. That's the thing. Trump is no longer the biggest dick in the room. He's not the richest guy anymore, and that should scare the hell out of Republicans. You know, the left, yeah, we can sit here complaining about it all day, but there's a reason you're not hearing a lot of pushback from the left right now against this stuff, because it's like the right is completely in power, and it's not, he hasn't even taken the office yet, and you have Republicans that are legitimately like, oh no, what'd we do?
Of living
and that's not just anecdotal. Like that, you see enough of it. I've seen enough of it even online, where people, like, the second you mention Elon, they're like, yeah, well, that guy's just a putz. Yeah, and like there is some denial there too, where they're just like, meh.
Joining the United States, Canada is ranked 8th, Iceland is 11th, and the U.S. is 15th on standard of living worldwide.
Yeah, man, ducks are down with the cause.
Entertain the.
You know what they say about ducks? Ducks stay together.
Idea. The only joke here is how pathetic America looks. Stay off our land. So as you can see, they're pretty pissed off, and rightfully so. But just put aside their history and culture as a country and consider why anyone in their right mind in Canada would want to attach themselves to an objectively worse country. They'd have to give up their health care as well as a better standard of living.
Because they live in their own bubble. They hear everything from the right wing on their end. Like, you don't think that there's coordinated efforts to actually make this happen?
As one of the commenters pointed out, all for what? Just to say you're part of America? To appease the imperialist ambitions of some autocratic asshole in another country? Why would any one of them want to do that? Give me a break. But American news outlets, they're not taking this threat seriously. And to be fair, it's because Trump seemingly is only half serious about this. With that being said, him wanting to take Panama and Greenland also started out as this half serious idea. And now it kind of seems like he's being dead serious about wanting to take Panama and Greenland. And I say this because he's now threatening Denmark with tariffs and refusing to rule out military actions to take Greenland and Panama.
Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you. You're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this.
It's a coalition, Brandon, but what I'm saying is we need to be more open to people who are either apolitical or they leaned right. Because like everybody on the left, and like I have this problem because like I'm only speaking for me. I should actually stop doing that. You're right. I just saw somebody say stop saying the left. I'm like, okay. So for me personally, as a leftist, is how I should probably frame this. I think that I used to view it as you go from right wing to being centrist, then kind of pivot left. That's not how it works usually. Because like even for me, I went like from right wing politics right into anarchy or like right into anarchism. So and then I started pivoting center, and then I started kind of moving back. Like I think that everybody kind of views like our the way that we also walk like our political journeys as just being so linear, where, you know, I'm pretty sure it's the same for all of us if you were to put any thought into it, where it's like, yeah, you know what, I did kind of like swing like this way, and like it's, yeah, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's being human. Like, I don't understand this whole like shame where it's like, well, I wasn't always so based.
We need them for economic security.
That's why so many people had problems with going and digging through other people's Twitter and calling it cancel culture. Like, because that was ridiculous, where it's like, no, because then you're just saying people can't change and that you're going to hold them to the standard that they were at to like how many years ago. That was fucking insane. And I know Hasan agrees with me on that one.
The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital. Well, we need Greenland for...
Oh, wait, hold on. Well, you see this a lot with the January 6th, for example. The government believes that they were untouchable. They thought it was a joke, and then a bunch of people without guns. They had guns, guy. Come on. They didn't use them that way, but they definitely had them. Imagine if they all had guns. They kind of did. No, dude, again... Like there's a difference between wanting to be part of that and also having the brain power to be like, oh, I'm about to start a war, you know. The elites live with the la 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 in the la 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 land. Yeah, see, again, this is what I was talking about. This is why Luigi was so important. I have a feeling, Inverted Mystic, I know where you stand on the killing of the CEO by Luigi. I have a feeling that we might see eye to eye on this one.
National security
Right?
purposes. I've been told
or
that
are you going to surprise me?
A long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking.
This is literally baby's first, like, oh my God. It's like somebody gave Grandpa the map and he was just like, yeah, you know, it'd be great if this was ours.
About protecting the free world. You look at, you don't even need, but
this is what we get. Guys, actually, this is what you get when you don't have the generals that he fired, you know, and the actual adults in the room. This is it. You get Trump at his most unhinged.
Binoculars. You look outside, you have China.
And that's why, you know what? I'm not going to say that we were being hyperbolic about being worried about this and just saying like, no, this is going to be objectively bad for everybody. It's like, no, guys, he's telling you what he's going to do. And you guys, you're so entwined in the left was lying about him for so long. They were attacking him. There's no way that what they're saying could be true. And then when it comes true, it's just like, oh, damn Democrats.
Ships.
And they're not even saying like, damn, Democrats were right. They're literally like, it was their fault.
All over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place.
Kirk Bloodstone, the problem is a lot of supporters don't regularly follow anything in modern politics. They just follow their favorite Trump op-ed on Facebook and share it daily. It's like bed bugs. Oh, yeah.
We're not letting that happen.
Actually, I'd say that Facebook has gotten a lot better about that. Like, they don't even really care about Trump anymore. See, that's the thing. Like, even like the centrist Dems are starting to realize that they need to actually like build a party, and they realize like that's where they're panicking. They're just like, oh, do we go with Gavin Newsom or do we go with Kamala Harris again? And we're all just like, no. You know, the sensible of us are just like, no, you're insane, because that's the definition of insanity. You're gonna literally just bang your head against the same wall. Good job.
We're not letting it happen.
And expect a different result. No. well, maybe if we pivot rightward.
And if Denmark...
And I can see where some people would conflate what I'm saying, like, oh, we need to move rightward. It's like, no, we just need to have open arm. Like, we need to be able to be more open to people coming from the right and explaining to them where, like, as far as class lines go and as far as being class conscious, that's where we should definitely be focusing.
Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right, title, or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence or to come into the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level.
I still like Trump, and I just don't support him as president. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, hold on, guys, hold on. I can be charitable with this one because Shane Gillis has a great, and I've mentioned this before, but Shane Gillis actually, I'm going to use this bit because it actually encapsulates what Trump is or what Kirk is saying. He does have charisma. He is hilarious. He is entertaining to watch. If you ignore those three things, then you are just being totally disingenuous. What sucks is the fact that he has those things. But I think that also I got to give Kirk some credit for being able to recognize that he should not be the fucking president.
Yeah, so
there's a difference between having somebody be funny and somebody like, because again, he had that like, can we just admit that Trump is funny? Again, the part of the bit that is hilarious is just quoting Donald Trump, his exact words on his very first stage against Ted Cruz. When they asked him a question on policy, on border policy, he just went, look at Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz, little Ted Cruz. Your wife is ugly, Ted. Ugly as a dog.
No, not so much of a...
And like, that's objectively hilarious. But at that point, it was so shocking to the mainstream media and shocking to culture that and then also the fact that he won, that it also made it so like every leftist, even me, I was just like, I can't think he's ever funny. This guy's dangerous.
Joke anymore.
But now it is like, I can admit that he's funny, but now I have to also just be like, no. That doesn't mean I ever thought he should be president. I mean, if you ever supported him, then I do think that, yeah, okay, well, then you definitely have something there. But I disagree with the swag a bit, though. There's a difference between confidence and utter narcissism. Exactly. Like this again, he's saying swagger, but
Just gotta pause for a moment.
No, I'm sorry, but Kung Flu was funny as fuck. Exactly. The Kung Flu.
What the fuck is even happening? Are we being punished for something that we all did in a past life? I mean, we are truly living in the stupidest fucking timeline imaginable. Trump could be using his bully pulpit to raise the salience of any issue that he wants. He could focus on eliminating food insecurity or housing the unhoused or, I don't know, climate change, which literally threatens the existence of our entire species. But he's fixating on global conquest and trying to take over certain parts of the world that he doesn't have ownership of because ego, I guess. I don't know. But I mean, if you voted for him, do you not feel used? Because he promised to bring down the cost of living and groceries and gas, but instead he's talking about growing the American empire as if that helps you. Do you not feel a little bit stupid for voting for this guy? Because I would if I voted for him. I've made votes that I regretted in the past, but if I voted for Donald Trump, man, after seeing this, when he hasn't even been sworn in yet, I would feel pretty dumb. But you can always change your mind about people, which is something you should do if you voted for this fucking idiot. Now, we saw Van Jones earlier on CNN downplay Trump's comments about Canada, but just take a guess for a moment and ask yourself, what do you think he might have said about Trump taking over Greenland? Well, Van Jones unironically made the case as to why Trump is correct to want to take over Greenland too, because of course, that's our media landscape now, but let's watch.
Everybody would like to buy Greenland, but are we going to take it by force?
I don't know. We could. There's not that many people there. But I don't think we should have to. And here's why we should want it. They got rare earth minerals. We already have some kind of a space base there. And it would fortify us against the Russians.
Hot take. Hitler was also funny. Have you heard? See, no,
I mean,
okay.
Trump's a wheeler.
Swagger is totally correct. It's how he presents himself. Swagger can be pretentious and narcissistic as well. Yeah. See, again, it was just based on a misunderstanding.
Make an offer to the Denmark and see what they have to say.
How much are we willing to pay?
I don't know. How much?
Yeah, maybe I'll get a beer with the guy, but I don't want him to be my boss. Exactly. People said that about George W. And that's kind of where we got the whole like Joe the plumber thing.
It turned out fine.
I mean, look,
I mean, they called it Seward's folly. They were mad about it then, and look what, it's great. We got all the.
So now we're gonna.
Kirk, check your
I
Discord.
just hand over a big old check.
But just to be serious for 1 second, there is
totally serious here.
Man, you don't need to show that often. Go ahead.
No, but there is a strategic problem that we have both geopolitically and when it comes to critical minerals, because as the Arctic thaws out, you've got a bunch of sea routes that are up there. There's going to be a lot of geostrategic competition in that part of the world. So Greenland is going to become more important. Whether we buy it or take it is not the issue. The issue is that has not been important to us in the past.
At Soviet mind, Joe Biden was effing hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Actually, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, dude, come on. That's why General Corn Pop.
We actually should definitely take over Greenland. Listen, I feel like it's obvious if you're watching this video, but just in case there's any
yeah, the fact that we're even talking about buying Greenland just feels like one big meme. Like we're living in political satire. Yeah.
I fucking hate Van Jones. This vapid ideologue has no political ideology whatsoever. And like most media grifters, he'll attach himself like a leech to whatever movement is popular in any given moment. After Trump won the last time, he was a liberal resistor crying on TV. Trump wins the second time, and now he's a soft supporter of MAGA. And he's
okay. Inverted Mystic, see, you said it. So when Luigi kind of did it, the left and the right kind of looked at each other, nodded, and were like, "Damn, bro, GG's." This is the first time in a long time that the right and the left have seen eye to eye on something. Exactly. See, that's called class consciousness, and this is why at least my mission is to not lose that momentum. Yes, and I'm admitting my bias. I am a leftist. Like, I believe in leftist ideals and policy. But I also am, I guess, a little bit of a practicalist because I understand that I can only see so much of it implemented in my lifetime. So I want to focus on things that are attainable within my lifetime, if that makes any sense.
Pro-imperialism all of a sudden. Not that this is the first time for him since he spoke at the evangelical pro-Israel rally back in, I don't know, was it September of last year?
Inverted Mystic, if you haven't followed already, please do.
I'm not really sure.
I think you do.
But either way, this man is a fucking opportunistic grifter. And he just
I'm 90% sure you do.
Up. But I don't want to pick on Van Jones exclusively here, even though he deserves it, because he is representative of a broader problem in this country. Nobody believes in anything.
No. Oh, yeah, I agree with you, Brandon. For example, look at the Spanish flu. It doesn't matter where the virus comes from. If it did, it'd be a scientific notation. If you can't tell, I'm pretty interested in how virology works. No, and and I think that's in like where the people losing their freaking minds over that, where they're just like, yeah, it's different. Where it's like kung flu, you can go, ha ha ha, that's hilarious. But then taking that and going, yeah, China dangerous. They totally engineered it. It's like, what?
Nobody believes in anything. Nobody has core ideologies.
Okay,
it's
guys.
Just vibes and whatever is happening at the moment. And this is apparent because seemingly everyone is just going MAGA in the aftermath of Trump's victory.
What I also don't like is how selfish everybody became. The shutdowns, I didn't necessarily agree with shutting everything down the way we did. I will say that much at least. But then to just see the viral fucking amount of people that were just like, you can't tell me to wear a mask. I don't like face diapers. Wham!
Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough, John Fetterman,
wild to me,
Jeff
and it
Bezos,
continues
Tim
to this
Cook,
day.
Sam Altman, Patrick Soon-Shiong, everyone. If they haven't explicitly endorsed Donald Trump, they've capitulated to MAGA in some way. And it's just so pathetic. That includes so-called progressive outlets like TYT. And on the subject of TYT, by the way, remember when Anna Kasparian said that Trump wasn't a fascist because in her narrow...
No, it wasn't. See, and that's what I mean, Kirk. It's not inherently racist to call something kung flu. And like, trust me, there were enough on the left that conflated that, and they were just like, how dare you? How dare you? Oh, you're being so offensive. And they're missing the forest for the trees on that one, where it's like, no, that's not the problem. It's what came after that, where then he was just like, they totally engineered it, and it's a bioweapon. And we were all like, what are you doing?
Definition. The criteria would have to include conquest.
Yeah, but they wouldn't wear a face diaper, but they wore maxi pads on their ears. Yeah, this movement's not insane.
Interesting. I wonder.
It's also funny how their biggest arguments are just like, I don't see any Biden flags. It's like, yeah, because we're not sycophantic freaks.
If she's going to reevaluate her position now that Donald Trump officially meets one of those core tenets of her skewed definition of fascism. fascism. Something tells me that she's just going to pretend like we didn't see her say that too.
Kirk, I would call it really bad taste. I mean, if we're going back to being shocked and outraged about a loss of decorum, I think that we've missed the boat on that one.
Even though, I'm focusing on media personalities and oligarchs,
I don't blame people for saying it's racist, especially because of the outcome, but the phrase, no, and I get that, and I understand exactly what you're saying. The phrase itself was not the racist part, but it's what everybody focused on. It's the part that everybody took and was just like, yeah, that's the part that we're mad about. So
it's not just them. This
Trump
is a
diapers.
nationwide
Oh yeah, they also wore Trump diapers, like literally.
Pixar is censoring trans characters from an upcoming streaming series, and Disney reportedly told them to downplay environmental themes from an upcoming film. Corporations like Walmart are rolling back DEI programs that they launched in the aftermath of the George Floyd protests in 2020. And this comes after other corporations like Target already announced that they were limiting Pride products in the aftermath.
It's definitely bad taste. This is why I liked it. I enjoy this type of humor. See, again, this is why I understand this, is because like I listened to like the Legion of Skanks, which Tony Hinchcliffe has been on. Like I understand, shock comedy is definitely something that I do not cringe at. Even though, like, if you go to old Opie and Anthony bits, there's some that have aged, like milk in a freaking hot Geo Metro.
Aftermath of right-wing backlash. But this is only the beginning. Our entire culture is shifting to the right before our very eyes.
Yeah. And the thing is, I think people like shock humor for the same reason that they like horror movies, that it tests your internal limits, and it kind of it's like giving you a viral, like, whoa.
And it's about to get exponentially worse. Now, right-wing oligarchs are buying social media platforms. And no, I'm not just talking about Twitter. Kevin O'Leary, a wealthy Canadian Trump supporter, well, he announced that
That's because Anthony was a racist? Yes, exactly.
He's close to closing a deal to buy...
No, but I mean, even some of the Patrice O'Neill bits, actually, I listened to one where Joe Rogan I'll never forget the day too, where they had a situation where Joe Rogan was talking about, I think werewolves or something like that. And he was just talking about like how, there's this wolf that's like 7 feet tall that like walks on its hind legs, and they definitely, this is where the werewolves come from, and they had somebody that studied that specific subject about that specific topic, and he's just like, nerd, what do you know? You're probably just like, and he just was discounting it. But like, as funny as that was, that's part of the problem now. That exact mentality is like Trumpism, like just summed up right there. Just nerd. What? You're not making me laugh. I don't like that information. You just must not know what you're talking about. Ha 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 ha. I'm superior.
TikTok.
And then
which it's so funny when Joe Rogan was saying that and somehow not problematic.
At midday, 12:05, Trump will be who we have to work with to close the deal in the months ahead. So I wanted to let him know, as well as others in his cabinet.
But yeah, if you actually look at what right-wing voters are saying, they're more communist than Democrats sometimes. Yeah, but if you use that term, like, because here, this is why people call them stupid, because they are kind of stupid, because they fall for just like the baseline propaganda. And also, I hate to say it, when we do call them stupid, this is why they call leftists elites.
That we're doing this, and we're going to need their help.
Oh, goody. A conservative is buying one of the few social media...
That's why, honestly, Kirk, calling nerds is fine, but I like calling dorks.
Platforms, I still enjoy.
There's nothing funnier than just calling somebody a fucking dork.
He's not going to use it for nefarious purpose.
Like Vivek Ramaswamy. That guy is a fucking dork.
It is to push some sort of a pro-business, pro-fascist agenda. I'm sure it's going to be just fine, as was the case after Elon Musk bought Twitter, right? I mean, look, if they buy YouTube, we are so cooked. We're so cooked as a country. But, before you start thinking about not using TikTok...
Well, I'll say that I'm cooked as a content creator at that point. Ruh-roh.
To Facebook, for example. Well, Mark Zuckerberg just announced an end to fact-checking on Facebook in lieu of a more Twitter-based approach, which...
I know, but politics should be boring.
It might sound like...
I think that's kind of a contrarian thing to say because you were bored by it when you were a child.
A bad idea.
Honestly, politics was never that boring. It's always been kind of this exciting. Well, it's not this exciting. Okay, maybe I'll walk that back a little bit, but it's always been like, so much shit on the line kind of thing. Because again, dude, like, I hate how people just objectively have forgotten that, gay marriage is a new thing, like relatively, like in the history of America, as far as being legal. Legalized marijuana was something that honest to God, if you had told me that in my sophomore year of high school, even, I would have been like, no way. Like, there was too much pushback. There was way too much political pushback.
On paper, but he's going to do it anyway because that's what Daddy Trump wants.
If politics were boring, you mean they were doing their job? No. See, again, that's on... No. See, Brandon? No. Because if it was boring, that almost makes it easier for them to do the stealing.
The recent elections also...
And that's also where you can say that it was also more boring like in the 90s and things like that because they were doing more of this underhanded. Now we just have more reporting on it, so it makes it more sensationalized. But this did not start with Trump, and I hate when people do that.
A cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free...
That's also true, but damn.
...expression
yeah.
on our platforms. More specifically, here's what we're going to do.
Well, not exciting. I use exciting as, okay, maybe wrong term of phrase, but you know what I mean. Like, engaging.
First, we're going to get rid...
Yeah, but the culture war shit is so exhausting. That's why I'm also pushing back against the culture war narratives. Again, that's also why I have the hard line on this channel that makes it so easy for me to interact with Inverted Mystic or Kirk, where it's just like, yeah, if you guys do not support trans rights or just in general, like, are good, decent people about this, then yeah, then it's like, bye. Like, I have a very hard line with trans rights.
Rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes similar to X.
And again, it's not even for the culture issue. It's because I'm protecting people that I love.
Starting in the U.S.
And I think that everybody can understand that.
After Trump first got elected in 2016, the legacy media wrote nonstop about how misinformation was...
No, what I'm saying is that if politicians were doing their job as well as possible, all the change would have been accomplished. Yeah, but then dude, trust me. No, see, that's why I brought up the legal weed and like the gay marriage. You can make as many strides as you like. Once you're the dog who caught the car, then you're in that position of just what's next? New car. And then it's the the next thing is the next biggest problem, which is not a bad thing. That's how we make progress, but it is also missing the forest for the fucking trees.
Democracy. We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth. But the fact checkers have just been too politically biased.
Maybe instead of calling people stupid, try to foster their like understanding. Like for me, I just came into the leftist streams and started listening, but like from my understanding, when I was on the right, the left was so like, oh my God, different opinion. You asked a question. The only way to learn leftism is to listen and read. And asking an American to read should just be a hate crime. Nice Inverted Mystic. That is funny. And also why I try to kind of project, like, even with me. So, like, I think that this is why I am kind of an anomaly in this space, is because I didn't go to college. I don't have a poli-sci degree. I barely read any of, barely any Marxist theory. I've had a lot of it described to me. Like, I've watched a lot of YouTube videos, but I would say that I'm kind of like the quintessential American in that regard, where it's just like, no, I don't educate myself, in the what'd they call it? The auditoriums of, not the auditoriums of knowledge or whatever. It was whatever, college. But also, like, that's where I think that because I am that way, I am just like, no, like, you do have to make this easily, like, accessible. Like, one of my biggest pet peeves is when somebody is trying to explain, like, Marxist theory, and then you're just like, but I don't understand, and then they take the attitude, well, then fuck you, go, like, read a book. Like, go read it, or Google it, or what, like, they don't have enough, like, good faith or I guess knowledge the subject that they're pontificating about to educate, or they're just again, completely bad faith about it. And like, so for instance, I was just bringing this up about the MR Discord. What I hate about the MR Discord is the fact if you have a right-wing opinion like Inverted Mystic, they would kick you out. They would totally kick you out. because they would just assume that you're going to start causing problems because you are of a different political ideology, and that's messed up.
And have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US. So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community notes system.
Now, he goes on, but we don't need to hear any more. I'll spare you the pain of hearing that insufferable cunt speak for any longer than...
I was a good-looking boy growing up and have some traumatic experiences with gay men and trans men. Well, you mean trans women? Or trans... Wait, did you just have a lot of trans men also? Just like, I mean, hey, I don't know, man. I have traumatic experiences. What, they hit on you? Or, I mean, okay, sorry. No, you know what? Sorry. I don't know. I'll just say, like, I mean, when anybody would hit on me, it's just like, well,
need to hear him speak. Now, in short, you know, like, what he's doing is saying,
I take a compliment. I don't care where it's from.
Free speech is back, and the fact checkers are out. Now, part of the problem why people saw fact checkers as biased on Facebook was because he literally partnered with a website owned by the Daily Caller, which is a right-wing news outlet founded by Tucker Carlson, a white supremacist. And he did this to appease Republicans. But since that apparently wasn't enough for them, he had to be a little bit more explicit. In other words, he caved to Trump's threats, and Trump sees this, and he is appeased.
Say it.
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past?
Probably.
So that's what's happening. And just so we're clear, when he's talking about free speech, he doesn't
I'm a business major and a psych major, so I'm going through Marx with a fine-tooth comb. Ugh.
Actually,
I just hate his writing style. His writing style is exhausting.
I mean free speech for everyone. He specifically means free speech for racists and...
See, I'm sorry that happened, man. Like, and that's crazy. But I hope that, like you said, it doesn't affect your politics on it. And I'm glad. Like, but not everybody thinks like that. And like, this is why I am glad that you are, so open to even hearing this. I support trans rights fully. Then you are in this community for the long haul. Okay. That's, as I was saying, man, like, and that sucks. Cause like, I always hate when, it's the same thing with, I hate like to reduce it to like the immigration debate, but it's like one bad immigrant, like the one bad apple type of thing.
Nazis.
But
he's saying
that's crazy. Like, I hate predators too. Predators suck.
He's no longer going to police hate speech because free speech by no means is respected.
A horrible person. I truly hope you've been able to get help. Yeah, same. Same. Totally. Marx was an interesting cat, but also I enjoy and Nietzsche. Yeah.
Meta. As Human Rights Watch pointed out, pro-Palestinian content is systematically censored on both Facebook and Instagram. And on top of that, a lot of people don't even know this, but Facebook blew up news and politics pages like mine, and they openly announced that they'd be deprioritizing.
I read Marx personally, and I asked the question about what jobs that don't produce things like. They never answered, and I've been asking questions for years. See, that's right there. And like a Vosh would just be like, well, screw you learn theory, like that kind of crap. And that's where I call out the elitist attitude of that. I hate it.
All news and politics, which resulted in a 90% decrease in our revenue stream on Facebook. Now, it's not like it made up the majority of our income, but it was around 30 to 40% of our total revenue overall for the show, and that was cut by 90%. We just took a pay cut because Facebook is like, you know what, fuck news and politics.
Oh, I didn't allow anything to happen. It was exhausting to deal with, and the fact that literally every gay guy I came in contact with in my life tried to be sexual with me. Yeah, boundaries.
I mean, we are...
Although it does kind of explain, like, hey, men...
living at their
the whole why the bear
pleasure, and at any moment they could pull the rug out from under us. It's just insane, and we still get lots of views on Facebook, like hundreds of thousands.
Brandon Whitney, see, I like Sun Tzu,
but it doesn't matter because they're just like, no, we're done with you all.
So
let's
right?
get it real. The only speech that
you
Mark
understand where we're going with that.
is bringing back is hate speech and pro-Nazi speech. Now, when you take a step back,
at least read that,
and consider all the things that we've
also Saul Alinsky. As far as theory goes, I have read some, but Saul Alinsky, like the reason I like him is because he makes it accessible. He doesn't write freaking Bibles. He doesn't. It's just, and he doesn't write in a way that makes me go, like the first two paragraphs, I'm already asleep.
About today in this video, when you see how the opposition to Trump in media has completely collapsed, and you see how tech oligarchs are lining up to tongue Trump's asshole, and they're manipulating the algorithms to Trump's liking. And then you factor in how the Democratic Party, they seem entirely uninterested in even pretending like they're going to resist him this time.
They take the diaper off.
We arrive at this conclusion that things are very, very fucking bleak.
That got really
And
gross.
you might be thinking, well, the good news, Mike, is that one day the Trump era is going to come to an end, and all of the people that preemptively fell in line, they're going to feel really embarrassed. And to that I say, LOL. Liberals said the same thing about George W. Bush, and anyone who's
if you were 9, that's child abuse.
Supported the Iraq War.
That's insane.
And now they're all in new cushy jobs in media, pretending that they weren't complicit in some of the worst decisions our country has ever made. And even people from the first Trump era, well, their careers and image has already been rehabilitated by a lot of liberals in mainstream media. And the reason why we let these people get away with it is because we are fundamentally a stupid-ass country. It's part our fault, part not our fault, because on one hand, Americans are tired and overworked and can't feasibly keep up with politics as much as they should. A figure like Donald Trump does not win the popular vote in an election if we have an informed populace. But on the other hand, we still make incomprehensibly stupid decisions even when we're informed about what's at stake. For example, look at how public opinion has devolved since January 6th of 2021.
If you go back, 4 years ago, right? Trump's role on January 6, 2021.
When you get that whiskey dick, come on, do something.
Should make him ineligible to be president. The clear majority of voters said yes, 56%, 56%, and that was including removal from office. But of course, Donald Trump won the presidency, and part of the reason why
also let people be who they want to be. I mean, see, that's realistically like if you're anybody who's live and let live, it's so much easier to kind of talk about this kind of stuff. But that's why I think that it is important to also call the BS out on the cultural issues, even if you like disagree with some of the stuff. Just call it for what it is. It's being used as a wedge issue to make sure that you're not paying attention to the class issue, because both parties have vested interest in making sure that we do not have class consciousness. I keep using that term, and I'm going to continue using that term, because if we do, then they're all screwed. The next election is going to be like a landslide, and it's gonna that's kind of like the Bernie thing, but at that point they can't even hide it, because once you have enough people, then what are they going to do? Just be like, nah, we can't. Corporatist. You don't think that would result in just as much pushback as what's happening with Trump?
Trump completely shifted, including Trump's role in
I think, again, actually the sports issue, the fact that it's even political is where it's wrong. Like we can have this discussion, but that should be how, like, we should be having that debate in a different sphere. The fact that they're trying to legislate it when there is no legislation to really be had, because it is a minute problem. Like, they just came out with it today, where they were talking about the beta blockers and how the federal beta blockers thing, where like what it actually prevented. It was so we are literally talking about like the children under 13 taking those, under 1,000 in the entire country, under 1,000, and then the majority of those, it was like something like 900 of them, were a bunch of cis white boys who had big boobies because they literally are eating too many hormones and they're obese. So they had to take it to reduce their breast size. You know, they were. You ever seen Fight Club? They were all becoming Bob from Fight Club.
6, 2021 should make him ineligible for the presidency. By 2023, 2024, it was just 47%. So we saw this drop of about 9 points, and that, of course, is all the difference in the world, going from a majority to short of a majority. And of course, Donald Trump won the vast majority of the other 53% who did not believe that his role on January 6th would make him ineligible for the presidency.
Still a big number, but not enough.
Correct.
Right.
This 9-point shift was tremendous.
All right, let's talk about the why behind it, Harry.
Yeah, why? All right, so part of the reason why is, okay, was Trump greatly responsible for the attack on the Capitol? You go back to January 2021, it was 48%. By the time of December of 2023, look at that. Again, a clear shift down to 37%. This is an 11-point drop, very much mirroring that drop that we saw, that the folks said that, of course, would make him ineligible for the presidency. So that is part of the reason why, right? Fewer folks thought he was responsible, greatly responsible for what happened on January 6th. But it's not just that. It's that people simply put didn't care as much about the attack on the Capitol. Look at this. January 6th is your biggest memory of Trump's first term in office. By the time of 2024, look at this. Look at this.
Yeah,
it was just
5%.
5%. Just 5% of Americans. And among Republicans, it was just 2%. So the bottom line is fewer Americans faulted Donald Trump or thought he was greatly responsible for the January 6th attack. And more than that,
people on the want zero socialism. Socialism is just as important as freedom. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. People on the right, they're just like, no, socialism bad. But then you're like, okay, let's defund the police and the fire department. They're like, what? You are anti-American, without realizing the irony of the statements that they're making.
as it went into the rearview mirror, far fewer folks thought that it was their number one memory.
Yeah, and this is an extraordinary number, given that President Biden, when he was still in the election, was really putting this as his main.
Didn't matter.
I try to tell my friends that beta blockers are for cis people problems and are fine, and they still think it's wrong to mess with kids' growth.
Registering.
These fucking idiots.
Goldfish.
I'm so glad I don't have kids. I intend to never have children. I can't say I'll never have them because you never know what could happen. But I intend on never having children.
Free country, I swear to
and
God.
I'm more than happy to keep it that way.
I'm sure Canadians are chomping at the bit to join our idiocracy. Don't you all want this? Don't you want to be part of this? It's amazing, I promise. Listen, counteroffer. I think that Canada should buy America. Unironically. Like, buy America. Buy us. Hey, look, I'm in Oregon. I'm sure all of us would be okay with joining Canada. Let's do the reverse offer here, because
there's also no evidence of testosterone levels being linked to performance. Well, see, again, like the trans thing in sports. Well, then if this is such a problem, then we need to start addressing, because if this is about fairness, right? This is what the key argument of this is: fairness in sports, correct? Am I wrong? Because if it's about fairness in sports, guess what? We need to start making leagues for anybody under the height of 6 foot, we start making special leagues for or we just start straight up banning any basketball players over the height of 6 foot, because that's the national, or 5'11". Sorry, I keep saying 6 foot. 5'11", because that's the national average. So if we take the national average, then yeah, we just got to keep it fair, guys. So nobody over that. Nobody. We have to make sure that everybody's about the same direct weight, because we don't want any extra bone density. We don't want any. We don't want any of that mess. So we want to make sure that it's just a bunch of crusty white dudes. Test directly affects body mass and muscle growth. It doesn't affect your ability to play the sport. I can tell you that right now.
They're going. I don't know if this country is even going to survive in the near future. But, this is why I'm telling you that, like, the spineless liberals.
But also, I don't see anybody having a counter argument to my fairness in sports. Because trust me, I've had this argument more than once. That's why I kind of have this one memorized. And I haven't heard one good argument. It's a lot of, and I'm like, well, why not just make all sports co-ed? Or we just go full intramural, where there is no... We make everything just fun.
Groveling at the feet of MAGA will never be held accountable, because we all...
Because again, fair.
...have such a short-term memory in this country, and they will all be welcomed back with open arms.
Not body mass, but the speed of which muscle has grown. It's also counter to the biological processes generally that a single chemical can be traced to a wide margin. No, but a female can take tests. She will definitely have an advantage in certain sports.
When the Trump era...
That's, again, then we have to do the same thing for men.
Inevitably...
Sorry.
Ends. And I don't...
If you have too much testosterone as a man, then you have to, then again, fairness in sports. Testosterone levels have to be the exact same. Every person that plays sports has to be tested, and all their testosterone has to be at the exact level.
Know why they're doing this?
Is this practical?
I don't know why so many people are sucking up to Donald Trump. Maybe they're obeying in advance because they're afraid that Donald Trump is going to throw them in the gulag for all the shit that they talked over the years. I don't know. But what I do know is that as this country continues to circle the drain, don't you dare fall in line like these pathetic opportunists in media and elsewhere. Be proud of yourself for being an actual independent thinker. I know that term somehow has negative connotations now, because the people who call themselves independent thinkers are usually
The reason I support trans rights is why we should care. Like, if you want to debate trans sports, it's just a non-issue. But like, let's be real. The right is open to making concessions. They just want to know where the line is drawn. Pretty much, some of it is most of it's out of hate. Come on, but it's just like just answer the stupid ass voters' questions. Again, we are voting. We are answering the questions. And the answer to the question is it's not as big of a problem as they think it is. And if they want a direct answer, then maybe ask the parents who it does directly affect. Also, let people be who they want to be at pep talks. Imagine like people in their 50s seeing a non-white sports player for the first time, and where I want to hate them, but he's so goddamn good. Exactly. No, yeah, Jackie Robinson. And then, that's when like the basketball players and like the shift from like in the 1970s. Come on, man. Like it's so disingenuous to ignore that.
Anti-vaxxers and dipshits, generally speaking. But if you're one of the few people who's
actually,
not
there you go, just an all-white basketball league at that point.
On this pro-Trump bandwagon in the moment, then you are an actual independent thinker. Fascist societies...
Much testosterone is also linked to a loss in bone density. Yeah, this is why wrestlers, honestly, this is why they're, like, by the time they hit 50, like, their joints are so brittle.
Pressure everywhere.
Like, look at the way Hulk Hogan's walking now. Like, come on. Also, many women produce testosterone on an equal amount as an average male. Yeah, that's also why I was so mad about the Olympic one, where it's like, no, she just has XY chromosomes, and then you find out how many like women have XY chromosomes, but then it's all of a sudden you have to go women with XY chromosomes because people like Piers Morgan are like, well, she's technically a male.
Everyone to conform.
It's like, no. She's not. She was born because it's like you guys just shifted that goalpost. Because I thought you guys needed to do the pants check. Like, what are your genitalia? That's what determines whether or not you're a male or a female. But then it's like, it's not your genitalia. Even if you have a vagina, that just means that we need to make sure that you have the right chromosomes now.
So resisting that in and of itself.
Kirk, it depends on the discrepancy. If it's a 10% or minus. If it's a 25% advantage on mass and muscle, I'm not sure. That's not how it works, though. Like, look at the way the NFL works. Sorry. If hormones are an issue, then there would be certain categories for different amounts of every hormone. Trans women already tested in a lot of sports, but not all cis women do. Exactly. And now that they're testing for and that's kind of what's happening is now that they're doing this because they're afraid of trans women in sports. You have actual women now that are actual women. Sorry, I hate that fucking term. Wow, I just had to catch myself on that one. Occasionally I do that. My bad. You have born women saying that. It's just like, well, then even if they were born a woman, they're not technically a woman. Like, again, moving the goalposts. And then like to have somebody just be like, this isn't rooted in hate at all. It's like, what? Look at Lex Luger. He's in a wheelchair. Lex Luger also had a severe pill addiction that did his body in, so I wouldn't use him as the prime example, because guys like Mick Foley if you look at his career, you'd expect him to be in a wheelchair, but he's still walking around. If they don't move the goalpost, then they don't have a scapegoat anymore. Exactly.
Is a revolutionary act. So in conclusion,
there's no evidence of trans kid getting an advantage after transitioning. Leah Thomas did well in one race and placed unwell in other races. I was a swimmer when all of this was in the news. Yeah. And of course it didn't. I mean, listen, let's be real. The fact that the other one complaining was not exactly in the top competitive sport or like in the competitive spot. Like, she wasn't the one winning the medals.
Country.
Had that been the case, that maybe, just maybe, you would have been able to be like, well, at least that's a kind of, I guess, example.
Conformist cucks dare to be different.
The women's fighting leagues are more interesting because, like, they are evenly matched. Nobody wants to see someone get knocked out. I mean, it's fun to watch. Imagine buying a ticket. You get up to the drink, and the fight's over because some dude just got one tapped. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I hate that stuff. I honestly, that's why After I dealt with my concussion issues in hockey too, it's very hard for me to watch people take head injuries and just be like, okay, this is okay. This is totally okay. One of my favorite UFC fighters, oh my God. Fire Fist. Oh my God, I'm having a CTE issue. Who was he? He was both of ours. He's got major brain damage. He ran a school. Oh, come on. I wanted Fire Fist, you better save me here. God, it's been so long since I've watched any UFC. Not Matt Serra. I can't tell you how many UFC events. I can't tell you how many UFC events we watched, Pep, that were ruined by an early onset TKO. Matt Hughes. Thank you. No, it's Matt Hughes, not JSP. Matt Hughes. When you see Matt Hughes now, it is terrifying. And the man isn't that much older than me. Like, I think he's in his 40s, and he's just lost. He's completely lost. Yeah, it's Matt Hughes. It's 100% Matt Hughes. Because when we watched him fight, he was a powerhouse, dude. Actually, speaking, I know the one that I'm even thinking of. That it was the Matt Hughes versus Chuck Liddell. Oh my God, you want to talk about just like a banger fight? But again, knowing what that did to the guy, that made me go, I don't think I can watch this anymore. And then it's funny, it kind of got me back into watching WWE, because WWE, as much as anybody that watches combat sports, they love to just be like, it's fake, right? It's like, really? You're still there? It's like, yes, I do. You know what I get to do though? I get to enjoy these performers almost every week, because they're not knocking each other out and having permanent damage. These are performers. They are doing an act, and yes, it is doing a competitive act, but at the same time, I take a lot of comfort knowing that it's staged, and I know that they've worked on the choreography. I understand that. I enjoy the show. See? Which, it's so funny, because for how I can admit that, it's like, yes, I can enjoy some mindless entertainment that is wrestling. Like, trust me. They're just like, huh? And a lot of them are Trump supporters, so it's like kind of weird. Like, I've also been dealing with that kind of conflation where like a lot of people just think that every wrestling fan is a Trump supporter. It's like, no, wrestling is way more woke than people give it credit for. Yeah, so then hormones can't be considered. Exactly. Stuntmen. Yes, they're professional stuntmen. Actually, I just watched The Fall Guy. That was a really good movie, by the way. Definitely recommend checking that out if you like just a popcorn flick. Definitely a good one to catch with a significant other. I'm talking about the average biological female. Again, even your average biological female can have XY chromosomes. Like, you can find out that like the smallest like little dainty female has XY chromosomes. Then what? I don't think it matters as long as the weight class is fair. There are some other advantages, but I'm not sure they're as important. Come on, dude. Just admit that this is steeped in the stupid Joe Rogan aspect about the knuckles. Their hands, man. Their knuckles are built differently, man. We have these ape hands, man. Jesus Christ. You want to talk, like, I believed in that for a little bit, because that was the argument that I was using. This is also like why I love coming at this as a reformed Joe Roganite, where I am just like, no, you know what? I know some bullshit arguments when I can see it. Because I've also known some women that have way bonier hands than me. NASCAR is really the only sport I would say is 90% Trump land, but I may be wrong. LOL, I don't watch Joe Rogan. I know. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be like assuming that you do. I'm just saying that's the Joe Rogan argument, where it's just like, look, we got these monkey hands. Because you know how much he's obsessed with the fact, like, whatever. At Kirk Word. It's like 1 in 100 women. Exactly. 1.7 women are born with some form of intersex or stereotypically male trait. You see? You see what we're arguing about? 1.7%. And then we're arguing about the same percentages with trans women? Even less? Like, see, the fact that, like, we even have to, like, yes, I'm glad that we can entertain this discussion, but it does kind of make you wake up to the fact where it's like, yeah, they really are trying to get us to ignore them just robbing us. And yeah, this makes a lot of sense. No, but I appreciate the spirited discussion about it. 1.7% of, oh, wait. Oh, yeah, okay. 1.7% of some people have a variation of sexual development. 0.5 have atypical genitalia. And yeah, see, again, like these are things that they don't want. This is the reason you don't hear these arguments in mainstream media about this, is because that would derail the entire thing. That would give away the game. You know, you can't make them so outraged when they realize that they're worrying about such a again, these are people that will probably never meet a trans person because of where they live and their age too. They're probably going to die out before they would have the opportunity to. And also, like I've been saying, and I know this is more of a crass opinion on my side, but I think that the reason that a lot of right wing men care is because there's passing trans women now where they don't know the difference, so they're just like, oh, I don't want to be tricked. What if I have a crush on this really hot lady, and then it turns out she has a penis? What? Can we just admit that there's a lot of that? Why am I not seeing Brandon stuff? I don't know. Hey, did you see a story about Border Patrol operating in Kern County, Cali, Bakersfield, taking people into custody at Home Depots and other places? No, I did not. Great. Yeah, Kirk. Yeah, you're here. Yeah, you're not even in Twitch chat, so. I never claim to know everything. I'm actually kind of still learning on this stuff. I don't want to hurt people. Well, if she's passing, she's passing. Nice. See, you get it. Like, no, because a lot of people are just like, am I gay? Does that make me gay? Does that mean I like cock? It's like, dude, wow. I love how Lance of the Serfs was just like, no, that just means you like women and you like the figure of women. And if you're not attracted to the genitalia, you can still be attracted to that woman. See, it's almost weird when you have a nuanced discussion on being attracted to somebody instead of just my pee-pee get hard, therefore me confused. Get over it. Put a dick in you. Put a dick in your mouth. You might like it. It's like broccoli. Wait, I just say sucking dick is like broccoli. Okay, going off the rails a little bit. Brandon, I'm sorry. I could respond to your stuff on YouTube. The point is, by doing this average game, you're ignoring millions of people who are missing playing sports and the friendship that would come with it too. Yeah, exactly. This is why, honestly, like I keep going back, like, again, I can only do this anecdotally because of my situation where the hockey teams I played on, most of them, even like when I was a kid, we had co-ed teams because, number one, I lived in an area that like barely anybody could afford to play hockey. So they were just like, yeah, we definitely need this. And on top of it, one of our best players consistently was a girl player. So I just do not understand like this idea where, no, we can't have intramural sports. I don't know. I've never seen a group of people so controlled by their dicks, but at the same time so afraid of them. Yeah, no shit. I just realized I'm doing this without music. MAGA chuds want to talk trash on the LGBT community, but they are all over FetLife and other alt platforms lusting after what they hate. Weird. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Exactly. Like, one of the funniest stories to come out of the election was the RNC in Milwaukee and how Grindr crashed. That's objectively hilarious. Come on, guys. Women can be pretty good goaltenders. They can. I mean, I've known a few. Actually, I can just say, yeah, one of them, she wasn't even that tall. She was like 5'6", but man, she was consistent. Like, you want to, sometimes, like, having that range of movement within the crease, it was a benefit for them. Gay Super Bowl. There you go. There you go. We just start having, the LGBT leagues. Well, no, that's not fair. Because we already have those. Technically in Chicago here. It's not the first time they crash Grindr. Aha. It's almost like it's a consistent thing. What are you running from, guys? What are you running from? What are you ashamed of? What is this thing that keeps you in that shame bubble of, like, you just can't live your life and just be happy? The issue is women's sports are historically underfunded. I'd argue if sports were intramuralized professionally, that women would be allowed to rise to the occasion. Oh, hell yeah. Brittany Griner could probably ball with anybody. Like, for real. Caitlin, what was her name? Caitlin Collins? I think it's Caitlin Collins. I'm at the RSC as a gay Super Bowl. Nice one, Fire Fist. Sorry. All right, that one went over my head and one. That was great. Good one. Their intermodal league in U.S. was ice skating. After the first woman competing beat all the men. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Intergendered. I mean, again, wrestling. I watch so many intergender tag team matches. They're awesome. Especially the ones where, it's not like your normal, it's, man, and it's usually either manager or, like, female wrestler that they're, I don't know, in a faction with of some kind. And it's usually just, the girls fight with the girls and the guy, but I love the ones where it shifts. Like, there's one, it's an indie match. Her name is Candice LeRae. She's a legend in the indie wrestling scene, specifically for this match. Dude, she put on a hell of a show, and she's only, like, I think 5'4", and she made you full on convinced that it was just like, oh my god, she's didn't Kenny Omega have one of the best inter tag team matches ever? Yeah, with, I'm pretty sure it was, Riku? No, Riku. Why did I just say Riku? Oh my god. The first champion. You know who I'm talking about. Oh no, wait. No, it definitely was, oh, it had to be. He didn't start working with Sheeta until after that. I used to, like, sit there and eat lunch. Riho, thank you. I used to sit there and eat lunch and watch the kids skate at the park, and some of the girlies were really good and into it. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, skate. Yeah. You'd be surprised at just, like, how many of them are just certified badasses. Actually, one of I was on Taekwondo growing up, and the top student was a girl in our class. High on wrestling today, a little bit. Little bit. Well, yeah, I mean, we're talking about something that kind of pertains to it, so, like, pertains to the politics. Also, you think that I'm not going to pass up an opportunity to do a little high on wrestling? Hey, come on. You know me. No, it's almost 6. Jeez, speaking of. Wrestling's going to be on soon. Yeah, I still watch AEW. I enjoy it. We got Kenny Omega coming back tonight. Well, he came back on a pay-per-view that I forgot was even on. They did a really bad job of promoting that because I just totally forgot that they had one. The biggest link found is socioeconomic status and access to facilities when younger. Yep. Well, yeah, and that's also, yeah, you could say that about hockey. Like you could, I'm high on not babysitting. Hell yeah. That must be nice. Yeah. Yeah, I like how he was just like, I'm out. It's just like, oh, good. I think it's because I started at 1 and it's before happy hour. Hey, at Pep Talk, if you want to see something interesting, look up Google Trends for LGBT stuff and see if it's only left-wing cities. Hey, they're relevant right now. Both of the biggest wrestling promotions are on streaming services. Yeah, it's true. Then we will see what people are really thinking. Well, Inverted Mystic, I can already tell you right now. I'm not sure if you know this, but my program here is sponsored by Ground News, and the reason that I am is because it's one of the only places that is doing news aggregation, and they're doing it in a way that breaks through all the algorithms, and it's not feeding us all this. Yes, technically I'm going into a sponsored segment. So, you asked for it! But, so you want to see how I see how the right and the left are thinking? This right here, which you could argue is done by an algorithm. Yes, it is. But what it is showing me is, for the left, they're showing me a whole bunch of stories that have gone underread by the left wing. So, like, look at this. 75% of right-wingers are reporting on this. This one is all right-wing. Wait a minute. What is this? Luigi Maggione visited Thai gun range before UHC. Oh no. Oh no. He went to a Thai gun range, guys. Let's have some faux outrage and scaremongering because it wasn't an American gun range. It was one of those foreign gun ranges, guys. We can't have that. Foreigners. Ugh. How dare they? How dare they? Ground News is cool, by the way. Why does West Virginia have the most searches for femboys in the entire country? What's going on there? Yeah, right? That is... Yeah, what is with that? Interesting. Well, you know what? Maybe they have an increase of... Wait a minute, doesn't Tim Pool live there? Pef, I don't like how you're talking about foreigners. Hey, Duke, what's up, bud? Glad that you can join. Our men and women's swim teams swam in the same pool together and did the same workouts, and the best girls were on par much of the time with the guys. Yeah. I've never seen a gun range in Thailand. American footballer for women has zero funding. American football for women has zero funding. It's seen as more of a burlesque show by many than a legit sport. Really? I mean, we got the Reds. The Chicago Red Stars are actually, well, the Chicago Stars now. They changed their name, but I know that they get some like decent attendance. They get like, I think they average like 600 to 1200 per game, which for women's soccer, that's not that bad. Or football. Sorry, American football. Did you really just... Oh, wait, I keep forgetting that. No, we call it soccer here. Come on. Come on, guys. It's not that hard. You can just call it... you can even call it American soccer if you guys want to be that way. Women just need to... Oh, you're talking about the lingerie league. Oh, my bad. I take that back. I just No. I just realized what you were talking about. I had that thing where I actually kind of forgot that the lingerie league was even a thing. No, you're right. Yeah, it's a thing. That's totally a thing. Yeah, the thing is, they're actually pretty decent competitors. There is a wrestler in WWE. She used to be a lingerie league member. It's where they recruited her out of. You know what? I'm gonna look that one up. Who was that? I forgot who it was. Anyone old enough to remember Glow? Yep. Yeah, I remember actually watching that with my my pops. This wrestler that goes by Bailey is crazy, not gonna lie. I love Bailey. I'm a big Sasha Banks fan, even though she's very unpopular right now because of the way that she just came into AEW and kind of ran roughshod, and she didn't really deserve it. I'll be completely honest. Her work has been beyond subpar. She's not even doing like good heel tactics either. Like she didn't. If she was smart, she would have changed the CEO gimmick and just gone like with a different heel gimmick. I don't know. But boy, is she something to look at. Actually, yeah, here. I'll show everybody Bailey. Do we have any viral images of her, or are they just keeping it all tasteful? Viral. There we go. Oh, what? What? How the hell? How are you gonna do that? That doesn't make any sense. Because this was on TV PG. What the? Here. That's Bailey. And her crazy freaking pants. Yeah, I enjoy Bailey. I don't know. I enjoy it. I mean, I love CM Punk, but I also liked AJ Lee. I liked her gimmick and just the unstable manager and the way that she also, took on the Bellas. Like, Divas era is not my favorite, but it was definitely the start of what we currently have. Not as hot as your wife's hand. Oh, thank you. Sure, she'll really appreciate that. I'm not kidding. She's probably gonna go, what? She's gonna start. All of a sudden, I'm gonna come upstairs and she's got hand motion, and she's just like, I have to take care of the money makers. Then I'm like, what do you mean money makers? Wait a minute, what's happening here? Actually, wait a minute. That's a dumb statement because, yeah, actually, technically, her job is very hands-on. See what I did there? Hee. Asuka was so good. Then they came up with the horrid story for... Yeah, man. Well, it's because they kabuki warriored her. I hated that. And they're doing it to Io Sky right now. It sucks. Like, Io Sky, like, they do not know how to book Japanese wrestlers. Like, Shinsuke Nakamura, another one. They're all booked as, the evil foreigner. Oh, like that's, I do hate the fact that that's one of the vestiges, like the last vestiges of the McMahon era. Because that is the one thing I will say about AEW. They do not have that problem. They know how to book international superstars and make them a bigger deal than even they are. Like, Konosuke Takeshita, which his name is literally spelled Take a Shitta. So there's that. But no, he's legit, and he's like a legit superstar who he's like 6'5", and he can do like these moves that, you know, the smaller lucha wrestlers do. But unfortunately, like they almost oversold him on us, because now that he's not doing like all of like these high spots, and he's also not getting booked a lot, we're all kind of like, well, why'd you sell him like this big deal and you're not what? But yeah. Surprisingly, to counter that, they also have other, you know, I just, as I'm talking about this, figured out, no, the problem is they actually have too many. Because like Will Ospreay, he came from New Japan Wrestling, and now he's like a huge superstar, so. Which I really enjoy Will Ospreay's work, I gotta say. It's true, I've been thinking about her hand ever since. Jeez, dude. I was looking up Bianca Belair in a fight once, and I was like, damn, he picked up her. She made that woman. I know who you're talking about, Nia Jax. Yeah. She did pick up Nia. Who, say what you will about Nia Jax, the fact that she's just consistently so unsafe. Dude, she has ruined multiple careers. Do you realize that? Like, every time that I hear, where's Alexa Bliss? I'm like, blame her. It's creepy when you read it out loud. I take it back. Yeah, see? I was about to say, even I'm like, I'm a little uncomfortable. Oh, by the way, guys, here. Oh, no, shit. Paste. There we go. There's my ground news code. Here's my ground news code. You can get 15% off, and you could also get your free trial. So, Rock has too many cousins that kind of ruined the show. CM Punk spoke out about it. That's why he got booted. That's not why he got booted. He didn't get booted. What are you talking about? Like, well, I mean, he got booted the first time. No. I mean, he kinda. No, he was talking specifically, actually, his biggest problem when he left WWE the first time, it technically was booking, but it was John Cena. Because it was John Cena and The Rock. Like, he called them out both. But Cena was working less and less days, and The Rock specifically was out doing Hollywood. So, yes, you're right about this one specifically. Where he was just like, listen, I'm here every day. I'm the working champ, because they told him that he was going to lose the championship so they could do the championship match with Cena versus Rock. And he was just like, why do you keep punishing the workers, the workhorses, and then you put over these freaking weekend warriors? And that's what, and then he got the call on his wedding day. It was either a call or he might have even been handed a message. I think he got a call on his wedding day from Triple H saying that he was fired, and that's like where all the bad blood came from. If you haven't heard it, then you should definitely check out the Colt Cabana podcast episode with CM Punk. And you'll also understand why those guys are no longer friends, because CM Punk got sued over that one, and apparently Colt Cabana did some stuff and CM Punk did some stuff. I will admit, CM Punk is definitely not one of the easiest human beings to deal with. Like, even from his own mouth, he has said that, but he's also been like, but no, I'm consistent in my morals. So I always appreciate that. Makes me a fan. And, you know, Chicago, second city saint. Bro is our first experience with communism. Wait, who? Sorry, I got it kind of confused there. I was kind of in the middle of my my little tirade. So who did you mean by that? Also, we got 10 minutes until 420 on the for the 420 fun half. Okay, never mind. Sorry, I'm very mystic. Didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I didn't know who you were talking about. And I feel dumb. Just reading that comment and then going, CM Punk. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. CM Punk was talking about workers' rights when I was like 11, and that's what I meant. Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah, he's a big Jesse. He's actually the reason Jesse the Body Ventura is back in WWE. He talked to him and convinced him that it's a better place to be. He's like, if they can bring me back, why can't they bring you back? Maybe it's time to start that union. As they just announced the Royal Rumble for next year is going to be in Saudi Arabia. Yay. I'll admit that watching WWE, like watching Monday Night Raw this last week, it really did remind me just how much of a capitalist dystopian hellhole. Like, it really is. Because, like, I started thinking about just the tax bracket that you had to be to even have decent seats in there. Just, God, it's so stupid. Oh, man. Take a trip up from the Baja. Man. Got a Baja sweater I want to go get. It's upstairs. Actually, a little... Here. Let's see. What do we got? Lunch nut. Biblical debate. Nah. Driving, enjoy the convo, y'all. Oh, hell yeah, man. No, this was a fun one. This was this is why I love this. Like, and I love being able to talk to you guys. Like, this is what I wanted to try and accomplish. Like, you do realize that this community on YouTube right now, we have a lot of people that do not agree on, you know, a lot of stuff, like, but somehow here we are. I like AEW, but I just can't find where they are stream. It's on Max. Now it's on Max. It streams on like Prime. No. It's on Max exclusively. They have an exclusive deal with Max now. They have their pay-per-views on there and they have their live weekly shows. So they have Dynamite on Wednesdays, and then they have Collision on Saturdays. And then they're also doing their pay-per-views there. But the pay-per-views, from my understanding, they're doing it on a model kind of like ESPN Plus, where you have to pay a premium on your subscription to get it. So trust me, I'll be one of those guys looking at that. But you know what? Realistically, it's going to still be cheaper than what I was doing before, because I was literally spending the $49.99 like on pay-per-views, like through pay-per-view on my cable, like on an actual cable box, like an old ass man. I don't mind buying Max. You should. No, then yeah, it's worth it alone. It really is. I think, what is it, $15 a month or something like that? Yeah, but just that alone is totally worth it. It actually might be cheaper than that. I think it actually might be 11 or 12. I don't really know. Why is my nose so damn itchy? I just got like a really bad itch in my nose, like on my nose, like right here, and then my beard too. Oh, it's because I have a hair freaking literally trying to invade me. I'm not even sure I disagree with anyone. I just believe the differences are enough to justify backlash from female leagues. Yeah, see, again, like the fact that that's where we ended up is a whole world of difference than where the than where it began. You know what I mean? Like, if we are looking at like what most people, like, I'm just saying, like, if we were to make this into a headline of an article, and it would just be like, left and right disagree about trans and female leagues. But, you know, no, we totally agreed on more than we disagreed on here. So, the League of Extraordinary Females. I think we already did that. I think we already made that joke, because I remember making a Sean Connery joke about that. Okay, we got 5 minutes until the mark, so give me 1 second. I do want to get this ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least here. It began there. It began there as well, LOL. At least there. Yeah. I don't agree with anyone, to be honest. I'm pragmatic, and asking questions is taboo now, though. No, it's not. Oh, no, it's not. And if it is, then screw those people. Those people, like, you shouldn't... Those people are bad faith to engage with, because they automatically, they're coming at it from like, oh, you don't agree with me? You don't think I'm right? Well, F you. What? How did that... I mean, I'm not going to, like, dive too deep into that again, but for real, like, what does that get anybody? Oh, you don't disagree. I just read that as I don't agree. What? Sorry, my brain just did something really weird there. It's about winning a debate and dunking on people. See, I think that Destiny ruins so many people's brains and what it means to debate and what it means to win a debate or to actually even engage in a debate. Because, you know, when your whole purpose of the debate is just to make somebody cower in a corner and like have the internet go, yeah, Destiny's definitely right. Destiny W, Destiny spam W for Destiny. And then he's just like, I win when they delete their account. Like, who hurt him? Like, what kind of who bullied him so hard that he had to become exactly what he hates? Not here, I asked, and everybody here answered. Being passionate is not necessarily shutting someone down. Oh, no. I don't disagree with that at all. No, I'm just saying there's a difference between passion and then just having bad faith, where it's like, no, it's all about winning. Like, it's just about winning the argument. That type of debate is also fun, though. Yeah, it is. It has a time and place, but when you have to be able to, I hate to say, like, compartmentalize it, though. Like, to bring it here, yes. Technically, I mean, I would engage with it too, but like, I like this. I like having the more nuanced discussion about it, because I feel like we're both coming out of it like with something, you know, an appreciation for each other, which, again, this is something that we should be able to bring to, you know, the left and the right, and just be like, hey, look, we can get along. Can't we all just get along? All right, what do we got? We got 2 minutes, and I have to piss like a racehorse, so, wait those 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Man, I have got to get better about this. I actually push it to the limit. Push it to the point of no return. Oh, man. That's still one of my favorite things that's happened on this. And then the response of, did you just get so mad that you just did a little song and dance? That was so damn funny. I do like understanding where people come from more than destroying them. Then we can walk away with some something meaningful. Sure, eventually we will have to confront each other on our disagreements, but a lot of time just taking to people with open minds and to so many possibilities, and they just change their mind on their own. Yeah, well, it's also like you don't have to agree on everything. Not everything has to be agreed upon. Like, dude, I love my family, and I don't agree on religion. You know? Like, I love my mom, but I don't agree with Christianity, but I'm not going to sit here being like, well, we just need to get you out of that before I'm like, agree to disagree. All right, here we go. Fine. Okay. Now, if anybody here is new to the program, this is what we call the 420 fun half. I took the fun half idea from the majority report because, yeah, come on. It's a very fun concept. But I definitely made it a little bit better by adding the 420 fun half where we are all in a very similar state of mind. And we can all just agree to chill and have some fun. Can we all agree cheese equals yummy? Hell yeah. I have a brick of, I think, almost 11-year-old aged cheddar that I'm going to be putting in a smoker coming up here. I am looking forward to that. Like, I legit love cheese. Inverted Mystic, hell yeah. You like... Got it. I always get the line wrong. I'm here to do two things. Kick ass and chew bubblegum. And I'm all out of bubblegum. Do you know how many people don't know that that's Roddy Piper? Like, I've actually, like, had moments like that at my comic like, when I go to the comic shop. And, like, I hang out there with a big crew of people. And it's like our weekly thing. But when people come in, we'll have a movie on, just kind of like in the corner there, and the shop owner will always have it on. And we've had They Live on more than once, where people will be talking and they're just like, I've never understood how they could get a no-name actor. It's like, he wasn't a no-name actor. It's Roddy Piper. They're like, wait, the wrestler? It's like, yeah. What? It's like, yes, that's Roddy Piper. One of the best choreographed fight scenes ever is in that movie between him and Sam Keith? I keep forgetting his name. He's the voice of Spawn. That's how I know him. Man, this is the one part about the post 420 fun half where I'm just like, it takes a minute for me to kind of get that, like, okay, wow. My brain is like, also just going, wow. He also was in another movie called Sam Hell Goes to Frogtown. Oh, I did not know that. I need to watch that. Actually, you know what? You just gave me an idea, because I'm going to be guest starring on a podcast coming up here soon, and their whole shtick is watching movies that nobody's really heard of. I've never seen it. No. And I just texted my friend who, as I said, he runs a podcast where the whole thing is it's three nerds. Actually, here. Do I have that link? Crap, I think he forgot to give it to me. Ah, crap, he forgot to give it to me. All right. Well, Fend the Monster Floof. What on earth are your tags? Number one, I like your name there. Also, welcome to the program. But what on earth are my tags? Well, one of them's me. Hasan. I cover Hasan's stuff a little bit. I covered the Ethan Klein stuff today. Majority Report is a show that does some interesting takes on politics. And Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon definitely had a tie into the whole thing that happened today with Dana White being appointed to the board of Meta. And then them, same time just going like, we're not going to have fact checks anymore. I was so very confused. Sorry. Excuse me. You also just happen to walk in right at... I have what's called the 420 Fun Half, where I throw up a screen. I hit my inhaler because I have real bad... I have this real bad chest thing where I require a insertion of smoke into the lungs. Or infusion. Insertion. Wrong word. Infusion. Oh, but of course, yes. So, I think you got that from the being high on politics angle. So now is the real fun part, because this is actually where it is high on politics. Even though I cheated today. Because I happened to be here for my my local 420, so I was just like, you know what? We get a double. Very fun. Appreciate you joining the program. Also, if you haven't followed already, I think that you might have fun here. Sounds like I came at the perfect time. I've been drinking a bit, and I am ready to chat. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. James Woods broke down in tears on CNN after losing his home. Damn it. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize. Oh. Hold on. James Woods, CNN. Fire guy. Ah! Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna do some Schadenfreude and Schadenfreude. I always put the Freud, like the N at the end of it. I don't know why. It's Schadenfreude. I think I was saying it right. Worcestershire sauce. It's kind of like that. You know how self-conscious I get anytime I have to be like, so are you guys okay with some Worcestershire sauce? They're like, what? It's Worcestershire. It's just easier if you just approach it like, are you guys okay with some Worcestershire? And most people are okay with that. They're like, yeah, I can't say it either. Wash your sister's sauce. Okay, that's a new one. I'll be honest. That's pretty fucking funny. What's this here sauce? It's even funnier when you get to read it. Oh. Isn't that man worth like 8 mil? I think so. Yeah.
One of the people.
Yeah, man, he's definitely got more than one house. But this, although you know what, 8 mil. If he's only worth 8 mil, and he put most of his money into his Malibu house, yeah, you know, the other one might just be like a standard vacation home. We'll see. I wonder if he still gets residuals. Yeah, he gets residuals. What am I talking about? Although, what residuals is he pulling in from casino or anything like that? A lot of Family Guy residuals, maybe?
Who did evacuate yesterday is actor James Woods, who is in Beverly Hills. Thank you for joining us.
Oh my God. Literally. It could have happened to a nicer guy.
Talk to us.
Oh,
what have
pleasure.
you seen?
Well, we were literally in the exact epicenter of the fire as it started. That's actually a view from my porch.
This
that's
is the
the
video
house
you
one
shot.
below us
Yep.
on fire. Yeah. My neighbor called and he said a fellow named Robert Trinkteller was about 5 houses up.
He's an MIT grad. Great. Something broke his brain. He was also in a really cool movie. I think it was called Metamorphosis.
Understand the Palisades is a very almost like an old-fashioned neighborhood. Sidewalks, all the neighbors know
It was like a
each
cyberpunk movie. It was really good.
other. We all have each other's phone numbers.
It was just so
And people
sad
are
to
very
see.
aware that we're in a fire zone. And in fact, I had said yesterday,
just how nuts for Trump he is.
well, day before yesterday, to my wife Sarah, I said, "Oh, that guy on the hillside hasn't cut down his grass. They got to cut down that brush because there's going to be a fire." And that's the person who didn't cut that brush was the person, that fire you're looking at right now. That's my pool right there. That was the brush below us that was not cut. And so we went out.
Somehow had to make a caddy and blame his neighbor.
I had a record of the call in 17 minutes.
Guys, just remember, this is a guy that probably does actually think just like, nah, this isn't global warming at all. This is definitely just some guy it's just dry brush, you know, and then cigarettes or something.
Later, we were evacuated with the clothes on our back. Our garage.
He'd be a fool not to have insurance on it. The thing is now, insurance rates are becoming like, because do you have an idea of how much it is to insure an $8 million condo that's in a fire zone?
Door wouldn't open because the wind was so bright it torqued.
No, it's the space lasers.
The door.
He got hit by the space laser by accident.
And we finally
damn it!
We got out. When we got to the bottom of the hill, I said, "Oh my God, we have a neighbor who's 94 years old who has dementia." And I said,
he's been accused of trying to get with 2 16-year-olds like 8 years ago. Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know about that.
No cars on the driveway, and we would go over and help him get in his chair.
You're telling me that James Woods is kind of a creep?
Caregiver. But I knew he was in the hospital, and I don't know. God was on his side. I decided to call his son in Massachusetts and said, "Hey,
how come God's only on the side of people who, you know?" I mean, he never even thinks like, well, maybe God wasn't on my side because he burnt down my house.
Francis, just to be sure, your dad's still in the hospital, right? He said, "No, he got home last night, and there's a new caregiver, and I don't have the number, and they wouldn't let us back up, so I finally got through to 911."
Starting to realize why he's not getting any voice work anymore because he's got his dentures in now, and he's probably, you know what, he might have to go to the park soon.
And said, you know, a welfare check.
Sorry, he deserves all this. Like, he's a reprehensible POS, and if you don't know, then I'll bring it
You
up.
gotta go check on this guy. Well, there was a miscommunication, and I called my neighbor who hadn't evacuated yet. He was fighting.
Hey, to be fair, he did that shit to Job too.
His roof, fighting his fire. He'd been on my roof. He'd hosed my roof down. I said, "Go in."
I still think that the pillar of salt thing is still really funny. Like the fact that there is this like salt rock, and they're just like, "That's Job's wife."
Check on him. He went. He said, "The door's open. There's nobody here."
It's
He
one of
went
my
in.
favorite
He said,
things.
"No, nobody here." I said, "Look, just go behind the pantry. There's a little room. We can see him during the day. He likes to sit there because there's a garden." He went in and found him. He'd been left alone. Okay. And it turned out the fire department made the new caregiver leave. And, you know, she just does what she was told. They said, "We're coming back for him." Well, they hadn't come back for him. I'm hoping that they would have. But, you know, there was so much chaos. It was like an inferno.
James Wood and John Voight have each other.
Every house was on fire around us, and he got.
I never did get that shirt. Damn it. Majority Report had a really funny shirt about get out the Voight.
Got him out, and the house burned down about an hour later. He would have been in there alone. It was just. And then Robert called us and told us that house had gone, and the house below that, and then the house on the other side, and then at 11:49 last night, all the.
Oh no! That would be a horrible thing for him to have to become a refugee, guys, and have to, I don't know, immigrate somewhere. It's almost like being displaced doesn't feel very good.
All this.
You see where I'm going with this?
In our house, alerted our phones that our house that we had just renovated for 3 years and had just finally moved into about 3 months ago. All the smoke alarms are going off, so that's hardly a good sign. So I'm not sure, but it wouldn't make any difference because the whole street's burned down. So I mean, even if you go back to your home, look, we knew what was coming, and when we were out on our driveway, I looked and the smoke was so black. It was a house across the street was on fire. The house next door was on fire, and all the black smoke was down there, and the schools are down there.
Oh no, God forbid he and the rest of the 5.3 million have to go somewhere else.
And I said to Sarah, we can't go down there because they're trying to evacuate the schools, and we'll just be in the way. And here's the thing that's so important. People have got to evacuate.
Is this the part where I'm supposed to cry? I mean, judging by her face. Guys, this poor CNN anchor. She's so sad. Have you even, for real, have you seen anybody look like that talking about Gaza? Have you heard anybody or seen anybody on CNN looking like that, talking about the immigrants and talking about in our country even that are being scapegoated? Like, but poor James was. Poor James was.
When they tell you to evacuate, because if you don't evacuate and you think you're going to be out there with your little garden hose stopping a conflagration with flames 80 feet high in 90-mile-an-hour winds, you're not going to be helping. You're just going to be stopping the firefighters who do such an amazing job. And you've got to be out of the way, man. You've just got to get out of the way and let them do their jobs. And yes, maybe your home's going to burn down, but let me tell you what's more important than your home is your 94-year-old neighbor and your fellow across the street who's trying to help you, and all the friends and family who've been calling all day. And yes, we're safe. And yes, I think everybody on our street survived, although I can't get a hold of Robert. And I called a friend of mine who lived in Malibu, in Mandeville Canyon, and she had called me, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, you got to get out of there, Carol." She said, "Oh, well, we're miles from you." I said, "But we're packed. We're ready because people who live in fire zones are ready. You got to be ready to go." And as ready as we were, everything I own is in this room. Every single thing that I own is in this room. We got a basket of laundry, glasses, pills, and the keys to our car. And that's it.
I don't believe in karma. But this is the closest thing to it that I may get, so I'm going to enjoy this one. That's too bad, James.
Also thinking
That's
about your
too bad.
neighbor, and if you hadn't intervened,
Cherry 2000? I think so.
what would have happened?
I mean, how about Robert, who in the middle of the house was on fire next
Where's
door?
Robert?
Our deck was on fire, and the guy ran into the house and got it. I was just blessed that God said, "Hey, call his son and just be sure."
Yeah.
And his son didn't know about it because then the
Oh, God, you moved out of the way of her.
fire. He's oh my
I'm
God,
so
he's trying to
sad
get
for
out
you.
here, and there's no flights, and then we couldn't find him because he has dementia. So they put him in a hospital somewhere, and Then he called me at 2 o'clock this morning, said I found him, because I said, go to St. John's. He'll probably be there. And we were able to track when Robert had texted me so that we knew. But by the way, I'm sure the paramedics are coming back for him.
Wait a minute.
Like,
so the moral of the story is you left him?
They said, oh, we're going to just leave
Wait a minute.
this guy here. So I want to make that clear. It was just a matter.
Wait a minute. Yeah, because everything else is assets in the bank and the stock market. Nobody is weeping for your brother.
Timing. And the poor caregiver, I'm sure, was
All right,
doing
that's pretty
exactly
good.
what she was ordered to do. It was just one of those scary things. I mean, look, you can't imagine
Well, I mean, she is. He's at least got her.
how great the Los Angeles Fire Department and the Los Angeles Police Department and the Sheriff's Department and the DWP. She
Purse her lips anymore. Holy crap.
That's
She'd stick to the camera.
I'm standing in my driveway. See that flame? I'm standing in my driveway looking up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, the planes were going over, and it was like.
And what were
and it
you
was a clear
thinking
blue
as
sky.
you're
I mean,
out there shooting this right outside of your home? I mean, what's going through your mind?
You know what I was thinking?
What?
I'll tell you what I was thinking. I'm from Rhode Island, and a friend of mine was the guy who did all the remediation for the. You remember the station fire where 100 people burned to death in a nightclub fire?
Mm-hmm.
And this is true. There were people in the doorway who had tried to get out, and there were people who were literally.
She does. Oh my God. She looks like she's constantly trying to get peanut butter off the roof of her mouth.
2 feet in the pile of bodies who got out and survived by being debris, and the other people next to them died. And all I remember thinking is, man,
you nailed that.
I was a kid. Our house burned down.
All right, that was pretty funny.
It goes up.
You guys are on point tonight.
Seconds, not hours, not and let's go. Let's get that picture that Uncle Tina, Aunt Tina sent us of the kid. Get out.
He just misgendered.
Out of the house. Get
surprise
in the car. Get
this
out
is
of
my
the way
surprise face.
And let them do their job. Your house will go up like a matchbook.
Because
and
it sounds
luckily,
like
we were.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, know your neighbors, have a plan. I mean, thank God our neighbors, Havisa, Robert, Stephanie across the street, Francis next door. All our neighbors are all checking with each other. Are you out? Are you safe? Are your pets out? Everybody was taking care of everybody. We were on the roof of our house before the fire. We thought it wasn't going to be this bigger fire. You always worried about embers. There was a fellow up the street.
This man could not fathom that some people would rather die than lose everything they'd own. That's the moral here.
Working on the house, and I said, "Hey, man, would you come on our roof and help us? I'll pay you." You don't have to pay me, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's almost like this guy has a little bit of a fallback.
He was one of the workers, and he did it, and I insisted.
Of course, Anderson Cooper is reporting live from the scene.
Take something, and no, it's just wanted to help, man. It's just.
I still love that when the last hurricane he was covering, where he got hit with that sign.
People helping people, but
Yeah.
I mean,
this is like, oh God,
our beautiful little house. It's like we've been in a hotel all through COVID. This lovely hotel, people are so great. Take care of us yesterday, and we were fixing our house, and we finally had it done, and we were swimming every day, and my blood pressure was going down, and if you ever saw the views from that house before this fire, they were just.
Yeah, you're really garnering a lot of sympathy from the working class here, James. Although you're gonna get a bunch of people. James Wood's house burnt down. Let's give him money.
It was
justice for James.
I posted it today on X. It was paradise, and our neighbors are. We knew them all, and.
I wonder what she was really thinking about. She's literally thinking about just. Oh, those poor cats down at the shelter I saw on Facebook this morning. They just got a new shipment and they can't. Oh, they're gonna have a new not of adoptable kitties.
Oh, now it's all.
At least that's what I'd do.
Yeah, it's a reminder. Anything.
Yeah, it's a reminder of just really enjoy everything.
It can be just taken away. in an instant. So much is out of your control. And as you're there, you're taking that video and you're seeing how quickly
I bet 10 push-ups he's going to start a GoFundMe.
it's all happening. You must have been wondering, how am I going to get out of here safely? I mean, I know our CNN crews dealt with the same
I bet you my first donation of the day that you might be right.
situation.
Well, let me tell you, I was standing in the driveway, and all of a sudden I said, "Sir, the planes are going over." They dropped the retardant, but they're like, you know what it's like. Those planes aren't, 2,000 feet in the air. They're like 40 feet over your house, and I was looking down. The fire was the black.
The more of this man speaks, the less I care. It's like magic.
See the flames, the house on fire, the house on fire. And then over by the hillside where Robert had shown me, he said, "Look, come to my house. Look at this fire." As soon as I saw that fire, I said, "With this wind, we're out of here. We've got to get out of here and make sure everybody's safe." And I was looking, and I said, "That smoke is white. This smoke is black. It's moving."
Let's go towards the white smoke because we all know that we like the white smoke more.
This way. We've got to go that way because white smoke.
The jokes are writing themselves with this guy.
Out, at least, the major part of it. And we'll be out of the way of the congestion. And as soon as we got down the hill, we finally got into the Sunset congestion. It's 9 miles to Beverly Hills. It takes us usually about 25 minutes. It took 2.5 hours. And you have to understand,
Now the thing he's missing is the fact that he, even though his house burnt down, he still owns that property. There are people with apartments in rental homes with nowhere to go now who lost everything. Yep.
They didn't
Yeah, but notice how we're talking to James Woods.
charge their car, their electric car.
Just a reminder.
Didn't put gas in their gasoline car. And now they're on Sunset. Oh, I got to abandon my car. And now the fire trucks can't get through. And now people can't walk. When we couldn't get our garage door open because the wind was blocked, because our door goes up like this, I said, "Oh my God, we're up in the hills here. And we got to walk out." I can't walk. I'm 77 years old, man. I can't walk up these hills. It's like Mount Everest here. It's like, pretty steep. So, it's just, I posted this on X, but Sarah was on with her 8-year-old niece last night. And she came out. I'm sorry. Just, one day you're swimming in the pool and the next day it's all gone. But she came out with her little Yeti piggy bank for us to rebuild our house.
Written and directed by James Woods. Oh, my stars. Oh, my stars.
Oh my gosh, James
Oh, my
Woods.
stars. I'm so...
I
Her little pig... She came out with the piggy bank for you to rebuild your house.
we all hope that you will be able to rebuild your house, maybe starting with that little Yeti piggy bank. And we're just glad that you're
You can sell the Yeti piggy bank. I mean, the...
okay. And your wife is okay.
Oh my God, he had to downgrade to a 5-star hotel. Oh, that's so sad.
I mean, this is real and it's raw. And you don't need, you know what? Strength is not measured by whether, you hold in crying or not. Strength is what you are doing now and helping your neighbors. And
guys, we're watching this on CNN. This isn't like they're sitting on the couch and you walk in, which this would be a little awkward too. Versus like, what is everything cool? It's just go. This is one of those moments. It's just like, why did she leave me?
Amazing work of all those firefighters and emergency crews out there. You have so much strength, and we appreciate you coming on to reflect what so many others just like you are experiencing in that raw emotion right now. We wish you the best, you and your wife, as you rebuild your lives. So many people are doing that right now.
Someone at CNN needs to lose their job for thinking this was an interview worth having. Who greenlit this? Exactly.
What's going on. So, James, and also keep us posted.
I mean, there's filling time, and then there's like, what are you doing? This, I mean, guys, I want to watch this one back next week and just be like, hey, let's see if this is just as cringe as I think it's going to be.
And everything going there. We're going to continue to talk.
Oh, her face.
And we wish you the very best.
Okay. He's okay.
Yeah.
They found him.
I have to go to commercial break, James. I'm so sorry, but you know what? Capitalism reigns. Hail capitalism.
In the hospital.
He's okay. Yeah.
I just worry. If anybody knows where Robert Trinteller is,
I'm out of time crunch, James.
Call me.
Yeah.
Let me know.
We got that fight. I just got that.
That's
red
an
bar.
important message. And also there's this app that's really important called Watch Duty Wildfire Map, and it helps you know where the wildfires are, how many acres it's covering, and how to evacuate. So I want to put that out there too, as just a resource for people. James Wood, thank you so much, and we wish you the best.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Oh, that was fun. What the fuck, Tate?
All right, y'all. So my jaw was on the floor learning about this one. I'm sure you all know who Andrew Tate is.
All right, I'll be right back. I got to set something up.
Guru.
And
he's also been...
Just a heads up, this is the last segment of the day. I have to head on out here in about 10 minutes. So, yeah, this will, as I said, be the last one.
Charged with a variety of crimes, including grape and including human Lex trafficking. I'm trying to keep this video monetized. I don't know if it's going to be possible.
God, we have to. It sucks.
Well, anyway, he and his brother did this announcement here. Number one, they're launching their own political party, which they'll talk about. But number two, Andrew wants to be Prime Minister of the UK. Okay, let's listen, and then I'll break it down further for you. Here we go.
It is our intention to become political figures inside of the United Kingdom, and I will be aiming to be Prime Minister to fix the mess. And I want to make something clear to everybody who is watching this, especially the political establishment, which I know is watching this show right now.
Okay, let me just say, we've now shit the bed and jumped the shark.
Yeah, fend the monster fluke. Just got a
it's time to retire the word
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Because you have these just absolutely satanic Cretinous figures who use it to try to whip people up on their side, right? You could have like the devil himself is like, I'm anti-establishment, and people sort of shut their brains off and they go, I hate the establishment, so I agree with the devil. Like, that's sort of what's going on now, right? It's time to retire the word establishment.
I mean,
it's
they're
too
not
amorphous,
exactly saying
it's too
that.
vague, and it's used by bad actors. It's used by establishment actors to virtue signal like they are anti-establishment when they often are the establishment. Think of Donald Trump, for example. Elon Musk, the world's richest robber baron. They posture like they're anti-establishment. It's time to retire the word establishment. It just is. Because this ain't working anymore. People are using all sorts of dirty tricks, all sorts of sleazy maneuvers to try to make people shut their mind off and think like, oh, I hate the establishment and so does Hitler, so maybe Hitler's based. Like, that's sort of where people are now. All right, let's keep going.
I'm being absolutely serious. You are corrupt and you have failed people generationally. London should be the greatest city in the world. Great Britain was once the greatest place anyone could possibly live. We had a strong and proud people, and the generational failure.
By the way, take note, this will be proven in a second, but he's reading all this. He's trying to make it look like he's shooting from the hip. He's not. He's reading it.
That the constituents of the UK have been forced to endure is legendarily terrible. It's absolutely disgusting what has happened to that country, and it seems that nobody is interested in doing the things which must be done to fix it. Sometimes to be a bad guy, you have to be a bad guy. Sometimes you have to be an anti-hero.
Is this his whole shtick where he has to stare off because my thoughts are so masculine that I cannot even contain them to make eye contact with the camera, which is not even eye contact. I personally think this makes me look tougher and that I have a deep thought.
Tough decisions must be made.
I hate it when people say something, but they're not saying anything.
Yeah.
God, it drives me crazy.
Yeah, he's just saying it loud. He's doing the Trump thing. Just say it loud with confidence and they'll just think that you know what you're talking about. I'm so glad that Trump actually at least has burnt us out on the Rob Cohen school of bullshit.
Oh my God, I hate it. Like, say the thing you're trying to say. Stop being so fucking vague about it, where you're moving your mouth, but nothing's actually coming out. Oh God. You have to make tough decisions. Sometimes you got to be an anti-hero. Sometimes you got to draw firm lines. It's like, you're not saying anything. Say something. God, I hate it so much. If I ever ran for office, I'd be the only person to ever actually tell people exactly what I want to do. Right? Yeah, we're going to do universal health care, Medicare for all. We're going to do social security check for all. We're going to do 4-day work week. We're going to do right to join a union. We're going to get money out of the political system and do what's called clean elections by giving people $100 or $200 voucher every election and no more oligarchs buying politicians, etc. I'd be the only person to ever be like, here's actually what I'm going to do. None of this vague fucking flowery bullshit where you're saying nothing.
Firm, hard lines must be drawn. And I can't seem to find faith in any other political party which is truly interested in doing what is required. Therefore, I will do it myself.
What's required? You still haven't said anything.
For everybody who is mocking this attempt for me to become the prime minister, please understand, I'm a wealthy person with 50 years of life left. the chance of me being prime minister, considering I was the most Googled man alive, sometime before I die, is actually very high.
You know, I would like to mock this point. I would like to mock him for this point. But let's be honest. There are no more political rules. There just aren't. Like, nobody knows what's going to happen when it comes to politics anywhere in the world. You know, with Trump in 2015 and 2016, with his win, everything's out the window. Everything you thought you knew about what to say, how to get elected, what line to walk, etc. It's all done. It's all over. Mm-hmm. Anybody can win at any time. And I would love to sit here and mock Andrew Tate.
But that's also why I am like so adamant that we can't play the game that we were playing before Trump. That's why the Democrats are losing, is because they were still using the same playbook pre-Trump, and they refused to change up until now.
There's literally zero.
Like, they did it at the very last minute where they were like, oh shit, you know what? We got to kind of maybe start,
chance of winning.
trying to actually pivot.
Now, I will say this. The UK is genuinely
way.
and sincerely, their voters are genuinely and sincerely better in many respects than ours are in the US. It pains me to say, but it's true. It really does. Like, for example, Elon Musk. I mean, he's plummeted in terms of favorability. There was a time when he was way over water because people think of him as, this billionaire who gets things done. He's plummeted, but he's still maybe like -5 or -10 in favorability now. So like almost a wash, almost dead even. In the UK, Elon Musk has like a 15% approval rating or 20% approval rating. So I don't know what it is, but they seem to be a little better at spotting bullshit over there, just a little bit better. In the US, I think if you go issue for issue, people generally have good instincts and they want to do the right thing, like higher minimum wage and things of that nature, legalizing weed, etc. But as soon as you get partisan narratives involved, people's brains sort of fall apart. I think there's a default belief in meritocracy in the US where it doesn't exist. If anything, we're more like an anti-meritocracy than a true meritocracy. And I think in the UK, they are a little smarter. The guys, UK, make me proud. I want this motherfucker to get, I want him to get 0%, but let's say less than 5%, right? Okay, let's keep going.
And I will leave a legacy of flawless governance. Flawless governance. Beautiful. I will leave a legacy of flawless governance.
Did you just say governance the second time? What the fuck? I told you he was reading it. This is not, hey, I'm shooting from the hip, telling you what I think, pouring my heart out. No, he's reading this
you're
shit.
Telling me that
he's reading it. Listen again. You know the word governance? Here we go.
Leave a legacy of flawless governance. Flawless governance. Beautiful. I will leave a legacy of flawless governance.
He said governance. What is governance? Governance. Okay. All right.
It is our intention here to outline our plan for the Bruv Party and to explain.
His party is called the Bruv Party. The Bruv Party. Okay, is your platform going to be like, fuck these bitches and hoes? Is your platform going to be like bros before hoes? What are we doing here, dude? What are we doing?
To our primary objectives, which we would
thank God 13-year-olds can't vote.
Implement as soon as we took power inside of the House of Commons.
That's going to be his actually, that's why he won't win, is because 13-year-olds can't vote.
Once again, there's a lot of people who seem to think we're not serious and that we're playing games. This is not a game. And if you think back to the legacy of Andrew Tate since when you first heard of me, I want you to actually ask yourself a question. Have I ever lost? The Matrix attacked us in one of the most corrupt countries in the world. They lied about us and hit us with endless charges. They deleted me from everything, expecting me to go away. They took all my money away. They've done everything they possibly could. Have the Tates ever failed? So
this, look, let's just call it what it is. He sees how Trump got away with everything. 91 criminal charges. It all comes to naught, except Trump still has to pay out on the civil charges, so he owes a lot of money, but he ain't going to prison. So he sees Trump got away with everything. And so he's like, well, I have legal problems. I'm really famous. Maybe I can leverage this and get into power myself. Mm-hmm. This really is directly as a result of Trump. Like, that's why he's doing this.
We always somehow ended up on top. And this is going to be another story. You guys are witnessing the birth of something which is going to revolutionize British politics. 3D chess game theory. My success, even if I do not become prime minister, will force the parties of the UK to address the issues they don't want to address.
What issues?
They'll be forced to discuss my point of view. They'll be forced to discuss the momentum that my party has managed to gather.
What issue?
You know what's really funny? If he doesn't have any and he really is just like peters out and nobody cares.
Can you fucking one? Can you bring up one?
Based purely on a message of competence and nationalistic policies.
Again, you managed to say nothing. Competence and nationalistic policies. Can you give me any specific, one detail?
They will be forced to discuss things that they've been trying to ignore for generations. And it's for this reason that truly I cannot fail. My endeavors will reward Great Britain, irregardless of the outcome of an election.
Look, the big thing that all the right-wing assholes whipped up this fervor, Elon Musk did this, whipped up this fervor about Muslim grooming gangs in the UK. Is he referring to this? This like decade-old thing that they dragged out? I mean, for real, they're acting like Elon Musk is now tweeting about Keck. Like it's 2016 Sargon of Akkad cringe shit. That's what he's doing.
He's not in
and it
Romania,
sounds like
so it doesn't.
He's sort of trying to ride the momentum of that. Ride the momentum
leave.
of like, bro, I'm going to crack down on these Muslim grooming gangs who are committing all these crimes and these sex crimes against these poor women. Oh, well, isn't that interesting? Because here we have, I don't know how many of you guys remember this. Here's Andrew Tate in his own words describing what crimes he committed, what he did with this business he was running. Ready? Watch. And this guy right here is a lawyer. He's going to break it down for you.
His words, not my words. And I'm not going to take it out of context.
You're effectively taking girls, teaching them how to make unlimited money from home, and then making sure they give it all to you.
So you're making sure that you're teaching girls how to make a shit ton of money. Right off the bat, he tells you his main goal is to have them work for him and him get all the money.
Then I realized I had about 5 girlfriends, all smoking hall, and females are an asset. Why don't you work for me so we spend more time together? What if you're doing what? So I have a webcam business. Oh, I don't want to do that. So, okay, I know you don't want to do that, but listen, come and let's have a meeting. Let's just talk about it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Fine. But let me explain it to you properly. In fact, I'll bring one of the girls who works with you. Your bottom bitch, your new girl. You go out for fucking a nice dinner. Your bottom bitch is the one who does the selling. You don't do the selling. The girl has to hear from a girl. And this is where your bottom bitch has to be trained. That's why I said it's so important to have a good first girl.
Remember Ghislaine Maxwell? That was the girl that recruited for Jeffrey Epstein. Almost identical to what he's talking about here.
I had a separate phone.
Identical to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, what he's describing.
With all my girls' guys in that phone, and I kept control of it. Don't let your girl have this, because if your girl ever runs off and leaves you, you don't want her to have an address book of all the guys she can get money from.
Another aspect of control. You don't want her to have your client list, because if she has your client list, she can leave you. So you've got to restrict her information. It's a systematic method of control to control these women.
You want her to leave and go, well, I don't know the account. I don't have password for the account. I've never set it up before. I don't know how the banking works. I don't have any of my guys' phone numbers. I have nothing. And that's why they don't want to leave. It's like, oh, well, he has everything. I need him. I have to stay with him. He has everything. It's important. Tell me, it's a very important element, that control.
It's a very important element, that control.
He's literally describing sex trafficking. Like he's literally just describing committing crimes. May as well tattoo Crimey McCrimington on his forehead.
Leave.
Crimey
McCrimington. Tax is also another important element for controlling a woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. You need to tell your girl that you're paying the tax, because girls are lazy and girls are stupid and girls don't understand how taxes work. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble. Now that allows you to do 2 things. One, it's another control element.
See how that control is
I've never seen anybody describe crimes so directly and so specifically.
A recurring theme.
Notice when he was trying to talk about the policies he would run on, 0 specifics, 0 details. When he's describing the crimes he committed, all the detail in the world.
Over and over and over again.
If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. The control element.
And he doesn't have respect for these women at all, because he thinks they're stupid.
It allows you to pay her a smaller percent. So I used to pay my girls 30%. So for every $10,000 they made, I give them 3. And I keep 7. They thought they were on 50%. And I said that the disparity is because of taxes. If they say, why is it 50-50? I'm the one who knows what he's doing. I'm the one with the knowledge. I'm the da-da-da-da-da. Shut the fuck up. Go online. Print out some tax forms. I do this all the time. I just print out some random tax forms and say, yes, sign here, sign this. What is it? So the tax. You want to pay the tax or not? Throw them away afterwards. But they think something's happening. Something real is happening. Nothing's happening. It's like me getting rich, bitch.
Nothing's happening except for me getting rich, bitch. That's what he just said. So he's taking another 20% of what would have been their earnings, saying he's paying taxes, but he's not paying taxes. His words. That's fraud.
Texas crime. Well, maybe this is how he wants to run
That's
the government.
fraud. Holy cow. Holy cow.
Yeah, he just didn't
again, what's so crazy is you got Elon Musk and all these fucking assholes on the right, Jordan Peterson, all these jackweasels decided to bring up a decade-old issue. Oh, Muslim grooming gangs in the UK, bro. Muslim grooming gangs, bro. And, Elon Musk is way overstepping his boundaries and calling for the government to be dissolved and telling the king to step in and assert control and saying the US should take over the UK and just having a ketamine-induced meltdown. But this is the stuff they're talking about. Muslim grooming gangs and what they do to women in the UK. Andrew Tate is Muslim. Here he is describing his grooming gang, his sex trafficking business. In his own words, again, I don't care whether or not, maybe that's not the right way to put it, I do care, but whether or not he gets convicted on anything is sort of irrelevant. Because we just heard him describe in his own words
frequently,
what he
so
did. I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty bad to me. So it'd be so ironic if here's a situation where the number one issue on the right in the UK now amongst these idiots like fucking Elon Musk and them is, bro, Muslim grooming gangs and what they do to the girls, bro. And here you have Andrew Tate, a Muslim, describing in detail the crimes he commits involving women.
Like, it's not the same.
Fraud, etc., sex trafficking, etc. And what? That's your hero? That's your hero? Look again.
No, because literally, their thought of sex trafficking is a bunch of brown people with a white van where they see like your white princess and they're just like, oh, God, take and that's what they're scared
of. Come out here and say, I will say with certainty nothing will happen with Andrew Tate and he'll be donezo. I wish I could say that. But I've been humbled by the rise of Trump, the re-rise of Trump, the fact that everything is so broken in the Western world that the countries are decrepit and decaying from within. And so anything is possible. And if you put somebody who talks a good game, who seems confident, who sounds like they know what they're doing, and they just give off a certain vibe, that person can win. And I'm not exactly enthralled by the charisma of your run-of-the-mill.
Yeah, but that means you see what he did there? He just laid out the strategy. We just have to work within that strategy. I know, painful.
British politics.
Painful to bring it down, like to just go to the lowest common denominator. Wow, I just stuttered there. Denominator.
They're kind of stodgy and stuck up and dusty and weird in a way that many U.S. politicians are. I think U.S. politicians probably have more riz than the politicians in the U.K. So what are you going to do? You're running up a guy here who can talk a really fucking good game. He's a master at sophistry and charisma. So am I sure nothing's going to happen? Not at all. But I hope this crashes and burns. I guess we'll see, but holy shit.
Yeah, let's hope. All right. Real quick, got one song to play, and then I have got to go. So, just wanted to do some shout-outs real quick to everybody that is here. So I'm going to play the song and do the shout-outs, if I can find the damn song. Here we go. Just so you know, Fen, I really enjoy you being here. I hope that you can join tomorrow. Tomorrow is, so I'm mostly on at 4, but tomorrow is, tomorrow's a 4 o'clock day. So, I realized I had that backwards because I was like, I'm usually on at 4, I was on at 1 today, so that's why I'm ending a little bit early. But yeah, I usually go from 4 to like 10, 11. So, I hope that you do come back. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you, Squishmallow Dragon, gifting the sub. That is awesome. Also, Fen the Magic Floof, this is actually one of our residents here. His name is Kirk, and here I will... I can't link it because I just mentioned it. Mention your time zone, dingbat. Oh yeah, Central CST. My bad. Here, I'll just put it in chat. Stream tomorrow at...
Realist in the business, I'm a savage, not the one that cap your homies, but the one that kill your daddy. Yeah, I'm all up in your crib, I'm straight up fucking on your baddie. Eat the food up out your fridge, you know they calling me the Maverick. Well, I'm a top-notch boy, with them top-notch bitches. Come and rock that boy. If he coming for my profits, got to walk that boy. Nothing gonna be a problem.
Catchy as hell, dude.
I'm a psycho boy, lampshade from
Undead
your
Banana,
skin,
I always
I'm
appreciate you.
ballin'.
Appreciate you, Tuka Bread. Appreciate Rome Dog. Bloodstone by Stars.
Roger, test 1, 2.
You guys are all awesome. And then, of course, Kirk, thank you for the music. And I know they're not here right now, but Smoke a Tide Pod over on Twitch, I really appreciate everything they do for me. As far as let me use their music as well. And also just like supporting. Oh, actually, I need to check. Are they on? I'm gonna raid somebody. Give me 1 second. All right. Who we got? Angry Ginger. 1 viewer. Fun chat politics. What do you guys think? Angry Ginger? Man, they really don't have a... Screw it. I'll start raid. Let me know about Angry Ginger if he's cool. Then, yeah. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna go to sleep after the raid before work. Cool. Yeah, here I'm raiding right now.
On somebody's show and streaming it at the same time. Internet problems. Oh, we have not closed out. We just started, Finn. We just started. We're just getting started. But, just so you guys know, political clickbaity thirst trap. We are just starting.
Okay.
You made it, Finn.
Good thing it's not playing music, because the last time I raided somebody like that, actually, it was Adrian Vixen, and she was playing some copyright music. Oh, you're back? I literally just played your song. I played Maverick, and yeah, I'm actually peacing out, dude. I'm already running 10 minutes late, so I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? I appreciate you all. You know the deal. 4 o'clock tomorrow, CST. So keep your alerts on. And yeah, Kirk, I don't know what happened to your alert. So Inverted Mystic, yeah, also drop back by. I would like to have some more discussions. I'm definitely interested in more of your points of view. So again, please do not let those people like get you disengaged with the left. Like that's bad representation, and honestly, I hope that you don't have to deal with that much anymore. So, but yeah. All right, Kirk. I will see you guys later.